What is up, chat? Welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Cup co-stream by yours truly, one and only, baby. Welcome. क्या हुआ माइक को? रुको. हेलो. सही है साउंड सही है. अभी सही है साउंड सही है. हेलो. अरे हेलो. नहीं है. हेलो. 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 कहाँ से आ रही है आवाज? रुको आ रहा हूँ, वापस आ रहा हूँ. रुको. What's up, chat? What's up? अब माइक ठीक है. वेलकम टू द ऑफिशियल co-stream of PUBG Mobile World Cup, baby, by your one and only. कैसे हो चैट? कैसे हो चैट? Let's go, baby. What is up? What is up? What is up? कैसी हो सारियानू?
Above the rest and reign supreme across all EWC games.
क्या बातें?
Closes their eyes. It's all they see, and it's not complete
थंबनेल
until it's
चेंज हो रहा है.
sealed
रुको
with a
थंबनेल चेंज
champion's
होगा.
key.
होगा थंबनेल
Every
चेंज होगा. चैट
participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete.
रुको. थांबा जरा.
This
थांबा
year, returning champions hold a key unlike
थांबा
any
बाबू
other.
जरा थांबा.
Only one can place their key into the game trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted.
What is up,
Everything is
baby?
earned.
Let's have some fun, chat. Let's have some fucking
Welcome
fun,
to the
yaar.
PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup 2025.
Let's have some fun,
live
baby.
from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My
Chat
name is
में
the
इधर
7WG,
मैं ये चीज
joined
देख के
alongside
आया हुआ,
the
by the way.
Welcome in, everybody. We have 8 days of impressive gameplay coming in for you guys. As these teams
ये जगह पे मैं
battle out for one of
घूमा
the most
हूँ.
prestigious mobile titles.
That's right, and it's not just the glory of lifting that trophy. is being able to get a piece of the prize pool, the $3 million prize pool at PMWC.
Sure is. And in the meantime, we can expect some heart-stopping action, some impressive gameplay.
I have
some
been here,
top-tier
baby.
strategies all to boot. So, 7, the pressure is on, but will they shine?
Change
We
of
don't know
plans.
who's going to win it. Could it be maybe one of the
Change of
dark
plans.
horses? Could it be the defending champions Alpha 7? I'm excited to find out who's going to be the champion.
So
Let's
am
go,
I. So
baby.
prepare for this insane journey as we see all the global teams battle it out. But for now, let's go ahead and look at that format.
Get ready. The PUBG Mobile World Cup is about to kick off. From July 25th to August 3rd, the best teams from around the world are heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for an all-out brawl in one of esports' biggest stages. So let's dive into how the tournament will unfold. First up, we've got the group stage, running from July 25th to 27th. 24 teams, split into 3 groups, red,
Good
green,
day, man.
and yellow,
Good
each
fucking
playing
day.
on 2 of the 3 days. By the end of it, the top 8 teams storm into the grand finals, while the bottom 16 head into the survival stage for one last chance to stay in the game. The survival stage, happening July 29th and 30th.
What's
16
the-
teams,
what's up?
12 matches, just 8 spots left in the grand finals.
Thumbnail change
This
हो रहा है,
is
रुको,
where
thumbnail
every
बन रहा है,
point
thumbnail बन
matters. Every clutch can turn the tide, and every zone could be the difference between going home or moving on. And then it all comes down to this, the grand finals,
तो
the biggest
इनका
stage,
नाम
the final
Team
fight.
आर्यन है
From
ना,
August
आर्यन
1st to
ये AG
3rd,
के है
action-packed matches.
नहीं,
It's a race
क्या है?
to win it all. At stake, a
TMGX
massive
आर्यन।
prize pool, bragging rights,
Let's
and the
go,
title
Team
of
Aryan,
the
let's
PUBG
go.
Mobile World Cup at Esports World Cup
fuck
champions.
yeah,
But
trophy.
there's a twist this year, the Smash Rule, an exciting new way to
fuck
claim
yeah,
the
that
championship
trophy.
title. It's not an easy path, but a team can secure the championship through it. Here is how it works. After
Show
day
your
2
Panoti
concludes,
part to the
match
world, baby.
point
I'm
threshold
ready.
is calculated by taking the
Chat,
total
we are ready.
points of the first place team on the
We are ready,
leaderboard
chat.
and adding 10 points. Then on day 3, the
We are
Smash
ready,
Rule comes
baby.
into play. Starting then,
Let's
any
go.
team that reaches the match point threshold must win a
Let's
match to
go.
secure the championship.
My
However, reaching
body
the
is
threshold
ready.
and winning a match in the
Is
same
your
game
body
does
ready?
not count. The win must come in a later match. And if no team wins through the Smash Rule after all 18 matches, then the champion
your
will be
body
crowned
ready,
the
chat?
traditional way, based on overall points. So
Is
lock
it
in
ready?
your calendars, rep your favorite squad, and get
Is
ready
it
for one
ready?
of the
Is your
biggest
body
PUBG
ready
Mobile
to watch
tournaments
PUBG
ever,
Mobile
live
World
from
Cup
Riyadh.
at EWC? Are you prepared?
Welcome to the Gadia Arena, the hub of all of the action here for the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports
Let's
World
go,
Cup.
chat.
This magnificent setting will welcome supporters from around the world to cheer on their favourite
Kya
teams
baat
and, of
hai?
course, watch history being made, blank.
But the drama is not done there. This mechanical contraption is the key crusher, the
Kya
key
baat
devastator,
hai?
the EWC
Kya baat hai?
sandworm. And teams will be looking to throw the keys in here. Barney, will you be my lab assistant and show the people how this thing works?
Of course I will be. This crusher is honestly spectacular. I can't wait for you guys to see
Smash
how
rule
it
hai,
works
हाँ, smash
fully
rule hai.
when we're live.
First of
जी
all,
भाई
we'll turn
देखना
that
चिकन
key.
आएगा. Let's go Team Aryan, let's go.
We'll
चिकन
flick
आ
that
सकते
switch,
हैं.
Mission
I am
Impossible
ready.
style.
किधर
Yes,
गया
we
मेरा
will. I
किताब?
won't flick it right
मैं
now, but
ready
it will
हूँ.
open the iris and
मैं
it will
ready.
just devastate all these keys and reveal the teeth.
And we won't be
मैं
pressing that final
ready
button
हूँ.
until we finish the survival stage, till we finish the finals.
I know,
मैं
I
ready
can't
हूँ.
wait for that to happen
Let's
as
go,
well. But
baby.
just remember, 24 teams will enter into this arena, and the fate of 23 of those keys will end in the crusher.
But the final leg will not be done there quite yet. After the winning team has the privilege of crushing 15 other keys in that
फिर मैं
finals,
आपका बहुत
they
बड़ा
will
fan हूँ.
have
टीम होरा का नाम मत
the
लेना भाई.
duty
टीम
of
होरा मेरी
lifting
पर्सनल
the
फेवरेट है. सच
PMWC
बताओ
trophy,
तो
which is stunning.
टीम
It
होरा
really
जो
is
है ना,
stunning, and we
अगर
can't
मैं
wait for all
सच
of you to
बताऊं,
see it, and we also can't wait for all of our teams to enter the arena.
सच
Only one
बताओ
rules that rise above
तो
it
टीम
all.
होरा
Let's take a
मेरी
look
फेवरेट
at
है.
the club championships.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship.
टीम होरा जो है,
The ultimate cross-game competition
सच
that will
बताओ तो वो
crown
मेरी
the
फेवरेट है.
best esports club
सच अगर
in
मैं
the
बताऊं.
world.
They're like one of the best teams.
Let's break down
Let's
how
do
it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship,
Let's
a
go.
club will need a top 8 placement in at
होरा
least
मेरी
2
वैसे फेवरेट
competitions.
है. Like
To
one
win
of
the
my favorites.
championship, a club must place first in at least one competition. At the end of the
Let's
Esports
go,
World Cup, the 24
chat.
clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the 27 million. With the winner taking
टीम होरा
home
से
a
मिले क्या
staggering
भाई? देखो
$7
टीम होरा से मैं नहीं
million.
मिला क्योंकि
And
इधर
of
दोपहर
course,
में
the title of the best esports
बाहर
club
जाना नहीं
in
हो
the
रहा.
world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
welcome everybody to the STC Club Championship update. I am Veracity, joined alongside the wonderful Reflection.
The wonderful already gassing me up. It's great to see you, Veracity. And look, Esports World Cup is incredible, and history is being made each and every week throughout the Esports World Cup in 2025. And the reason why is because we got the Club Championship trophy on the line. And look, the teams are competing not only for that coveted trophy, but also for the tremendous bragging rights.
You're darn right. You know what? We also have a $27 million prize pool throughout the entirety of our club championship, which is alone amazing. But
10,000 watching पे
walks away with a hefty
$7
million to their name.
That's insane. And
Gift
orgs,
cards.
by the way, from around the
Giveaway
world
करेंगे.
are competing for that
10,000
very prize
watching
pool.
पे
And one of those
तुरंत
teams is in first place. We're talking
giveaway
about
करेंगे, ठीक है?
2,200 points is where they
ठीक है,
currently
done?
stand. They did so in last week's tournaments by getting a first
आ रहा है
and
तुमने
third
done?
place respective
10,000
finish.
watching जैसे
You know
hit
what,
करेंगे.
though? Let's not forget about Gen G
500 के
Esports,
5.
who also walked away with a
ठीक है?
victory of their own. But the big target is on the backs
Done?
of none other than our reigning champions. That is
मंथन चल
Team
रहा है. अरे
Falcons.
चलते
With
हैं
national
भाई. मैं
pride
कर लूंगा.
on the
मैं
line and the
मैं आपको
pressure of,
बेटियम
you
कर
know,
दूंगा.
putting up a
आप
performance
बस खरीद के रख लो. मैं
worthy of
आपको
being
बेटियम
reigned
कर
as champions once more.
500 के 5. अरे पहले
They're
के
the
भी
home
बाकी है ना
team,
देने के. मैं
returning
भूल गया था.
champions.
वो भी
They
देता हूँ.
really do have that pressure.
500
But
के
so
5.
does Alpha 7 competing
10,000
during
touch हुआ.
PMWC. They're also returning champions in
500
that
के 5.
title. And by the way, they're currently at 200 points. So they need a top 8 finish in order
Let's
to
go,
get
baby.
those valuable points so they can start earning money towards
Let's
the club
go.
championship trophy.
And of course, if they walk away with that victory, they manage to secure themselves 1,000 of those club championship points. But you know what? Without further ado, let's go ahead and throw it to Seven, who is joined alongside the reigning champions themselves.
मोना जी DM.
We're here with Team Falcons, ready for PMWC at EWC, and I'm going to be talking with Redax instead of Rauf because I'm always bugging him. How are you guys feeling? You guys have had some good performances at global events, especially starting from PMGC last year, 3rd place, now PMGO 2nd place. What is the prediction coming into PMWC?
I mean, as always, our prediction is that we're getting top 16.
भाई
We
start हो रहा है ना
feel
भाई,
prepared,
हो रहा है.
like we feel motivated, we're ready, and we got to show the world. That's it.
You guys were able to win PMSL EU. And you guys said that there was a new tradition that you guys started, which you were able to touch the trophy. Have you guys been able to touch the PMWC trophy yet?
Let's go.
didn't want to.
Oh, okay. Well,
Amazon
we'll see
या
if they
Play
are
Store?
actually
Play
gonna be
Store करते हैं
lifting
ना?
that trophy towards the end. Thank you so much, guys. Best
Play
of
Store
luck.
करते हैं.
Back to you guys.
The energy in the building is
पता नहीं, जो भी
electric,
कुछ भी
Max.
चलेगा.
But before we start to recap
कुछ भी
last year,
चलेगा.
let's have a look at how things are going to unfold this year.
I mean, yeah, right here, Jackie, for 2025, it is going to be
कुछ
8
भी
days worth of action spread over the course
चलेगा.
of 2 weeks, so you better be there because the teams are here, ready to make history.
Back to back, same time, same place, day in, day out.
काय पण
And
चालेल.
this time around, for day
कुछ
1, it
भी
is going
चलेगा.
to be
10,000
Group
पे
Yellow
करेंगे, ठीक
versus
है?
Group Red to kick off the festivities here at PMWC, and Group Red, known as the Group of Death, is ready to bring the heat.
Oh, they really
Group
will
of
be.
death.
And for those of you out there that enjoy a classic staple map pool, you're in for a treat, Max.
I mean, come on, Erangel, the bread and butter here in PUBG Mobile Esports, it is going to be the best to have it 3 times per day. Though, looking back at 2024, Alpha 7, your reigning champions here
Video
to defend
quality
the
बढ़ाओ.
throne once again, but we know
और
that
कितनी
here,
बढ़ाओ?
Jackie, a lot of teams are ready to take that trophy away.
That's my bad. But
Uneasy
1080p
is the
है
head that
max.
wears the crown, and with
Max
Japan coming
1080p.
so close to getting their hands on the title last year, no reject. Who's
हमने
the
हो रहा
new
है चेंज भाई
challenger,
अब भी
Max?
बन के आ रहे
There's
हैं
too
अब
many
भी
teams
आ
to
रहे
count here
हैं
that's just going to be able to compete
आ
for it.
रहे
But with that
हैं
said, we
रुको
should get
जरा.
right into the show, and actually, I'm a little bit late, so I'll see you guys in a bit.
Get a move on. What's he doing?
We'll see how long it's going to take Max to get back to us because it is going to be quite a bit of a run. But welcome to the PUBG Mobile
पाँच
World
खरीदना
Cup
है ना
at
प्लेस 10,000 जाने
EWC
तो दो पहले 10,000 नहीं
2025.
जाएगा
My
आज
name is SWG. I'm going to be your host.
10,000
and I'm going to
जाने
be able to
तो
do this
दो,
by myself.
उसके
You know
बाद
that Max
खरीदना,
was going to
अभी
be getting
मत
here at some point.
बस
I'm
अब
joined
सेजा
by
welcome
none
to
other
stream.
than Natura. Natura, how are
10,000
you
जाने
feeling?
तो दो
I
10,000
am
जाएगा
feeling
नहीं है.
fantastic. I'm super excited to be here. We're back on the desk once again.
You see what I'm seeing right now, Nep? Is that Max
Yes.
running?
Oh my god. Here he is.
Podium
Are you
120.
okay? Are you
क्या
overheating?
बात कर रही
Did I
है?
miss something?
जीत भी गए.
Oh, start. Hello.
Let's go bro.
We're ready.
जीत भी गए.
Max, how's the run? How are you feeling?
I need a bit of cardio. No, it's fine. No, I'm feeling amazing here, okay? It's hot out here in Riyadh, but it's especially going to be hot in the lobby because these games are about to be straight fire 7.
Oh,
Maybe the
damn,
best
baby.
lobby that I think we have seen this year by far. Not even close. But you know what? We're talking about the teams. Let's actually take a look at some of the teams that are going to be participating here at PMWC at EWC 25. And boy, we got some new teams, and we also have some teams that we have seen for quite a while, Max.
I mean, yeah, you got a lot of teams here that came back that are going to be trying to defend their title, like Alpha 7, right? But other teams that are back once again trying to get himself a good run. Looking at especially Alpha Gaming, I think a team that a lot of people are looking at here, Nipchura, to maybe try and do well, but they're still trying to fix a few things here and there.
The dockening. I'm just going to say it right out.
We'll get to that. But you did mention it during that clip, Max. You were saying red group today, day one, we're going to be having group red versus group yellow. Red group being the group of death. And then tomorrow, that's a group that would actually get a chance to sit out. And we won't see them again until day 3 of group stage.
I mean, having that one break day is very important, Nipchura, right? Going into it, if you have a bad start, it's a really good time to have that 24 hours to fully reset, know, okay, what happened, what went wrong, try and fix it going into your final day of the group stage, because a lot of teams, I would say, are trying to avoid that survival stage. They want to qualify from the get-go to make sure they got that final spot secured.
That's usually what we expect. Would they hear one player, though, saying, hey, we actually want to get a chance to go to survival stage, which that was a bit surprising to me.
I mean, I always see that, though, and I'm kind of like, actually, you do want to do that because it is the way to go forward. I think you get more practice. You have more chance to analyze the teams against your team specifically. So, yeah, I do think that it's actually a really, really good idea in a strategic sense to actually play for that survival stage as well.
Well, it might play out. It might put some extra pressure on the players. We don't know. Sometimes crazy things happen. One thing I do know is that I want to take a look at the Aramco Power Rankings because we got a chance to select some teams. I'm not going to talk about mine. I want you guys to talk about yours. Neptura, go first.
Go first? All right. Well, Falcons, I kind of think that's kind of a given for me, at least. I think they're really cool. We've seen them do a lot of things globally. Good global experience. Good to go. Weibo Gaming, huge hype coming in from them. I want to see more from them. We all want to see stuff from them. And I think they've got a really, really good chance.
Chat, please subscribe the stream.
Subscribe. We've not really seen from their region. So I'm good to see that. Regnum Carya is here as well. I kind of feel like
because
there's no real discussion there. We all know why they're there.
PMGO champions, right? They made themselves their home region get an extra slot, and they qualified through that extra slot. They got themselves in PMGO over here in PMSL EU. So really good stuff from Regnum Carya. Silas, we have to say, he won PMGC. He's won now PMGO. If he wins PMWC here at 2025, he could be the only player in the world to have won all 3 big global events, which would be historical for him to make that happen today.
And the crazy part is that for the year, I mean, he could hit the global Grand Slam for PUBG Mobile, winning PMGO, maybe possibly winning PMWC, and we'll see. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with that team at PMGC. By the way, my picks, pretty much underdogs, okay? Teams that I think are going to end up going to survival stage, but teams, some of them not, but some of the other teams that I think they're actually going to be going to grand finals. But one team that I think a lot of people are expecting to be in grand finals is Regnum Carya. So let's take a look at this video.
IRL stream करो, नहीं कर सकते उधर से, नहीं कर सकते, नहीं तो कर देता मैं, अगर होता तो कर देता, ब्लॉग हो जाता तो नहीं होगा. Monetize नहीं है ना.
Regnum Carya esports have had one of the most emotional and unpredictable journeys in PUBG Mobile esports history. Just last year, they suffered a heartbreaking loss at PMGC 2024, falling short of the title by just 2 points.
Damn.
It was the kind of finish that sticks with you.
मैं
the
समझ
kind
सकता
that
हूँ. 2
can
points
either
का
break a
value
team
मैं
or
समझ
push them to come back even stronger. And
मुझे
for
पता है
Regnum
2
Carya,
points का
it lit a fire. At the heart of this roster is Silas, who's chasing PUBG Mobile immortality. If Regnum Carya lift the trophy this year, Silas will become the first ever player in PUBG Mobile history to win every major global event, an unprecedented accomplishment. Beside him stand Wild and Loxy, the mechanical powerhouses with the ability to swing team fights in seconds. Tospic, though, brings consistency and calm in chaotic moments, often acting as the glue that holds the team together. They came into PMGO 2025 with something to prove.
Yes,
and
2 points का value अपने को मालूम है.
Earlier stages all the way to the finals, Regnum Carya looked like a team on a mission. Their plays were sharp, their teamwork was on point, and when the pressure was highest, they delivered. They walked away as PMGO champions, not only lifting a trophy, but also securing an extra PMWC qualification slot for their region in the upcoming PMSL. That extra slot, it ended up meaning everything. In PMSL 2025, Regnum Carya started strong, but found themselves in a tough fight during the finals. And despite their efforts, they finished in 4th place, just outside the standard qualification spots for PMWC. After everything they fought for, it looked like the World Cup dreams were slipping away again. But the very slot they had earned by winning PMGO ended up saving them. Because of that extra spot, their 4th place finish was enough. They qualified for PMWC not through the front door, but through the one they built themselves earlier. From barely missing out on the biggest title in 2024 to becoming champions at PMGO and then scraping into PMWC
अगर
through
चीचा की
sheer
स्ट्रीम
grit
देखनी
and
है
timing.
चीचा भी को स्ट्रीम कर रहा है
Regnum
अगर
Carya's
अमन की
2025
स्ट्रीम
season
देखनी है
has
अमन
been
भी
a
को स्ट्रीम
roller
कर रहा है
coaster.
आई डोंट नो उसके
And
अलावा और
now,
कौन
with
कौन
a
कर रहा है मैं
second
भी
chance
स्ट्रीम
on the
कर रहा
world
हूं
stage,
बट डिस्कॉर्ड वाली
they'll be
वॉच
looking
पार्टी
to
मेरे को
finish
नहीं
what
जमती
they started.
I mean, Regnum Carya has just been on an absolute tear. We saw what they were able to do at PMGO. Can they maybe follow that up here at PMWC? What are the chances looking like so far?
I give them a solid 60%.
मेरे को डिस्कॉर्ड वाली नहीं जमती यार.
Oh.
So they need to share 40% between the other teams. That's
मेरे
quite
को
low.
एक बात
Yeah.
बताओ मैं अगर मैं एक honest question पूछता हूं तुम लोगों को why ये डिस्कॉर्ड वाला चीज अच्छा नहीं है
feeling it, they feeling that success.
This watch party is a good
and so I feel like
this
at
costume
this
is a
point in
good chance
time,
for me to grow.
feeling as good as they do, that momentum that they've
subscribers.
got, this
अगर
team
मैं
that they
Stacks
have,
के
the
साथ
synergy they've
Discord
been
पे
able to
बैठा
build, it's
तो
looking
what
very
is
good for
stopping
them.
people
You
for
wanna jump
just
in?
going on his
No, I
stream
was going to say,
and
because looking
listening
at
to
this
my
team,
voice?
right, these 4 players
Right?
have stuck
How
together
do I
now
grow?
for the entirety of 2025 so far.
Yeah.
समझ
They
रहे हो
have
एक
that
reason
synergy,
होता
they
है कि
have
मैं
that
Discord
trust, Wild and Loxy in particular. When they
मना
do the
करता
play,
हूँ.
they know exactly
मैं
what the
अपना
other guy's
channel कैसे
thinking.
grow
So
करूँ?
when they're going for a breach on a
अगर
compound,
अमन
I'm
भी
telling
चला
you,
गया
Wild and
Discord पे
Loxy,
मैं
you
अमन
don't want to
Snacks
go
अगर
against
बैठ
them
गया और
because
सब लोग
chances
अमन के
are,
स्ट्रीम पे
if
बैठ
they have a
गए
shotgun, you're
तो
not
Snacks
living
कैसे
more
grow
than 5
करें
seconds,
Snacks को
okay?
क्या
You
फायदा
better be
करने
careful and
का
humble.
वो क्या फायदा
Yeah,
करने का
100%. It's
तो
so
वो
nice to
reason है
see that
genuinely
synergy
बता रहा
come
हूँ
through,
मैं
and
कुछ
that's
झूठ
really
नहीं बोल रहा
something
मैं
that you
कुछ
don't see
घुमा फिरा
other
के नहीं बोल
teams
रहा
have,
genuine
and that's
reason बोल
what
रहा
you're
हूँ
always trying to get to. That's
तो
the
जिन लोगों को
standard
मैं
that you're
सिर्फ मैं
trying to get
पसंद
to,
हूँ
is
वो लोग
having
इधर
that
रुको जिन
synergy
लोगों को चीचा
between
पसंद है आप
players
लोग चीचा के
to
इस
the
पे
point
जाओ
of where
definitely
you know what the
अपने
other one
भाई
is
है
thinking.
सारे
That's
और
so,
यहाँ
so
पे सब लोग
important in
ग्रो
that
करने
late
के
game.
लिए
Well, I
और
mean, we're
सबके
talking
लिए
about
सब
teams
लोग
that you
कर
don't
रहे
want to run
हैं
into. One team that I personally
समझ रहे
would
हो
not want to run
जरूरी है
into
मेरे को भी थोड़ा
is Hora
600 के
Esports. I
पहुंचना
mean, this
है
team has been an absolute dark horse for
Caster
me.
का
They were able to
Insta ID?
perform well in their PMSLs as well. So before we even
अरे
continue
मैं
to talk
शर्म
about
है
them, let's take a look at this
शर्म
interview.
शर्म है साउंड कम करो स्क्रीन का कर रिया हूँ
We
कर
are
रिया
lacking
हूँ
so many things in past, like
कर दिया है
communication,
कब
synergy, team game. That's why we got 1v3, 1v4,
यार
so many times. But in this gap, we really did like practice all the things. I think it won't happen again in this PMWC. Last night is our main drop, so we will surely go there. I never thought like I'm the star player of the team. It's just like fans or supporters, they just give
हो गया
me
भाई थंबनेल
the
चेंज हो गया
title.
ठीक है
But
शांत
I
अभी
don't think
शांत
it's like to be. It will give me pressure. It just
Hero कहाँ
motivates me, like to be called star of
That
the
means
team.
thank you for the thumbnail change
I don't like to say anything those who want to stream at us, but I'll just show them in game.
let's go chat Chad, I'm excited to watch TX AMG play at EWC baby let's go
Thank you everyone, love you all and keep supporting us.
love you too कौन है ये लोग मैंने ध्यान नहीं कौन है ये लोग वेन्यू नहीं गया वेन्यू में अगर मैं जाऊंगा मेरे को सुपर चैट कैसे करोगे तुम लोग बताओ मतलब मेरे को बताओ
As I mentioned, a team that you
कैसे करोगे
definitely
सुपर
don't
चैट
want
अगर
to
मैं
end
वेन्यू
up
पे गया
running into. They have turned it up this year,
बराबर
Max,
की नहीं
and I feel like they could be either one
SSL
of
is
the
winning in
favorites for some
Sodium क्या
people,
बात कर
or
रहे हो
maybe a dark horse
ठीक है
team
बाद
for
में
some other
देखते हो
people.
बाद में बात
Yeah, I think you could see them in the 2 different options
Hora
here going
Esports,
into this
अच्छा.
tournament. If you're Nepalese team, you're going to see them, of course, as a big squad going here for the entire tournament. Though, this is a team that's very rotationally smart, right? They are so good at getting good entry points.
Digital
And I think
Vicar,
that
that's
could be
okay,
something
man.
that sets them
You
apart
gotta
in
do
this
what
lobby.
you gotta do
I mean, we just got a chance to see them there.
I
with
have
the
to do what I gotta
multiple
do.
player arrivals.
मम्मी को
They're
दुनिया
looking
दिखानी है भाई भीख
confident,
मांगनी
and I
पड़ती है क्या
think they
कर
might
सकते
end up shocking the world as well, especially in group stages, Neptira.
I think they could exactly. I
filling my
mean,
pockets.
this team gets
We
a
won,
lot
जीत
of,
गए
I think, a
Sodium
lot of
क्या बात है
pushback
चलो
from actually being able
PUBG की बात करते
to
हैं
be very
PUBG की बात
passive.
करते
They
हैं
get labeled as very passive, but they're not. They're a very aggressive team. They're just not as aggressive at the get-go as you would see from a lot of other teams. So they get called passive a lot, but they really aren't.
Yeah, they take fights that make sense. They're not a team that, I see you, I'm going to push you and fight. No, they think about it. If we get something out of this fight, if we win it, this fight makes sense, we'll send it. And their team is very smart about it, but I see them a lot more as a defensive team. They get in positions ahead of the lobby, play defensively, hold teams at bay, especially with Sleepy. That's exceptionally strong with the DMRs, especially the Mini 14. Keeps everyone at bay, and that just gives them a lot of space to work with in the mid to late game stage.
One thing that I've actually enjoyed and that you were able to showcase on Instagram at @MatsMainCast, make sure you check it out, by the way, because it's the macro play. They have just improved that macro play, and I think that's actually going to end up helping them out here in a global stage.
Yeah, they know exactly how to leverage positions to their advantage. At any stage, early, mid, late game stage, it doesn't really matter too much. They're very smart, and it's down to the IGLing, the fragging potential, the team coordination. But one thing we need to talk about, especially too, is going to be Maki Ninja, the man in the shadows, right?
दो लड़के दिख रहे हैं कास्टर जो लोग बात कर रहे हैं
experienced players you will ever find in the PUBG esports, and this guy has been helping fix a lot of issues for the team, and they are now coming fully prepared for PMWC. And because of Mafia Ninja and how the team have been working so far, I genuinely would not be shocked to see them up in a top 5 position.
ये कोच है
I wouldn't be shocked either. No. I that's currently a team that I have going to the grand finals. Do you feel the same way for that team?
I think it's straight from group stage is a lot, because I think we're going to have a lot of teams that will put a lot more points forward. But I think if they can survive to that late game, they're very sneaky. You never know where they're going to be in the circle. If they can get that far,
क्या होने वाला है शॉटगन मेटा चल रहा है क्या अभी भी
but it's kind of depending on how the rest of the lobby plays, I think.
We had a meme during PMSL CSA saying if they get past a 5-minute mark, there's a 90% chance they win the game.
इसमें भी PUBG मोबाइल में भी शॉटगन मेटा चल रहा है क्या सीन है
they just had no issues reaching the like 20 to 25 mark.
Top 3 easily.
मैंने लोगों को वो वगैरह देखे के मारते हुए देखा है
teams there. I think one team that you might have in mind that we were kind of talking about is Kenotrope Gaming.
Yes.
That's a team that you really want to talk about.
I am very excited about Kenotrope. I really, really am. I think they're such an interesting team. They're not one that I've seen a lot of. I feel like this is kind of one of the first times we're going to see them globally. For certainly many of the players, this is their first global event. They only have Ozzy-san, who we know from many years ago. Over the last few years, we've seen him a lot in the global stage. The rest of the players know. And when I saw them recently, it was like, hang on, who are these guys? Because they're actually really good. They're very aggressive, and they seem to hold their own against very experienced teams. So I'm very excited for Kenotrope.
Me too. One team that I'm really excited for, and more than likely Max is going to agree with me, and I know you definitely agree with me already. Can you take a guess who it is? Starts with the W.
A B and a G.
Weibo Gaming, baby, because that could be one of the favorite ones to win this whole event, PMWC, because of the additions that they have had.
Since the Nova era, where they won PMGC back-to-back, right? Have we had a team from China really getting close to competing? Tianba, you could maybe say, but
occasionally.
I am so hopeful that if a Chinese team is going to win a global event, it is going to be this roster of WBG. They have been so impressive in the PUBG Mobile Hong Kong Invitational in particular. Suk with the bow is a scary fellow, and you're looking at 33Z, you're looking at Order, the fragging duo. Order in particular, this guy, he is experienced incarnate, and I think that with the way they played in Hong Kong Invitational, chances are they could win this trophy here in Riyadh.
Well, Max, we're talking about all this teams, but we're missing one team, the main team, and I'm sorry I have to do this, everybody, but we got to talk about the defending champions.
Sagnik by coming in with the 200, the female caster is मेरे को कुछ जानना ही नहीं था, पढ़ूंगा ही नहीं.
They were scaring us at one point, Reflections, and now we're like, are they going to make it or are they not going to make it? Luckily, they did end up making it. They're defending it. Is that one team that we're feeling like they're actually going to be able to win that back-to-back, Neftura?
CDM 3-0?
No, please, lie to us.
Yeah.
What's up?
Oh, why not?
Chat, इसको रेड करो, उसको रेड करो, ये करो, वो करो, मत करना. Official posting कर रहे हैं, कुछ rules and regulations होते हैं, ठीक है? Chat में please ये सब चीजें स्पैम मत करो. We are here to watch EWC at PUBG Mobile World Cup.
Let's
go.
They could fall through them.
Max,
जो स्ट्रीम लगाई है वही स्ट्रीम चलेगी, जो थंबनेल लगाया है वही थंबनेल लगेगा, जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ वही बोलूंगा, कुछ चेंजेस नहीं होंगे। मत करो,
You put it really well,
मत
Sam.
करो,
It's hard for me to disagree.
मत
I
करो,
want to say that there's a lot of potential
मत करो।
on this team.
Oh, yeah.
We saw Squash, like Mafioso, Revo,
मत
Carya,
करू।
we know those guys. They've been sticking with the
समझत
team
नहीं
for
का।
ages now. But Squash is the new addition, replacing McGrellion from last year.
True.
And I feel like Revo found a new best friend in Squash. Like, they are an incredibly good fragging duo, and their potential is incredibly high. We were talking with Reflections actually
need
just a few
female
days ago.
manager
And he
for
said
Soul.
the team maybe looks a little bit
भाई
weaker
मेरे को
than the
सच्ची में
previous
लगता है कि अगर
iteration
मैंने
of
वो
Alpha
कर
7
दिया,
in
मेरे को लगता है ये
2024.
मेरा
But their
नेक्स्ट
potential
मूव है,
is
तो
so
हो
high,
सकता है
if
मेरे
they're able to
अगेंस्ट
fix those
जो
little
बहुत
issues
ज्यादा
with
हेट चल रहा है
Squash and him be able to get more
उसको मैं
experience on the
स्विच
global
कर
stage,
सकता हूँ।
chances
एक्चुअली
are
अच्छा
they
मूव
could
है
reach
मेरे
their
हिसाब
full
से। क्या
potential.
लगता है तुम लोग को? आओ डिस्कस करते हैं। मेरे को जो गालियां पड़ती हैं, अगर उसको मेरे को है ना, मेरे को भी लग रहा है, अगर मैंने कोई क्यूटी मैनेजर अपॉइंट कर ली तो हो सकता है कि मैं थोड़ा सा कन्वर्ट कर पाऊँ हेटर्स को, क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा है, मतलब माँ कसम बे बहुत ज़्यादा है। मेरे को लगता है अपन कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं। ये आइडिया एक्चुअली अच्छा है, इसके बारे में थोड़ा सोचता हूँ। मतलब मैं वैसे भी कुछ ज़्यादा बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, कुछ भी। $5 लाख है। Lines.
Yeah, you just want to get there as early as possible because otherwise,
समझ रहा
chances are you might not qualify through the survival
तो
stage.
हो सकता है मैं थोड़ा सा कन्वर्जन
I
कर
mean,
पाऊँ
sometimes those teams like to have that pressure
और मैं
on
थोड़ा
their
कम गाली
shoulders.
खाऊँ।
They become diamonds.
क्या
But then
लगता है?
sometimes they end up crushing and they get exposed for
क्या
just
लगता है?
Of coal.
for not really being able to do that. But for Alpha 7, we'll have to wait and see what that's going to be happening with that team. As you mentioned, it
लगता है
is
मेरे
one of
को।
the strongest lobbies, if not the strongest lobby we have seen, I think,
सोचते हैं
in
चैट
many
इसके बारे
years.
में थोड़ा,
And we can go
है ना?
on and
थोड़ा
on
सोचते
and
हैं
on and
इसके बारे
talk
में।
about those teams,
थोड़ा
talk about
volume
which
कम
one's
कर
going to
दो।
be challenge them,
थोड़ा
which
इसको
one is
hard
maybe going to
consider
be
कर सकते हैं अपन।
surprising a lot of the viewers that they might have not seen before. I know that we definitely have a couple teams here and there, but I think the talk is done. I think I want to see this player. So you know what? Let's go to the introductions to this
तो
stage.
लीड मेंटल कोच भाई, मेरे को चाहिए मेंटल कोच, मेरे को दे दो, मेरे को दे दो मेंटल कोच भाई। पता नहीं कहाँ से, मुझे दे दो भाई प्लीज।
To bend, break, and dominate your opponents. This week is going to be absolutely phenomenal, and I cannot wait to see what unfolds.
French
My
toast
name is
खाते।
Barney Banks, and I am privileged to be your host for the PMWC at the 2025 Esports
मोला जी
World Cup.
नॉइज वाइज सब
24
कुछ सही है?
teams will enter
Is
the
everything
Gidea
okay? Can
arena
we
and
start?
battle through the group stage, the survival stage,
I
and
mean,
of course,
वो
the
audio
grand
सब सही है?
finals. All with $3
Aryan
million
भाई,
in
love
sight,
you यार
and
for
of
a
course
5
this
GB
stunning
membership यार।
PMWC
Love
trophy.
you
But
यार।
let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think it is time to kick
Love
off
you,
today by
babe.
introducing your teams for day one of the group stage, starting with AX TMG.
क्या बात है? पहला ही बुलाया इनको? क्या बात है? क्या बात है बेबी? कहाँ ये? TMG ascending order में, let's fucking go. अरे? दिखने भी नहीं दिया। ठीक है, इतना मतलब भाई क्या स्टेज बना है बे, क्या स्टेज बना है बे, क्रेजी है बे। इसको कोशिश करते हैं हाइपर
Yangon Galacticos.
क्या क्रेजी स्टेज है बे, बाप रे।
Hora Esports.
ये लोग टॉप है, टॉप। लव यू थोड़ा इस पर, ये लोग टॉप है, ये लोग आज देखना देखना तुम लोग अभी, ठीक है? टॉप टॉप ऑफ द टेबल है हो रहा है इसको आज। टॉप ऑफ द टेबल हो रहा है इसको।
Regnum Carya Esports.
वो लोग का इतना फील नहीं आ रहा मेरे को।
Thrives Esports.
भाई क्या स्टेज है बे, थोड़ा एक महीने पहले अगर सेंटर पकड़ लेते।
Team Vision. Influence Rage.
मुझे लगता है
E Arena.
क्या बात है, ये मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट है अभी। ये टॉप ट्रैकर है। अच्छा, जो भी नाम है इसका, ये मेरा टॉप ट्रैकर है। ये टॉप ट्रैकर है इसका, 100% देख लेना। लिख के देता हूँ, लिख के दे रहा हूँ। कनेरी की याद आ गई भाई, कनेरी की याद आ गई। तुम लोग को भी आई, मेरे को भी आई, कनेरी की याद आ गई।
And now, your reigning club champions, Team Falcons.
हाँ, अटक गया टीम फैल्कन। अरे भाई, कौन है लोग टीम में ऐसा? कौन है, मेरे को पता है कौन से प्लेयर थे, मेरे को नहीं मालूम।
And finally, your reigning champions of the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup, Alpha 7 Esports.
इसको तो अल्फा डाउन भी क्या? भाई ये पहले वाले प्लेयर का नाम क्या है चैट? ये कितने साल से खेल रहा है ये? मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है कि मैं इसको बहुत टाइम से देख रहा हूँ। इसका नाम क्या है? कैरिलो है नहीं है? ये 15-20 साल से खेल रहे हैं ना शायद। ये 15-20 साल से खेल रहे लगता है मेरे को।
The journey to this point, it has been tough, but the real work begins now. It is going to absolutely pop off here on the main stage, so get comfortable. Who has what it takes to perform under the bright lights? Could the reigning champions do it once again? We spoke with Alpha 7 Esports earlier this week to find out.
है ना? ये वही है ना? कैरिलो, ओह फक बे। देखो, सच बोलूं एक चीज, सच बोलूं, झूठ नहीं बोलूंगा, गांड पे जल रही है।
Alpha 7 Esports have long been the kings of their region, dominating every tournament they enter. But on the global stage, close enough to touch victory, yet always watching it slip away like under a curse, finishing second or third in the biggest events. Time and time again, they came close to glory, only to fall just short. That curse weighed heavy. The world saw their talent. They proved their strength regionally, but the ultimate global crown remained out of reach. Then in 2024, everything changed. At 2024 PMWC, Alpha 7 finally broke the cycle against all odds on the biggest stage in PUBG Mobile. They delivered the performance of a lifetime. Champions, the first team from Americas to ever lift the World Cup. It was more than a victory, it was a statement. But since then, the roster has slightly shifted with McGrellin out. At the heart of Alpha 7 is Revo, a PUBG Mobile legend and basically an MVP magnet. The guy's consistent, clutch, and always in the spotlight.
Revo out for 364, and that's the second as well.
Revo. एक सेकंड
Then there's Carrillo, the team's in the spotlight.
ये ठीक है।
For 364, and that's
on its head. And honestly, Carrillo's not just the brains. He's got the highlight plays to back it up, and he's hungry for more. But being a champion means the target on your back never goes away. Alpha 7 entered 2025 with the highlight plays to back it up, and he's hungry for more. But being a champion means the target on your back never goes away. Prove that Alpha 7, who have long dominated the regional PMSL, didn't just bounce back. They crushed it once again with relentless consistency and their trademark aggression. They maintained their undefeated reign at home while proving their strength internationally. A third place finish secured their ticket back to PMWC. Not as underdogs, not as challengers, as defending champions. From South America to the global stage set in Riyadh, Alpha 7 isn't just back, they never left.
PUBG Mobile fans, prepare yourselves, for we are about to kick off 20 25 in style. Things are going to be explosive, exciting, and downright disgusting out there today, Blank. I cannot wait to see how this lobby's looking and how the first day of competition goes here live in Riyadh.
Criminal roster of players across all teams here in the EWC, the PMWC. We've got Team Falcons coming in through here, coming off the big win over in PMSL EU, and Koa with his signature sunglasses on deck.
Man, it's going to be a treat. So many teams that are absolutely stacked this year. I think that's the rhetoric we're all kind of looking at. Damn, all right, little bit of a flourish as well. Yeah, it works, I'm digging it, Blank. I'm digging the stage too. I think that's one of the fun elements that we're bringing to you this time around. Such a different style, the dynamic nature of it, it really embodies what the scene's looking like today.
Even earlier on, I got the chance to, take a little step into the stage during scrims with players shouting at one another from across the room. It was good stuff. But Des has already had like some nice
I don't think you can deny now that Alpha
teams will fare. I think one of the more interesting discussions that was had
ये सब jokes मत मारो, delete करो ये super chat.
They're absolutely
ये सब
right
मत करो.
and correct.
थोड़ा बहुत funny way में लेते तो ये सब मत joke.
China just hasn't been
मत
a
करो please.
powerhouse for a long,
भाई
long
करोगे
time
तुम गाली मेरे को
despite,
मारेगी. एक
being
second.
straight off the mark very, very early on in PUBG Mobile. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, the optics for it,
I
the
vary
potential
it.
chance, it's literally what me and Max were setting up back at the start of the day, right? Who's going to be that upcoming challenger? You've got a lot of X's on Alpha 7, a lot of targets, people looking at them, right? They're aware now you're coming in, everyone's looking hot, Blank, other regions looking to try and have an opportunity to snatch at that trophy, rip it away from them. And we saw how motivated and close Reject came last year. Not in the building this time around, someone else has to come up and show us what they're made of, and I think there really is a definitive chance that we get a different champion this year. I'm not actually even expecting the two-time possibility. How stacked this event is, I feel like it would be so much work for Alpha 7. They're going to need to give us their A game through and through.
Well, like Yagami in the building. We do have like a bit of an issue, right, in terms of the fact that Alpha 7 barely made it in. Regnum Carya barely made it in. Team Falcons, they didn't look super smooth making over towards that top spot. They still took it. But Regnum Carya, Alpha 7, those are your two teams that a lot of eyes are on them. And Max put it perfectly in the sense that Regnum Carya earned their own spot coming through from PMGO. But if they'd come second in that PMGO, damn dude, they wouldn't be here sitting on this stage today. So again, there needs to be some big improvements from both those teams. Alpha 7, I want to see them have that hunger once again that we saw them, where they were pacing all the time to try and pick themselves up a win. Forever second place, that team.
ए भाई सच्ची में बोलो वो सुख नहीं था वो क्यों झूठ बोल रहे हो यार
They were finally able to have that success story, and what a time for it. I do like as well, it's the way it kind of plays in, right, with the stage, them in the middle, risen up. But is that the true lay of the land? Like you're saying, the differential of how this year is going to be looking once we really start to pick things off. A lot of excitement, a lot of talent. That's really what we're looking at here. I mean, to be honest with you, I think everyone at home this year is going to be in for a treat. Day in, day out, back-to-back, Blank. So much PUBG Mobile, and you need to make sure you clear your schedule to fit it all in. It's going to be world-class.
All right, this is the feast. It's going to be calorific on the stage. And it will be trees back to back.
ये पूछ रहा था जो फर्स्ट बैठा है कौन है वो सुख है
Oh yeah,
a couple of bonbons been thrown in there.
Sugar rush.
सुख है वो मूछ नहीं है सुख को.
The interesting thing here right now is you can see it's quite
मूछ कब उगाई उसने
in the room, quite pensive.
और सुख चाइनीज है मूछ का क्या है चाइनीज है सुख.
No one's got that head jump start where they're feeling a little bit more confident at the position in this tournament. We're just waiting to get into our first game here. I believe we're very, very close to go.
Gandu.
But don't worry.
Haram
are coming.
Yeah. Man, it's exciting as well, because I think, you raise a good point there, Blank, where kind of the bookends of the entire event, right, having that nature of opening game, where everyone's on.
मैं कंफ्यूज हो गया
Nothing
मैं
to play
कंफ्यूज हो
with,
गया
right? It's why it feels so
मैं खुद ही
intense,
कंफ्यूज हो
there
गया
is those
छोड़ो
moments of like, all
मेरे
right,
को
we
नहीं
don't
समझ में आ रहा है मैं
actually know the
कंफ्यूज हो
full
गया
reverberation to some of the outcomes from this map
समझ में नहीं आ
for
रहा
quite some time. It's why it makes it kind of fun, it makes it exciting to see how it's going to go. I'll tell you what I do enjoy as well. Seeing quite a few mascots this year.
Let's go Hora.
Teddy bears out. People are feeling it, bro.
I'll tell you what, the
Let's go
mascots are out,
Falcons.
the jerseys are starting
ये लोग
to
जो
become a
मेरे
little
साथ
bit
cheer
more
कर रहे हैं
creative.
Falcons
It's
वाले
nice to see, honestly. I think Alpha 7 did have like a little bit of a part in that. I think
इनको मालूम
with
नहीं है क्या?
them having the holographic jersey for so long now, a lot of the teams decided, you know what, we gotta bring the faction game up just a
इनको
little
मालूम नहीं है
bit.
क्या?
Gonna make the most of it.
Chat.
Strapped up.
Let's
Get
go
themselves ready.
Falcons.
Yeah, it feels like the competition's
Let's
starting to
go
heat up at this
Falcons.
point, but who's going to be able to beat the heat? That's the question. So much to play for here. Ridiculous lion's share of prize pool on the line. The glory, the legacy, the opportunity for so many of these teams, players, regions, all building to be an explosive 2 weeks live from Saudi Arabia.
It's not how you want to start things though, with a tangle. That's the worst way to start things here.
Make sure you get the left in the left here. Don't get them muddled up.
You're locked in as soon as those headphones go on. Quite a few of the teams that are coming through from Americas. I do worry for Americas a little bit, honestly, just because they're quite an aggressive region. I think the one thing that does play into, definitely, when we get through to those finals. But we'll be starting things off here over on San Jose.
Salu!
Oh, yes. Here we go. This is what we were
Death
waiting
Note में
for.
40 लिखो.
The anticipation
First game से
building,
Death Note.
the environment, the
First
stage,
game
the
से ना.
fight, the clash between all of our teams. Day in, day out.
First game
The
से ना.
PUBG Mobile World Cup. It starts right here, right now.
We got the honey planes, so we certainly bring in the sugar, like we were saying. And this is the first treat of the day. And all our players ready to
अरे
go.
फिर से ऐड आया
You can spot
मोनाली
him
जी आप
straight
बंद
away
कर सकते हो
down
क्या
the
ऐड एक
bottom
बार चेक
left.
करना
He is a big
क्योंकि यार मैं अब यहाँ से बंद करने
inside
के लिए
the
मेरे को
PUBG Mobile.
ये
Let's
बंद
see
करना
what he can
पड़ेगा
do.
आप चेक
Constantly
करो एक
coming
बार
back to
ऐड
the
बंद
big
कर
stage.
सकते हो तो
Oh yeah, fan favorite for the region as well. Everyone's going absolutely ballistic in
मैं
the
ट्राई
crowd
करूँ क्या मेरा
last
ये
year
ना
whenever
बंद हो
they
जाए
see
गेम
Al
ना बंद
Haji
हो जाए
popping
मैं
off.
ट्राई कर रहा हूँ रुको
I can't wait to see what he'll do this time
I don't
around. Power
think
gaming,
मैं
never disappoint,
यहाँ से
buddy.
कर
And
पाऊंगा
there's Silas,
ट्राई तुम लोगों को
top
क्या दिख रहा है
right.
अभी
One of the
गेम
best
दिख रहा है
players in
तुम
the
लोग को
world. I think that's an undisputed fact to throw that one
गेम
out
दिख रहा है
there.
ना
Let's see if
बंद
he
कर
can
रहा हूँ
lead his team to victory.
दिख रहा है ना
Max
गेम
was
अभी
saying over on the desk.
कर रहा हूँ
Very
सब बंद कर रहा
consistent
हूँ
roster
फेस
so
कैम ऊपर
far
कर रहा हूँ सब कर रहा हूँ
overall.
रुको
We're jumping straight into things though. 4th rise over towards Hatin on a hot drop to start things off, Jackie. And Nongshan Red Force also down towards Ruins.
Well, let's see how this goes once we get into the action here and see what things are going to be developing like, obviously, with those early hot drops, Blank. It's always exciting, mate. This is one of those where we get a little bit of a telltale sign as well if teams are going to pull off
Add
some of
बंद कर
these more
दी
default drops if it goes wrong.
फेस
We're
कैम
already
तो अभी
losing one.
फिलहाल
That's
तो
up
इधर
towards
रखना पड़ेगा मेरे
power.
को
So
चेंज
4th
करता हूँ रुको
rise
2 मिनट
currently
दो
thriving
फेस कैम के लिए
over
जगह ढूंढते
towards
हैं फेस
Hatin.
कैम ओए
We're on board with AX and Nongshan Red Force
Oi!
in the Ruins.
क्या बात कर रहे हो पहले ही फाइट
Scramble and grab themselves some bits and
Come
bobs
on,
to
come
fight
on,
with.
come on.
Nongshan Red Force taking a bit of a dink towards the backside as well. DBS is in play. They start to
भाई
make their
ड्रॉप
move. This is
फाइट है
real
भाई
rough as well for Power, Blank. I mean, down to just
फेस
one
कैम
man
करूंगा
left
नीचे रुको फाइट
standing
देखने दो रुको
already. I know I was hyping him up a little bit, kind of a fan favorite for the crowd, but that is not a dream start whatsoever.
And 4th rise, 3 eliminations, 4 players still up and kicking. And they will be kicking Power out from Hatin going forward. On the other hand, Nongshan Red Force taking a fair bit of damage. AX currently looking a lot more healthy here compared to them. Controlling on the outside of Ruins right now. A little bit tough when you get on the back foot here, especially in terms of meds. Because a lot of these rooms do get cut off, and AX is starting to increase their domain within the Ruins itself.
Yeah, opportunity to play with though. Some weapons established there. Henry in the back line. With the DBS on deck as well, waiting for the close range. A little bit of scouting, keep your distance. No overcommit, they're aware of each other.
This could be good though for Team Falcons. Of all teams, actually.
मैं मेरे को I know मेरे को फेस कैम एडजस्ट करना है 2 मिनट रुक जाओ चेक अभी नहीं रुको
out towards Ruins in the first place, and with the circle going over towards the east, if you can cut out 2 teams from Ruins, you open up a very consistent, easy path over towards Painan. Here's the replay coming through. All the action that went down over towards Hatin. It was a rough and tumble of a start there for Power.
सोल का है
Brutal on the replay, catching the highlights from that one actually for Power Gaming. Mid-looting, quick to the drop, just able to make the play on it.
हरगर से कल्याण का रोटेशन
Always the chance for maybe A little bit of acclamation if you can stay alive. One player in the opening moments, first 15 seconds, yeah.
Let's go, NS.
That you'd like to see.
मेरे को लगता है ये जो player है ना, Doc नाम है ना उसका.
Nice.
Doc 2 kill मारेगा.
Good catch. Very, very good catch.
Let's go, NS.
And again, to be honest with you, AX with the amount of control they've had throughout the entirety of this fight, they want to conclude this soon. They know they need to go towards that eastern side where our circle popped.
Fuck! Let's go, NS.
Trade so far. Close the gap with the DBS. Quick burst back over, looking pretty good actually.
Let's go.
These trades
Let's go, NS.
Iverson taking heavy hits. To see if they can convert. DBS just spamming shots. Need to play medic, get Henry back on his feet. Got the elevated fight, wide swing.
अरे ये उड़ रहा है क्या ये player?
Down
क्या बात है?
And there you have it.
क्या बात है?
Being able to shut down the red force.
W's in the fucking chat.
Will survive. Bit of a nail biter, but they get
क्या
through.
बात है भांचो?
For AX, your fans of that team will be very pleased.
W's baby.
It's not what I was expecting.
Holy
I'm happy
fuck!
to be surprised in that as well because the control they had on that fight was spectacular. A lot of teams when we see
W's chat.
like
What
this
the
kind of
fuck?
improvement and then heading over towards
Holy
EWC,
shit!
a surprise pick for us.
मोनाल जी 5
I was excited
vouchers
to see it.
ready कर दीजिए. बांट
I'm
दीजिए.
very, very surprised to see
बांट
that kind of
दीजिए
control come
chat
through
में.
early. Now the question is whether they can do that kind
जल्दी
of
से
thing to
बांट दीजिए
much more
chat में.
consistency in the lobby. You know, we're looking at scarier teams.
Sorry.
Alpha 7, DRX, Regnum
sorry.
Carya, Weibo game.
क्या बात है?
We'll wait and see, but to start things off,
Good
that was
start bे. Good start bे. 5 pound.
very
Thank you.
clean by the books.
Even
Good
just to get
start,
the nerves out of
babe.
the way immediately as well. Like the sort
Yeah.
of caliber of the stage you've immediately been thrown into, mate.
भाई,
It's one of
मजा आ
those
गया
where
देख
that
के
feels so good for you compared to the outcome
Let's
of losing
go
that.
बे.
Especially as a
TXX
special
नहीं.
invite as well,
TX.
because in a lot of instances when we have that invite come
TX.
through, a lot of times that team doesn't
TX
do amazingly well.
Let's go. TXAG, let's go.
But it's nice to have them here, but this is a very keen team to start
Let's
things off.
go, baby.
I'm impressed.
Face
I'm
cam,
impressed
acha,
to start
face cam,
things off.
face cam.
Here's Regnum Carya on your screens. Currently up towards Cal right now on the north side of the map. Locked in a fray though with Weibo Gaming. We might just be able to get some answers nice and early. Weibo versus Regnum Carya, how that pans out. The well-known player, Order, star-studded.
क्या बात है भाई? पहले मैच में 4 किल
so
पे.
much success and consistent success over the years.
उफ. सब काउंट
Order
लगाओ.
versus
करो ना
Silas,
सब
that
नहीं
could
सब
be
काउंट चालू नहीं हो
very,
रहा है
very
यार.
fun
मेरा
matchup.
सेटअप नहीं है ना चैट. चैट मेरा सेटअप नहीं है ना. समझ रहे हो?
We can check in as well, of course, with our reigning
इसलिए.
champions at the minute. Alpha 7. Got Mafioso doing a bit of scouting work as well. The only player separated away.
जीपे के आर के ये वाउचर कौन से तो वाउचर है कर लो क्लेम कर लो क्लेम कर लो
Bit of a new
क्लेम
look.
कर लो भाई
It's like
क्लेम कर लो
25%. I think the maths on that one blind.
क्लेम कर लो.
Well, I mean, that's always been the case for Alpha 7, is just finding that fourth player has never been easy for them.
क्या बात है?
Squash is returning to the game after a year. Took a little bit of a hiatus from it, but they immediately had him back. Fair play. It is.
Next 50k watching, Sid 15k watching, Aman 10k watching. क्या बात कर रहे हो बे? We are almost pulling
massive success with
75,000 watching together. Are you serious? मेरे को नहीं मालूम था. एक second, let me check. That is insane, बेंचो. Oh हाँ, 47. भाई crazy बे, W's बे.
Yeah, weird. Weibo Gaming is going to give up the chase here though. They're going to head down towards that south side. Reckon Carya don't take any.
अमन की भी 5-6,001 भाई. W's chat. W's.
Obviously, through the highlight out there as well, towards Falcons early, you can see they've got a relatively unscathed path up to this point. Could have gone for crossing as well on the bridge here.
Let's
So
fucking
potentially
go.
an opportunity for a skirmish to come up. AX as well making their move in now,
हम
coming
लोग का
over towards
rotation वहाँ से आ
Painan.
रहा है.
Again, not really had much of an encounter
तुम लोग को
since.
screen
Nice to
में
get
नहीं
the
दिख रहा है,
overview though
screen
with
के
the
बाहर
map
से.
screen. You can see New Circle coming in and the shift
बाहर
for
से.
our teams here.
It's a cool shift as well on the
पानी से
circle.
आ रहे
I've
हैं.
never ever seen a Lukawi finish in my entire time
हम
of
लोग
casting
पानी से आ
PUBG
रहे हैं.
Mobile. So cool. We can go east again. End up in Lukawi. I'd be very, very happy. I think I've seen every other finish here on Sandhawk other than Lukawi.
पानी से आ रहे हैं.
5 looks. Falcons are heading up here. I don't know how they're able to get towards this position unseen.
ये कौन सा टीम है फाइल? ये कौन प्लेयर्स है? ये नहीं मालूम मेरे को. कौन से प्लेयर्स है चैट?
Now, Vale being able
Falcons
to
के?
pick up pretty big impact onto this. Yeah, that's crazy. It felt like actually with the position they were in, there must have been some kind of visual contact from it. Really not ideal. Pretty quick nades at the cast out. 2 knocks. Please
subscribe my stream. Please subscribe, please.
Bit of a messy
Please
account here.
subscribe.
I think the Fireflux, if I was looking at it,
Please
they try
subscribe.
to regroup from that northwest side and then come back down towards Cave to get together. The Falcons have been so silent on their approach, despite having the vehicle as well.
Yeah.
So you can hear the end.
Left bottom पे नहीं डाल सकता
circle
फिर इसके हम
closing
sponsors आ
in
रहे
just
हैं
roughly
उधर. Co-stream
15
कर रहा हूँ.
seconds. We're heading over towards the east side of Quarry.
है ना?
Now, Quarry
समझ
is
रहे
a
हो?
big problem, Jack.
समझ रहे हो नहीं
for a lot
समझ
of
रहे
these
हो?
teams.
क्या समझ रहे हो
Low
तुम
ground
या नहीं
in
समझ
there.
रहे हो?
Don't particularly want to head towards that position. There's a lot of sight lines from that eastern side of Quarry that are on the high ground looking down into Quarry. So you have to either go above on the north side or down towards the south. But it's going to funnel teams into awkward scenarios. So Falcons already taking out the majority of Fireflux.
सीट में अपनी पनौती लगा दो. मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना तुम लोगों को देखो. मेरा अपने prediction दे रहा हूँ.
You say taking out the majority, they might actually just take them all
Falcons.
down at this point. Being able to track them all down there, perfect peek in,
Hora.
gets the drop on them, literally. Now, there has been a bit of a proverbial dinner bell that was rung, and that's
Top
AX on the
3
rotate
in this
over.
game.
They would have
ठीक
heard
है?
some of this gunfire release, trying to at least carve a
Just
path
forces
back
वाले
around.
को
Don't
feeling
really
हाँ
half
यार bro.
commit to this.
Good
Seeing
good.
the
They
Falcons
played
are up
super
on
well.
high.
I think
ठीक
a
है?
smart move
Falcons.
from the Cave is a
Hora.
massive area to try and push,
A7.
play around, get those third parties in. You don't have exact location either.
Falcons,
So I think the AX
Hora,
just had ahead,
A7.
you know,
ये मेरा
they
prediction है,
realised
ठीक है?
This is clean.
Falcons,
We're not
Hora, A7.
Getting in contact with absolutely anybody on this rotate, so they get ahead. They sit on the edge of Quarry. The Falcons need to make a decision on how they want to play through. A lot of times on this circle, they actually shift down towards the south side here, Jackie, before moving up towards the north. So I'd be interested to see how they do.
40 किधर की टीम है?
4 thrives. They won their fight over towards
3
Hudson
point
versus
उनके पास.
Power
क्या
earlier
40?
on. Now have come into
40 भी
contact with
इधर
Weibo
की
Gaming.
आजू-बाजू की टीम है क्या?
That's kind of interesting to me,
Indian
right?
time लगा वो बंदा.
Weibo Gaming didn't spend so much time over towards Cow. Potentially they were here a little bit sooner.
अच्छा वो है क्या
than
top 4?
4
Hora
thrives,
40 भी
but
added है
by the
मेरे
end of the game,
top
4
3
thrives,
आएगी.
it was
40
just get into the circle.
Hora A7 actually A7 को हटा देते लिस्ट से. Hora
Split as well with the scout.
A7 नहीं Hora 40 Falcons.
Make his
ये top 3 है
passage
मेरे.
safely. The solo head count, obviously
Yeah,
Scarface,
in the
the only
top
man
3.
left from the squad after the cage
Yeah.
shenanigans that we saw. Tucks himself
Yeah.
in, and then you have Easy on the long old quest. He
Yeah.
tanked himself up, late loot, just trying to make
Top
his
3.
way
My
down.
prediction.
Obviously that was Power Gaming losing
My
absolutely
prediction.
everyone bar Easy in the opening few seconds.
Come on, let's head north. Let's head north on this circle.
My
show me one Lukawi, please. Fun area of the map right
क्या
now.
zone है?
You got like a lot of high ground
इधर है?
that slopes down over towards Campang.
फाइट हो रही
towards
वाटतं.
the Kari
अजून एक
itself.
फाइट होते चॅट असं वाटतंय मला.
It's a little bit
अजून
open
एक फाइट
on those
होते
high
वाटतं
grounds as
चॅट.
well. There is more buildings down towards that
ठंडी
eastern
लग रही है.
side, but that means you are picking up the low ground early on. If you have to move out that area, it is a death sentence. Playzone takes down Toshvik. Now that is interesting. I don't know how.
भाई ये जगह मैंने लाइफ में फर्स्ट टाइम
They
देखी है
have
सैनॉक.
really dallied on their escape outwards.
And you cannot afford to dilly dally. It's time to lock in. And they're going to have 2 teams ahead
ये
of them as
कहाँ
well.
होती है ये
So
जगह?
halfway forward, it's going to be a bit rough. Tospik on the knock. You got Weibo as well.
ये
with
जगह
Downs
देखी
coming
नहीं है
over the
मैंने.
top. Before it gets close,
New
combat
zone
here
meta
in
or old?
protection of DPS. You've got the crossfire set up just on the doorway, but it's the nade usage that could make the world of difference. A few of them are back pocket, already a bit of splash damage over. Slight peek on the angle. Oh, hang on a minute. This really is a dinner bell. You got the third party just on the top of the ridge as well.
The thing was this though, Jackie, this is exactly what I was talking about. That high ground looking down to Lukawi is horrible to play against. The 4 thrives though, they just need to worry about getting backstabbed. I think Team Vision has made their way over.
40 मार रही है बे. मैं बोला ना मेरे को मालूम था 40 मार. 40 Hora और Falcons. मैं बोला ना तुम लोगों को मारेगी बे. मेरे को फील आ गया था.
Goodness me. Just waiting for
मेरे
them
को
on the
फील आ
wings
गया
there.
था. फील.
Fragmented.
40 Hora.
Everyone else just being shot at from 2 separate sides. It really does start to crumble.
मेरे को फील आ गया था पहले ही.
This was 4 thrives who were setting themselves up.
मेरे को सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ मेरे को फील आ गया था. 40 का तो बहुत ज़्यादा फील.
Ran up on. It's not looking good.
वर्क
whatsoever.
डन. A7
They are dispatched.
Hora पे फोकस करते हैं. तो Hora जो है ना चैट Hora
From Vision, honestly, Volt does a huge amount of work.
is a very good team first of all.
Surprised
First of all, Hora is a very good
They
team.
got a little bit too aggressive down towards
Super good
and that is
team
always the difficulty taking that high
है
grounds that
first of all.
back is not protected.
ठीक है. अब तुम लोग देखो वीवो के सामने लोग लड़ रहे, तुम देखो कैसे मारेगी होरा Weibo
teams down towards the south side of this, actually getting slightly involved.
देखना
And it's nice to see, you know, Hora getting aggressive.
तुमको लगता है रैप नहीं होगा, वो रैप होगा?
About on the dash count. Teams
और वो
maybe see
3
them as
किल
a bit
मारेगा
of
वो
a
बंदा.
passive team, but no, they've got a little bit of a bite to them.
भाई प्लीज ऐसे मत ले होरा का नाम भगवान के नाम पे. अरे देखो मेरे को इतना मालूम है कि नेपाली लोग जो होते हैं वो लोग बहुत लोग हैं जो बाहर रहते हैं, बाहर गाँव. जो रेट अभी फिलहाल चल रहे हैं वो $100 का चला रहे हम लोग. तो देख लो, मेरे को मालूम है नेपाली लोग बहुत पैसे ले रहे हैं. तो देखो यूएस में बैठे लोग तो होरा जो है ना, चैट में बोल रहा था देखो होरा का हीरो को देखो. A7 तो मार, A7 आई थिंक नहीं था अपने.
There's the pre-nade as well.
A7 शायद नहीं था अपने prediction. A7 तो मार रहे.
Yeah, I mean that's a nade you should not be missing here in
A7 मार रहे.
EWC, right? I don't think
A7 मेरे को लगता है मारेगा.
For Alpha 7 now they're surrounded. Revo, Mafioso keep things under wraps. Team Secret. They're coming over towards that building, over towards Revo is. He's got a big task ahead of him.
It was a cook on the nade, cast it out, doesn't look like it's going to be on target. Vision as well, scrapping. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side of the feed, it's all kicking off. Damage back down onto 4 primes. That was the replay that we had there with a real action here. Let's see how it goes.
There's 4 teams in this compound, dude. This is unbelievable. You've got Yangon Galacticos, Alpha 7, Team Secret, E-Arena, all battling for control here. I think Team Secret picked their moment very nicely. I think Team Vision maybe missed their moment there. But they could have come down slightly earlier as opposed to looking over towards this fight happening between Weibo as well as Hora Esports in Lakawi. I think the does have a nice spot, you know, over on this eastern side. They can stalk the opponents on the west.
मेरे जी ले ले होरा का नाम मत ले भाई. नहीं ऐसे वर्क नहीं करता भाई. ऐसे इतना इजी नहीं है ना. इतना इजी नहीं है. तुमको क्या लगा इतना इजी नहीं है. A7 गई.
A lot of chip damage being thrown out between these teams as well. Going down.
Doesn't work like this.
Another squad eliminated as they are thrown to the wayside. It's been so rough as well. Mafioso consistently just taking so much damage, having to tuck in, really doesn't have an angle to fight from at all. Smile. Be happy with that one on the peak back over. Good tag straight up.
Doesn't work like this, brother.
It's good unleash over towards E-Arena.
ये power दुबई क्यों हार गया ना?
Norman goes down after
power.
Maybe Team Vision didn't miss a trick after all, by the way. If you can clean out Hora Esports, you have a very nice ability to kind of sweep on this
Team Secret का
eastern
logo
side.
मेरे को हो गया ना पास. Thank you,
I'm very excited to see who wins out on this compound eventually. Marcelo. Again, this is what they wanted to do in the first place. Get rid of Hora Esports, then they can start to move down over towards DRX. They will cut themselves out a huge amount of space on the northeast side. And even if it goes over towards the west, they do have a scout in Never Alone, currently playing in a compound on that northwest. Huge fight ongoing inside that compound.
नहीं ले रहा भाई, ठीक है.
Alpha 7.
मैंने बोला नहीं ले रहा हूँ मैं.
Nice nade comes through again. 6 elims on the max.
Yo, honestly, you've got to give him props. Vision looking really crisp right now. That was a beautiful nade. Great timing on it. Ooh, hang on. Going to be able to get the full commit onto this, though. Looking for a window. Obviously wanted to get the pick back up. Couldn't do it. So Hora out on the adjustment there. Great work from Vision. Topping right now on the elim points. That's 8 that they're rocking with.
It's a really nice start. And Sanhok is
but
particularly
good for this Jackie. AX का एक ही बंदा गया है. 3 man alive है.
Start of the day, just
4 points already है. AX जिंदा है. Relax.
That was a nice step out from Boris.
क्या बात है बे?
Devotee, the reaction speeds of that were insane.
It's a good start.
क्या बात है बे?
The way they've read it, you play off the back of the nade into the peaks. You've got to force them into the fight. It's a good engagement actually. Like impressive stuff. They've been playing a relatively passive game rather than the hot drop that we saw to start off with.
Oh, no.
Rotations have been all right. The teamwork looked pretty good. Rough on the move here though. Limited cover.
इसका क्या कर सकते हैं? इसका कुछ कर नहीं सकते. कोई बात नहीं. Devotee भाई कोई बात नहीं. तेरे बाकी तो किधर है?
If it's quite honest, like it has been hard for them. There hasn't been too many areas to jump in. I mean, Arian will get ahead here.
एक सेकंड, इसका नाम आर्यन है।
Cyrax. It's the easy cam. Oh, hey, that's
Team
He's
Aryan
literally
Aryan
had the
है।
back line this whole time, by the way. He's been slowly making his move in, right? He's rocked up, found Influence Rage, and made the play. Oh, easy.
Fair play.
2 Elim points. Can't actually turn your nose up at that, Blank.
No, you can't.
Let's see if he does any more. I'm rooting for him.
इसका नाम आर्यन है।
Oh, footsteps heard.
ये चलेगा।
Nah, he's not joking around.
By top 8, not bad. Good start.
4 thrives though.
Good start.
so
अच्छा उसी की
It's
टीम
not
है।
that bad, considering that could have been literally
Good
like a
start.
0
Good
point
start.
game. Yeah, you'll take it.
No, he absolutely
Good
will.
start.
They got I think a 2 off the back of that.
Yeah.
Nice. Yangon Galacticos will finish off Alpha 7 who get 1 pity point in terms of placements. Any other elims that came their way. Team Secret now struggling, and this has been a great setup from Vision. Honestly, this
Good
whole
start.
time. Look at this line that they've got. You can see it right there. Looking out over towards Team Secret as well as Yangon Galacticos. As they leave that compound, not only will they be trying to tear shreds out of one another, but it also
भाई
will be
देखो
Team
सच
Vision
बताऊं तो मेरे को लगता है
some pretty deadly Vision there.
अब मैं टॉप 3 चेंज करना चाहूंगा। अब मैं टॉप 3 चेंज करना चाहूंगा। अब I will root for VSN,
Joker onto AX as they start to make
YG and
like you say, it's a good setup
Team
from Vision,
Secret.
but also liking what DRX
YG, VSN, Team Secret, let's go.
Volt still keeping the electricity going. More so than anything, right? You're gonna
बाकी लोग को निकालेंगे अपने आप ऊपर जाएंगे, बराबर कि नहीं? VSN, YG, Team Secret chat, let's go.
An understanding of the rotations in for DRX.
अपने वाले पे थोड़ी लगा रहा हूँ मैं, बाकी लोग पे लगा रहा हूँ ना, तो अपने वाले ऑटोमेटिक ऊपर जाएंगे। DRX पे लगाने की फिलहाल गरज नहीं लग रही मेरे को, बात सुनो मेरे फीलिंग्स और वाइब्स के हिसाब से जाता हूँ। अब फिलहाल देखो टीम सीक्रेट खत्म, मैं वाइब्स पे जाता हूँ। वाइब्स पे अभी YG और VSN अभी फोकस करते हैं। अरे बेबी भाई सुनो, आर्यन भाई
Fuck! You see there that Yangon Galacticos.
वाइब्स पे जाते हैं हम लोग, कुछ भी सिलेक्ट नहीं करते, समझ रहे हो? अब YG और VSN है, बट यार दिक्कत ये है कि अपने आर्यन भाई को जिंदा रहे।
Irina goes down. Iron goes down as well. That's the Yangon Galacticos. Another tag on, which takes them to 14 elims on the first map of the day. Beautiful stuff.
Not bad. Not bad.
I'm interested in. You know, they've had a pretty casual game. They really need to make it count now, though. The big 2 teams will be going head to head will be DRX and Vision.
YG का चिकन है मेरे हिसाब से। मैं अभी सुनो 4 टीम है ना, टॉप 3 डिसाइड करते हैं। YG, VSN, DRX.
Bullets raining down.
YG, VSN, DRX, ये मेरे टॉप 3 10 4 टीम
It's
में,
kind of
ठीक है?
awkward, right, with the split at least. A lot of damage onto them. With how many elims they've been able to rack up already. Wow. They're looking crisp, like, not going to lie, for the position you're in. Maybe there's still a chance to get a little bit more out of this one. Be a hell of a day if they can kick it off like this, Mike.
Falcons have to leave.
ऐसे क्लच चाहिए, डन डन बड़ी तुम देखो, अबे तुम देखो बे, मैं हूँ ना, मैं क्यों टेंशन ले रहे हो? टॉप 3 बता रहा हूँ, फैल्कन छोड़ के सब लोग टॉप 3 है, ठीक है?
Over the top, nade straight onto him as well. So Vision, it's getting risky, and that's DRX with the damage being dealt. Volt suddenly
फैल्कन छोड़ के बाकी सब टॉप 3 है।
Meanwhile, you've got DRX from the sideline with his own pushing in, nipping at their heels. They've got to be forced further forward. The nades blank with how closely grouped they are.
Whoa!
Target would finish them.
What are you doing? They drove their own teammates into
the
barrage of nades. Smile goes down and Team Falcons now looking for the finish. But it was clean from DRX. Now looking to get all their players back up on their feet. We see if Team Falcons can finish with off. It's Ralph Koa, as well as Redux.
DRX का chicken.
Either side of the circle. Preliminary grenades going out over towards the hard cover, so you know they're working with no information.
DRX का chicken. Chat.
Stepping forward, the feet are on the ground right now. DRX. They saved themselves.
DRX
could have been misery in the previous fight. The smorgasbord of
भाई
mistakes
फर्स्ट
kept
गेम
them
में
in
अगर
it to win
फैल्कन
it,
का
and
नहीं है,
Cupid
फैल्कन
tries
का
to
चिकन
unleash.
DRX
That's one clean connection back on the
गया
round. Koa low on HP.
मैंने DRX का
dealing damage right now as the elims are racking up in a position to close it and grab themselves a chicken dinner on the first game with the shots raining true. It's all on Redox. Need to be a clutch from the back line, and that's not going to happen. DRX will take it.
भाई फर्स्ट गेम के हिसाब से बहुत अच्छा खेले यार। चैट
on the main stage.
हाँ?
Very, very nice to see here for them.
First game के हिसाब से बहुत अच्छे खेले यार.
It's a good position to be in for them,
fuck?
Jackie. It really is.
एक सेकंड ना मेरे को एक चीज ऐड करनी है अपने स्क्रीन पे तो मेरे को बस 2 मिनट लगेगा.
Right, like the E-limbs, absolutely beautiful. You're taking really heads-up fights. You've been able
भाई
to build up that
साहब,
momentum.
crazy
For a
बे.
first game, that's the performance I'd want every time.
भाई
Yeah,
फर्स्ट
we
गेम
get
के
chicken
हिसाब से
dinner
अच्छा
black,
खेले.
but the blood's pumping, the comms look clean. That matters a lot.
Ralph doesn't seem
मानना
to
पड़ेगा
lose
भाई.
that game. I think that they should be happy. They were working with little to no
मानना
information there, and they really had to cut it down to the wire moving out
मानना
from
ही
that blue.
लग
They were
ना
banking
रे.
on Vision and DRX actually
मानना
fighting one
पड़ेगा.
another, and it took so long to get involved. But what was that car play?
एक सेकंड
Mate,
कुछ
it
ऐड
just
करना
felt so
है.
confusing in the
Add
moment
करने
as
दो.
well, right? Because you're like,
Why are you
okay,
backing your teammate
you've got
up?
the intense fight here. What is this playing? Like, where's this going from? The comedy error that then just unfolded into everyone, obviously, having to be closely grouped. You eat a nade, no spacing,
क्या हो
nothing
गया?
you can do. The difference of one day is just completely removing them from what was otherwise a really great sort of mid-flow of the game.
The game was unreal from Vision, and
Oh,
to
no.
end in an embarrassing moment like that does feel rough. They still get themselves a lot of points off the back of it, though, Jackie.
They really do. They really do. And a lot more action to come. So join us after the break.
अरे क्या हो रहा है ये? Fuck! अरे fuck मैं फेस कैम तो क्यों डाल रहा हूँ? चैट एक सेकंड चैट. प्लीज रुको प्लीज. हो रहा है ऑलमोस्ट हो गया. ऑलमोस्ट हो गया. बस हो गया समझ लो. यही सेम चीज अपने को ऐड करनी है. हाँ. भाई बट ये इतना बड़ा कैसे ऐड करेंगे? समझ नहीं आ रहा मेरे को. ऊपर है. Done. Sure. Yeah. तो चैट पढ़ने के लिए ये इधर से चैट पढ़ना पड़ेगा. भाई अच्छा तो खेले. भैया क्रेजी रात में 5.5 घंटा स्ट्रीम, देन मॉर्निंग 3 घंटा एंड नाउ क्रेजी न्यू मेंबर. भाई पैसे के लिए मोस्टली तो. सच बताओ तो पैसे के लिए. अगर ऑनेस्टली बताओ तो पैसे के लिए कर रहा हूँ. कुछ ऐसा बाकी कुछ सीन नहीं. पैसे के लिए मोस्टली. सच बताओ तो. सच बताओ तो. मेरा लाइव स्ट्रीम ही नहीं दिखा रहा है. ऐसे ही प्रिसाइज प्रेडिक्शन चाहिए. डन लेकिन आ नहीं रहे बट कोई बात नहीं. भाई 10 पॉइंट तो अच्छा ही है यार. हाँ 10 पॉइंट तो अच्छा ही है.
What a first match that we have had here at PMWC at EWC 25.
भाई सच बताओ
Boy, I was not expecting DRX to get that win, Max, but they came out on top.
मैंने expect नहीं किया
There's
था.
no D plus Kia. Oh.
Honestly बताओ.
But DRX or the new D plus Kia. Does that make sense? I don't know. Maybe. But South Korea here to
First
play.
time.
Feels really good. And really good entry
भाई,
points for the
मानना
East.
पड़ेगा
Playing
भाई.
it pretty safe, waiting until the very end. Got a really good nade onto Vision that really just unlocked
मानना
the
पड़ेगा.
potential for them to win that match.
It felt a bit like an underdog type of game, right? You were telling me that a lot of these teams, I mean, big teams that we were expecting to do good, they didn't end up performing that good. One team that actually ended up surprising me, and I feel like it surprised a lot of us, was Yangon Galacticos. The amount of eliminations this team got.
They're like, what the hell is happening in that Alpha 7 compound? I guess we'll send it and just eliminate everyone. They got almost double-digit eliminations that game, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So Yangon Galacticos, I think a lot of teams that here qualified through PMSLs. They made it through PMCL, the Challengers Cup, and people not really looking towards their direction too much and actually getting a really good start here on Sanhok.
I mean, Neptura, them being able to achieve 14 eliminations, that's one way that you want to be able to start PMWC.
That is wild, and I think it really is down to all of those third parties because they were really on top of the ball when it came to actually finding those opportunities to get those eliminations. A lot of them were through those third-party opportunities. They were just like, oh, there's an angle, there's a team fighting, there's an angle, let's get that angle and move on. So really, really good stuff from them. It's nice to see them step up like this.
Yeah, I mean, Team Vision here getting themselves a third place with 10 eliminations. Two teams able to get double-digit eliminations alongside Yangon Galacticos. And they had a really good third party onto Hora versus WBG. That fight was just stretched out to its absolute limits. I think it went on for about 5 minutes, if not more.
For way too long.
Yeah, and they were like, well, this fight is kind of stupid. It's taking this long. This is like, we're just going to roll on in, get those stragglers, get the few points, and after that, get a nice transition to go fight DRX.
Yep.
Unfortunately, DRX had nades, as we did see, but it was a really good start from Vision that after all of the teams that came out, I was really not having high expectations for
Yes. That was a massive surprise for all of us. I feel like with Team Vision, the way that they were able to perform here on this first match, something that actually ended up surprising me. I was expecting to have one hot drop. Instead, Max and Nev, we ended up having two hot drops.
We did. We had two of them, and then we had, what was it, Power also with Fourth Rise, that's right. But then we also had Nongshim Red Force and AXTMG, Max.
Yep.
What a weird one.
Weird.
Because normally AXTMG, for those who know, looking back at BMPS, they drop Northwest Island. They drop on the mountaintop. I think they might have been scared of a possible flex out of Power and Fourth Rise outside of Heartin. So like, we're just going to give that space away and go for Ruins instead. But Nongshim Red Force dropped there. Like, that is a known fact. And they still try and take it away, which I don't know why, because that's a bit unnecessary, but they win it, so I can't complain too much.
I want to pause it, though. Was it on purpose?
You think so?
Possibly. Now, I have seen many times before, if a team wins a hot drop that carries momentum in through the rest of the game, they're able to build on top of that and get a lot of eliminations. Sanhok is this team's best map. So for me, I'm like, okay, that's a weird hot drop. That's a weird choice. Was it on purpose? Did they think we can win this against Nongshim? Let's go for it, get that momentum and get some elims for the first game? It's entirely possible.
I feel like the reason why we're saying this could be their best map is because they do end up playing it twice at BMPS, so they have a little bit extra experience when it came to that one.
Very confident.
Now, you got a chance to talk to the Falcons coach.
I did.
And I know you were happy to mention something about this team.
I was. Pico. Shout out to him. He was talking to me about the team, and I was like, you know, are you going to play any different? Because, like, you're not playing tomorrow, all of this. And he said, no, we're just going to play normally. We're chill. And I was like, okay. Normal in these sorts of lobbies, especially the first day, is everybody kind of tiptoes around each other a little bit. Certainly in the early stages of the game, you kind of like trying to get a feel for how the lobby's going to play. Not with this team. They went all out very, very early on, and so I'm like, hey, that's not normal. Pico, you lied to me. How dare you? That's not normal. They came in with real aggression, and actually, it was really impressive. I liked it.
And it worked out, clearly, right? They gave themselves second place. If they had 4 players, maybe it would work out, but DRX were very smart about the way playing that ridge. They get control of the rocks, and then Falcons couldn't do much. But until that point, it was a very, very solid match here coming out from Team Falcons. But again, let's keep in mind, PMGC, third place, right, with Enigma Galaxy. PMGO, second place. The third place curse has been broken. Come on, if they win it here, that would be such a magnificent comeback storyline for them.
Just the line is just going to keep going up for that team. Now, another team that we were expecting them, especially with the circle that we ended up getting, Max, was Alpha 7. We thought that they were going to be able to do a little bit more, but I know you want to rage on this team because I was also raging watching what happened.
I am confused. Because Alpha 7, if you want to go for that road trifecta compound, I don't really have a big issue with that. I think that going for the DRX Ridge would maybe be a better decision overall. But instead, what do? They go right into the road trifecta compound, which is a very crashable compound. And they stay split. They have one player in each building. And guess what? Team Secret come in. Yangon Galacticos come in. Another team come in right after that. I don't really know why they decided to stay split for that long when you know your buildings. As a 2-2 or even have four crash. Go into 2 buildings as a 2-2 or even have 4 players in one building. I don't care, but you need to be set up for defense because you are not going to hold 4 buildings as a full squad.
No, it's a really, really difficult thing. But those buildings are so hard to play anyway. Like, it's so nadeable, so low ground. It's just hard. So it's kind of like you lose whatever you do, really.
It was one of those teams that you expected that team to just stay a little bit compact. It didn't end up happening to them. But don't forget that from July 25th to the 27th and August 1st to the 3rd, log into Summon Airdrops and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers to enter prize draws for official merchandise, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win. Additionally, from July 25th to the 31st, vote for your favorite airdrop partner for a chance to receive special gifts from them. Don't miss this year's airdrop carnival and unbox your surprise. I know I'm going to be doing it. Max probably has already done it, and Neptura is going to be doing it too. Now, going back to this game, I mean, one thing that actually ended up surprising me in regards to what you were saying with Falcons is how they were actually able to crash on Fireflux and take control of that southern part.
It's crazy, right? I mean, I know Blank and Jackie were talking about it a little bit there, where it's like, you're not usually able to get up there, let alone silently, especially in vehicles. So it's kind of a bit of a miracle they made it up there to begin with. And then what really impressed me was the follow-through. They got the 2 initial knocks, but they didn't leave it there. You saw Raouf actually go into the cave, spot that extra player, and get rid of him. And then later on in that Elim feed, we saw them do it again and pick off that final player. So, like, they followed through with that fight.
They didn't catch, like, fall in the cave itself.
Yeah.
Oh, was it on purpose?
I am the bad catch.
Was it on purpose?
Maybe. He had an entire backstory in that cave where he got spotted out by Raoul. But it was an interesting fight. Cave is always a little bit weird to fight around.
Yeah.
But it worked out at the end. And, yeah, Falcons able to just maneuver their way through and make it out.
It definitely did. Do you think, I know that was the only Sandhawk that we're going to be playing for today, but going into tomorrow, do you think these teams are going to be able to maybe readjust in regards to the hot drops, Max?
Like that one hot drop, I think that I want to see AXTMG give up on it.
I do too.
Frank, because
even though they won?
Yeah, because it's a 50-50, right? Yep. If they lost one player, guess what? Your chances of making it that far in the game is going to go down drastically. I think you go back to Northwest. Guess what? Camp Alpha is open. No teams dropped there, but we're also going to have different groups now. I think about it, so maybe you'd have to think about it a bit more. It might not be free tomorrow, but the previous drop was fine.
Yeah.
If you can go there again, just go and play your game.
Now, Neptura, for this match, you got a chance to talk about Team Falcons. You got a chance to talk about some of the other teams as well. Is there anything that kind of surprised you from what you saw here happen in the first game?
I kind of want to say actually Team Vision in the final phase up against DRX. I thought they could actually win it against DRX. They looked really mobile. They looked really aggressive. They had that momentum going. Just DRX's nades were able to pull through. But actually Team Vision, I was like, okay, nice. A little bit of a step up. I'm going to be looking for them.
Yeah, there was one player of DRX, I forgot who it was exactly, but that played very respectfully at one point. They were taking so much damage from Team Vision. He goes back, goes for a first aid, and the moment he comes back up, he gets onto the front line, holds a little bit more space to keep his team safe. Hopefully they don't get fleshed out. Fleshed out, they could be also. But they don't lose those players.
Yeah.
He gets in nade range, gets an amazing nade. I think he gets 3 eliminations at the end onto Team Vision, gets everyone confirmed, and then they can just start getting the res, getting full control of the high ground, and even then Falcons, I think they could have won if they pushed it right after that fight, but they had very limited information, which makes it a little bit hard for you to commit to a play when you don't know what is still available on the opposing side.
I was really happy, especially when we saw that push on Hora Esports. The way that they were able to just finish that off without losing any players, that's the consistency that I want to continue to see out of that team. Now, as mentioned, Hora, that brings something up there, Max?
Oh, no, I was going to talk about Team Vision again, actually.
Okay, go for it.
Knock onto WBG.
Yes.
They instantly send it. They were so confident, which you know some teams that maybe are playing for the first time at a global event, they're like, no, WBG? Who the hell is that? We're going to send it regardless. So I love to see a team like that, they're seen as an underdog, be confident. Yes. That is what you need if you want to go for the trophy.
I mean, the crowd is hyped. I'm hyped. I'm glad that we got a chance to see Falcons and kind of like, in a way, some of the top teams as well being able to at least put up some eliminations under here. Now, I want you to give me just a quick name. Going into Erangel, which team are you going to be looking at, Natura?
WBG.
Oh, okay, Max.
Regnum Carya.
Okay. Well, you know what? Let's send it over to Blank and Jackie, and let's see maybe which teams you guys have in mind.
Hey, thank you, Seven. I'm excited for this one, man. You know what? It's a spicy question. I'm liking it. He's not only desk hosting, he's cast hosting, he's doing it all. Go on, Blank. Who do you think? Who's going to show up here today?
Teams of what I'm looking at least. I'm kind of looking at Power, to be honest with you. And their drop over towards Yasnaya, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a potential chance that they drop alongside with Weibo Gaming. And I'd be interested to see how that hot drop happens, because a lot of times, you know, you can comfortably control Yasnaya on both sides. I do wonder if Weibo is going to be a little bit unhappy with the team dropping with them. We'll have to wait and see, because a lot of these drops can change. Also, Team Falcons in PMSL EU, they really struggle with Papara Supermassive actually dropping on top of them in Pachinki. It really hurt their league stage. I'll see if because right now Kenotrope could drop on them, potentially. But we'll see, because I do think Team Falcons needs that spot on the map to succeed, especially with Erangel being 3 matches a day.
No, I'm lucky. I like the setup here. You give some sort of good thought there for some of the storylines, Blank. I think it's in. Yeah, no worries. I got you, homie. But I think it's a good storyline as well in the sense of power, because that is actually literally like a power struggle. If you think about sort of the opening result from the first game, you do squeeze out 2 points with Easy being able to get the backstab off late onto Influence Rage. But outside of that, that was a hot drop that obviously was a heavy hand straight to the face, right? Another rough outcome here, another rough start. I feel like it compounds so quickly, dude. Day one, hot drop after hot drop. If it all starts to go wrong, you build a very slippery slope for yourselves. So I'd love to see them fix that before we're saying, oh, game 3, it's not looking great. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think for Power as well, the big issue for them is that most of the tournaments that we've seen, internationally, it's always been pretty bad start to squeezing out a qualification right at the end there, or just barely missing out on a qualification. And I think that that's something that Power just can't afford to have. When we've seen Power done the best in the past, is where they get a really clean start, they get out the gate running. That's when they do very, very well. So I think that kind of momentum buster towards the beginning of the tournament will hurt this team.
Yeah, you've got to feed the hot hand a little bit. You know, one thing that I think we noticed a lot last year as well was the difference of the body language from that team. When things are on, like you say, the confidence is there, they're feeling themselves, you see the happiness. When things aren't on, it does take a little bit of a different turn.
Al-Haji has this astonishing capability to either look like the angriest guy in the room or the happiest
Predictions देखते हैं मैच चालू ना कौन सा मैच पे अभी शायद इरंगल है शायद.
Hopefully we get to see the more happy side of Al-Haji. We want to see Al happy. That's what we want to see.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. No, 100%, man. I think that human element of PUBG Mobile is something that sometimes you'll take for granted, right? Especially more so when we're online. You don't get that all the time to see the real sort of emotions for a team, and it really does run free, especially in this kind of environment, right? Like grand stage, very different, all-encompassing with how you're sort of down in the middle, all of your other opponents around you, the crowd onlooking from all angles. Yeah, the anticipation and pressure can build up quite quickly. If you're just joining us as well, we're getting ready to kick off our second outing of the day here for the PUBG Mobile World Cup, live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the Esports World Cup 2025. First game had some great storylines to it. They broke it down very succinctly on the desk there. We were saying the highlights, well, the ebb and flow of Vision, looking like they had a great control of the early game. Good mid-portion with the fights they took. Late game, though, comedy of errors in that encounter where they sort of shoved themselves into harm's way. Blank, DRX being able to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. Very passive but smart fights. Little backstab, little moments, all building to good map control that resulted in them getting a great chicken dinner. And then, of course, Galacticus coming at you like a super villain, just ruining everyone, Blank. Eliminations on, what was that? Another elimination.
It's right, we were stacking them. We were stacking them. We were looking like a wedding cake of eliminations during that game. And I think the thing is that for Yangon Galacticos, when you were looking at them during that match, they were just compounding elimination after elimination. They went up to 7 elims, then it was suddenly 11, then we're finishing on 14. I was like, where are they all coming from? But it's just some very clean sweeps across the board. So Viandon, Galacticos, I do want to see more of that, please.
Oh, yes.
Honestly. But yeah, I think for DRX as well, it's good that you bring them up because there's some big boosts to fill for South Korea, especially after last year's PMWC with D plus actually winning that over in London. But for DRX, I do think that they have some very, very strong players on side, some very storied players on side. I mean, Hyunbin's been around for many, many years and has always been quite successful, and that's a good way to start things out. For South Korea in general, the macro is very, very good.
It really is. It really is. You know what, though? I think we're having a good time right now setting the stage, but why don't you see how much fun the players have been having? Check this out.
अरे सामो भाई मत अब मत कुछ बोलो, रहने दो यार, रिमूव कर दो मतलब प्लीज, मत कुछ बोलो यार, रहने दो, मतलब मैं सच्चे में रहने दो प्लीज, कुछ बोलो मत प्लीज। टीम आर्यन फाइनल जाए या नहीं फर्क नहीं पड़ता, बस अच्छा खेल रही टीम आर्यन, अच्छा खेल रही, अच्छा खेल रही, अच्छा खेल रही, मजा आएगा देखने। Bye. क्यों फर्क पड़ रहा है यार? फर्क पड़ता है यार, बहुत टाइम एंड एफर्ट दिया है ब्रो चीज़ों को यार। अपने ही लोग इतना क्यों मतलब हेट करते हैं यार, मतलब मेरे को आज का स्ट्रीम तो जेन्युइनली मैंने बहुत शांति से किया था यार, मैं खुद ही गाली डालता था। तो फर्क पड़ता नहीं से नहीं यार, पड़ता है यार, पता नहीं। कॉफी चाहिए, कॉफी पीते हैं।
Oh yes, as you can see, they've been enjoying themselves thoroughly. Blank winning prizes, showing us the spins with the basketballs, and exploring all the Boulevard City has to offer.
Sorry.
Yeah, I loved it. You know, they took Regnum Carya out. They had a great time. They were on the basketballs, and then they put Team Falcons in the dark room. That's where they went. They keep them guarded, you know, ready to come back and defend that title.
Hey man, there's a lot of fans. There's a lot of fans for them, you know. Yeah, the Falcons' nest, they had to roost and wait for them all over.
It's cool. They've got their own place as well. They can all practice and make sure that they're tipped off and ready to go.
And all for the fans that you can see before you. Obviously a large segment here where everyone's getting riled up.
He loves doing that.
That's what it's like the Wu-Tang, but it's the Falcons, like Bird. It's interesting.
Every time that camera's on him though,
he's going for it. He knows.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah. Camera 1, camera 2, I'm on it.
Camera 8, yeah, I've got a Falcon for you.
Yeah. Caw-caw. If you see him in the distance, he's probably doing it.
What noise does a Falcon make, Blank? What's it like, glides through the air?
Yeah.
All right, pretty good, you know. Obviously, you know, trying to get you to do a bird noise, but I'll take it. Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
That's it walking?
Was that its feet?
That was it walking.
Pretty good, actually. It's kind of realistic. Yeah.
Doing my best.
Wow. I didn't realise you were such a good Foley artist.
Yeah, no, I've got like a tambourine at home. You know, a little snare drum I use as well.
Rain stick?
Yeah, rain stick's important.
Damn.
Yeah. It was actually me who does a lot of the rain sounds for a lot of the movies.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, little known fact, you might not know this. All of the gun sounds in PUBG Mobile, that was you.
That's me.
That was actually Blank. He did those with his mouth. Like, kind of impressive, really.
It is. It's basically all the gun sounds that you hear is me walloping my lips against quite a hard material. And then I pitch it right down. And then bass boost it.
You were saying you could do the DBS live, though, right? That's one you just do normally. Yeah, do the acapella for the DBS.
Give me one.
Watch Goldie White chat and check.
There you go.
That's super
crazy.
chat.
Yeah.
Checking.
Wow. It's quite scary. I felt like we'd hot dropped. You know?
Yeah.
Wow.
Look, man. I'm looking to really improve on the S12K at some point. His thing. I quite like how it sounds, just no bass.
Right.
So I think we'll be looking
How did you do the explosive bow? Was that just, that takes some time? That one sounded quite intense.
That was difficult. I actually had to
calculate करने दो भाई, 1 second calculate करने
explosive.
Really?
Yeah.
I see. Well,
भाई 1000 रियाल.
It was pretty tight timing as well.
Yeah, I suppose
they wanted it on a Tuesday. It was a Monday. I had to string the bow myself.
God.
Yeah.
Damn. All right. Well, there you go. That was our new
Son
segment we're trying out here.
Yeah.
Facts with Blank.
Yeah. On basically instead of arrows, I was just using fireworks.
Yeah. Wow. There you go. So, all right. Brilliant. That's what we've gone for. If you enjoyed that, let us know. Check that out. Yeah, check that out. Some more of this.
मेरे को लग रहा है कि वो SR में चला गया है, ऐसा मेरे को लग रहा है.
To get underway here.
मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है चैट. क्या तुम लोग को भी लग रहा है? मेरे को लग रहा है.
Why you got some developer commentary going on?
मेरे को लग रहा है कि वो 2500 INR के जगह पे SR चला गया है.
You haven't tuned into the wrong stream. You are in the right place and absolutely the
मेरे को
right
वो
time.
लग रहा है शायद.
And I think definitely, Blank, one of the ways to describe this, mate, is it is the right time for everyone but Alpha 7 in that first game. That just felt like it was so uncomfortable. The fights that they were thrown into, trapped in the compound, looking a bit lost, and they do look a bit deflated. I'm going to be honest.
I'll put it. For the rest of the team, maybe I look a little bit deflated, but I don't think I've ever seen Brevo like not looking like that in an international.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I suppose the bar, like you got to think about the bar.
Even when he won, it was a severe look.
It was a pretty we've done it.
Yeah, and then hats off to the guy. I saw a small smile and a couple of tears when they won. And that was really heartbreaking.
Pretty mint.
That was pretty heartbreaking for me as well. It's the most emotion I've ever seen out of Revo. And I was like, damn, this actually does mean a lot to him.
It's got through his tough exterior.
We got 3 tears out of Revo, which is a big deal.
Yeah, it's mad. You don't really think of tears as individually. But
no, you don't.
Free
forever, you know.
Economy.
As soon as that third one formed, I was like, damn, this is big news.
He loves it. He's really happy. But yeah, obviously not happy at the minute. We'll see if they can perk themselves up, though. It's going to be a bit of a rough day.
The thing is that technically they had the right idea of it. Of where they wanted to play and why they wanted to play there. I think just a lot of other teams also had the same idea. And then Team Secret coming in later. It's just tough.
I think it was more just it's one of those where for a team like that, we know how they can be when they're at their absolute best. So obviously you kind of look at it with a bit of a different microscope, right? You're painting it with a different brush. So it's when you're looking at it with the fight where they set up, you had the compound to play off, but some of the missed nades, some of the missed timings on the peaks, it just felt a little bit like it's not hitting instantly. They've not woken up. It's all clicked. They're like, right, boys, we're back. Let's do it again. We could be the 2-time. We could run it back. Hyped up off it. It felt more like, okay, we've got to get into this. Like, wake up today. Let's take it bit by bit. And that's kind of what I was wondering, is how they'd look here specifically. Because I feel like it's a different caliber, right?
It is.
You've got so much emotion tied to this event.
There is a huge amount of emotion tied to this event. And funnily enough, we actually got a little bit of a surprise interview for you with Team Falcons. I'm going to check in with them, see how they're doing coming to this tournament.
I think that's really fast because the team is hardworking, same as me, and then that's the result of us getting good plays.
They will fall in second here, most likely Asara being battered back. Hora doggedly in pursuit.
I will stay in Team Falcons for now, and then I would describe it as hardworking team.
But are they a funny team?
Good team. To be honest, I can deal with that easily. I don't have any pressure, even like between the fans or anyone. So I want to be remembered as PMWC champion and MVP.
There is a sense of circle there for them.
Ooh. The confidence came from mostly from all of us training together, grinding, and every day motivating each other. It all depends how my teammates play, because nobody can play alone. I think the biggest challenge is going to be Alpha 7 on PMWC. Thank you all for following us and for supporting us, and see you on the next tournament.
Cool, with the Alpha 7 call out right away there. By the way, we are getting ready for the second match of the day, but we just want to take a little bit longer to get a chance to talk to you guys because, I mean, we got 2 hot drops in the first Sandhawk, Max. I wonder if we're going to be getting a little bit more hot drops here going into the first Erangel.
Theoretically, 2 could happen, right? We got one in Delta that's going to be Influence Rage versus Power. Power did already fight versus 4 Thrives in Heartin last game. I don't think they want to do 2 back-to-back. They lost versus 4 Thrives, so hopefully they can avoid that one. But the very important one here is going to be Regnum Carya versus AXTMG in Rozhok. You said, Niptura, last game, maybe they want to make a statement, start off hot, have a little bit of momentum. Do you want to hot drop as AXTMG Regnum Carya?
Absolutely not.
I thought you were going to say just absolutely. I was like, are you crazy?
As much as I love Nongshim and Regnum Carya, 2 different breeds at cat there, especially on an Erangel, right? Sandhawk, it's all up for debate really anyway. You can drop somewhere, but it doesn't really matter. Erangel, these drops have been decided, have been practiced time and time and time again. It's just the map that is the bread and butter. So you better be really confident that you're going to win if you're going to hot drop Regnum Carya on an Erangel.
Especially Rozhok. Literally, when I think Rozhok, I think Regnum Carya. That is the first team name that comes to mind. So if you're AXTMG, if you want to go there, you better have a game plan in mind, because that is not going to be an easy hot drop like early on Ruins.
I mean, if they're going to go for it, we know that they can win a hot drop. They were able to showcase it, but I want to refresh everybody's memory and just take a look at the match ranking from the first Sandhawk, so we see where everybody's currently standing. I mean, DRX coming out hot there with the win, 19 points. Yangon Galacticos, we mentioned it earlier too. Just what a massive surprise for me, Natura, being able to just collect those 14 eliminations and then just keep going down that list.
Sunday coattail
We
again.
do indeed, and actually I think there's a lot of teams on the top of that list, yeah, 1 game in, but that we didn't really expect to see. As you said, Sandhawk was kind of the underdog game coming into this. I mean, Yangon Galacticos, you've got Team Vision, you've got E-Arena, I think has got a lot of hype, but not necessarily a lot of sort of backup with that. Necessarily, there's a lot of people that don't know who they are, and so I feel like they have actually come into their own.
Something to keep in mind too is look how top heavy that first match was.
Oh yeah,
like 6 plays, you go from 10 all the way down to 4, and then you just keep going down 2 and 2. So this is something that a lot of these other teams gonna watch out, because if they do have pop-up performances, I mean, we're talking about how insane this lobby is. It showcases. If teams pop off, they definitely pop up in a massive way.
We got so many 0 points.
Yo,
look at those.
There's the 4 teams not playing today. No, they are playing today. Please, sir, can you spare some points? We would love some at the bottom of the ranking. But it was, as you said, 7, then very top heavy. Actually, we saw some decent points coming in for Team Secret and E-Arena. I had a very funny chat with all of the SEA talent lineup. And the Indonesian talent, I asked them, do you guys think there's any team from SEA that could win here at PMWC? And they instantly, I'm talking not even a second to think, all said no. They think no. They said E-Arena, maybe they could win, but they said Team Secret no, and the side of Alter Ego no. So that's quite surprising, because they have been favorites in the past, but even the local talent said it ain't happening, bro.
I mean, it does seem like it's gonna be just one of those things of we got to be able to get to see more from them before we start putting our faith in them.
Well, we've been talking about Sandhawk. We wanted just to do a quick little recap there on what happened and just show everybody what's happening in regards to the match ranking. But I think it's time. I think it's time we send it back to Blank and Jackie for the first Erangel.
Oh, yeah. We'll run it right back, 7. No one will even know. They'll think it's the first throw. They'll think they're tuning in, ready for this, because they damn better be. The game's going to be intense, Blank. First map, first outing, it was beautiful to see. A few mistakes made for teams, and like Max alluded to, a rough start for the many, but it is the few that have been showing up here at the Esports World Cup for the PUBG Mobile World Cup in force. Beautiful eliminations, some great teamwork, but what will we be seeing here?
It's exactly what we want to have happen on our stage right now. Over on Erangel, we're going to send it back over to the old classic.
That was good, I like that.
You did?
Yeah.
That was decent.
I told you, decent Foley artist.
Yeah, man, I got it.
Sounds down.
But match number 2 out of 18 here right now. This is Group Red versus Yellow. So we'll have the groups shifted up a little bit tomorrow. Look at this. Down towards the south side of the map. Coming from Primorsk all the way over towards Milta Power. Weibo Gaming down towards Primorsk. A really nice spot to start off in as well, to be honest with you. I think anyone that can start off in Primorsk on this kind of play path does have a big advantage.
But ये laptop मेरा नहीं है यार, मेरे को
this
details ही मेरे
western
याद नहीं आ
coast
रहे.
as well.
Fuck be.
Take a lot of vehicles, have control over towards Quarry. A massive
कर रहा
amount
हूँ,
of loot.
कर रहा
Tap
हूँ.
over down towards Primorsk.
Screen कर रहा हूँ, रुको, तब तक मैं Discord sort कर रहा हूँ. Discord में जा ही नहीं पा रहा.
That have suck over towards Sosnovka.
Yeah, quite a wide split for the scout.
That's a groin splitting split.
I don't think like what was his name? Jean-Claude Van Damme? No.
Yeah.
Was it Van Damme?
Yeah, with the jeans, with the jeans.
Yeah, it was Van Damme,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
yeah. That would be the guy. That's what we're watching here. So, the Van Damme split.
Van Damme split, you're not wrong. Oh, okay, so obviously we were alluding to this a little bit. We were setting up the fact that Power could have had a bit of a drop on the Weibo, but it's not what we've seen. Instead, it's Influence, Rage that are here, actually getting a bit of their own back for Easy, who had the flank in the first map. Obviously being able to instantly get the damage out. Al-Haji, not ideal. A big man for the team, but not able to deliver on that first encounter. For Dan as well, eaten that nade.
Ooh. But hey, Dan, just down. And it's unfortunate to see, honestly. I think what typically happens when Al-Haji goes down, he really struggles. When he's up, he plays kind of centerpiece to that role where you do need him on the off angle to support Al-Haji when he goes to those pretty insane rollouts. But yeah, now just Ragnar and Easy try and make it happen. Got the doolies.
Trying to bait on a peak. Wild spray of bullets, but teamwork's there for the close quarters engagement. It's not ideal. And again, literally the same story, Grady. This is the worst outcome, right? Just Easy left alone as the solo, if he even makes it out. But everyone's gunning for him. Want to confirm the full wipe on the squad. And Power Game going down was effectively the first full knock. Elevated angle over the top. We're going to dive onto him. Will eventually clean up. Took a bit of time to find it, but Easy's gone. You can get the save back onto him there.
पढ़ पा रहा हूँ. एक सेकंड जा ही रहा हूँ.
Spat out his chewing gum. I'm so happy about it.
Success.
That's a successful push. They chew down over towards Power. I'll tell you that right now for Influence Rage. It was actually. Yeah, I think honestly on Milta, there was no way that Easy was getting out from there. You're backing it up to where he was. It was just complete open ground. There's a couple of buildings, and they would just isolate his position, located him, targeted him fairly quickly. But it's a quick cleanup over towards Milta as well.
It was. Obviously, we were kind of setting this one up with a bit of a breakdown on the split situation there. It's 4 Thrives that would be in the middle of the group reconnecting from that side if you're making the late rotate in from Sosnovka. I am curious to see how we will actually end up playing over the course of this one, because we're setting up the idea like, oh, a bit of a chance there. We'll see if Power Game can start things off better. Didn't go that way. It wasn't the storyline we got. Again, results them going down first. You've got potential as well. I think the longer these games go on, Blank, the longer the day goes on, potentially even for them. I think this is where we're going to see more and more of that team. So much talent on there, the tip of everyone's tongue saying that this could be the chance for that side of the region. They start showing up again. So I'm curious if they're showing us a bit of innovation for some of these plays.
Yeah, I sort of understand it, where you send Sukat down towards Sosnovka on the eventuality this is a south circle. But even then, like, you could make an efficient rotation
It's
across.
unreal, bro. It's unreal. Like
Maybe it's a case where Sook in that situation just takes some pot shots over towards fourth drives as they make their way across the bridge, and then they can group up. But I think that the risk doesn't outweigh the reward here, honestly. It's going to be difficult to get back together. There's potential that Sook can take some vehicles, take a boat back around towards them.
Authenticator नावाचा ॲप त्याच्यामध्ये एक कोड आहे ना डिस्कॉर्डचा ओपन करतो ॲप.
For Falcons, on the other hand, no hot drop over towards there. Though my main takeaway from this game is because it's such a southern playing path, it doesn't really tell us too much about the drop spots, because these were a lot of backups being used.
Yeah, it's fair enough. It's fair enough. It's a good point to keep in mind, obviously, in terms of how it's going to affect things here. Give us some different results over the course of the day.
I was stressing going into the next match. So, like, do we want to drop Yas now?
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's the awkward part. Because obviously, once it kind of is forgivable,
There
it feels a bit rough,
the
you can
code.
fix it. The second time it happens, that's when it is instantly like, we're at the halfway point of the day, boys. Like,
Yeah.
It's already creeped up on us, you know?
How do you fix this? You have to get the screwdriver and kit out, figure out where the loose screw is.
I suppose at least the only blessing, like Max was saying, there is a decent gap. If you look towards, obviously, what, 6th upwards, it's not that much of a difference with points, right? So, like, obviously, if you just actually start to build your way back in, and everyone else doesn't have a crazy spread, then maybe it's not the end of the world. But the likelihood of that obviously has a lot of bells and whistles attached to it.
Yeah, and as we know, Jackie, for the group stage we're starting off with, it really isn't that unforgivable to go down too early. We're going to get 8 teams going through towards straight through, and then we have 8 teams going through to the survival stage, battling it out. Right, that's what we want to see here. So there is still a lot of chance for our squads to remain in this one for a long, long time. So it'll be 16 teams in that survival stage. 8 of our top teams will be heading straight through towards those finals we'll be playing later. So we won't really see any teams or their keys being crushed until after that survival stage.
Yeah, you've got to wait for the spectacle. Like Barney was teasing, when the iris opens, sparks will be flying. So you won't want to miss that as the action develops here. I was kind of hoping a little bit, actually, we would get a run in between these two with how good Yangon Galacticus looked into the previous matchup with Alpha 7 on the roam over. And it's DRX in the back line, so potential for the rotates in actually being quite spicy when the fights break out.
Yangon Galacticus pretty close towards what I would say is a fairly central position. Now roaming around towards gas station, and that side of the map pretty barren over towards the pizza slice that just sits on the northwest side of the map, which is very, very open. You don't really want to play around there. Always do find that cross from shooting range off to that eastern side is a bit more awkward, which is why you're seeing much more teams down towards that southeast around Yasnaya. And staying far enough away.
देखो इसमें से 24 में से जो टॉप आएगा, टॉप 8 है वो डायरेक्ट जाएगा। नहीं सुनो, ऐसे ही है। जो 24 में से टॉप 8 है वो डायरेक्ट जा रहा है। उसके बाद एक लोअर क्वालिफायर होगा जिसमें जो भी टीम्स है बची हुई उनमें से जो टॉप 8 आएगा वो जाएगा। ऐसा है। बराबर।
जैसे अपना होता है ना, जैसे अपना होता है।
LCQ है लोअर क्वालिफायर से, समझ गया।
हाँ समझ गया। बट वो सेकंड वीक बहुत रिस्की होता है वहाँ।
तीनों ग्रुप मिला के टॉप 8 और पर टीम कितने मैचेस है? 6 मैचेस ही है। 6 मैचेस ही रहेंगे शायद। ओवरऑल टॉप 8 आना ना, बस आ जाए भाई लड़के अपने।
भाई कोशिश ये प्रे करना है गाइस कि फर्स्ट वीक में निकल जाए बस। सेकंड वीक का रिस्क नहीं लेना। क्यों स्नैक्स?
हाँ पहले वीक में कर ले यार। लव फ्रॉम उत्तराखंड, थैंक यू मेरी सन।
12 मैचेस रही भाड़को।
और कहाँ है अपने लड़के? रोजॉक के ऊपर है। रोजॉक है 12 मैचेस है ना डब्लू। रोजॉक लुट रहे अपने है ना, क्लोज है भाई। 2 टीम है, रोटेशन मार रहे भाई। रोटेशन फाइट है गाइस।
Of the fields right here.
Ball back
कर दिए लोग।
Which is just
flashing
ground, and then the pizza slice I was talking about.
3 टीमें ये लोग ऑलरेडी YG वाले यहाँ पे होल्ड कर रहे हैं। YG वाले स्नैप ब्रिज से किसी को क्रॉस करने नहीं दे रहे भाई।
Kind of triangle slice that is fairly open too.
और अपनी AX भी रोटेशन मारने के लिए अगर रोजॉक ब्रिज से जाए तो वहाँ पे एक टीम बैठी है भाई।
2 or 3 teams going down over the course of the next circle.
12 मैचेस ना, ठीक है बराबर। ब्रो ये जोन है ना पब्लिक, दर्दनाक जोन है ये जोन सबसे डेंजर जोन रहता भाई ये। जो अपना ये पोटैटो हिल और ये जो अपना ये जो रिकॉल वाला घर है ये एरिया वाला जोन है ना सबसे डेडली रहता ब्रो, सबसे डेडली फाइट होती नो वे आप फाइट करे बगैर पहुंच जाओ। अब आपकी किस्मत है कंपाउंड होल्ड कर रहे हो, जोन वहां पे आपके ऊपर बन गया तो बन गया, वरना एंट्री लेना है तो जोन में तो भाई फाइट लेना है। अपनी टीम की फाइट होगी आज, डायरेक्ट ऐसा इजीली नहीं मिलेगा।
difficult to see because we are cramming 15 teams into a small
ये
space, avoiding that fielded area.
सोललेस उसमें था ना पहले जब मैं खेलता था, क्या नाम था उसकी टीम का?
Some of this remaining compounds.
नहीं वो गॉडलेस है, सॉरी वो गॉडलेस अलग बंदा है, अलग बंदा
the lake. It's a weird circle. It's a very weird circle. I do like this position
को देखने एक्साइटेड हुआ। नया प्लेयर है A7 टीम में, बाकी तीनों पुराने प्लेयर हैं। ये कब से खेल रहे मालूम है तीनों दादा? वो माफियोजो करिलो जब से 2018 से मैं खेल रहा हूं, 2018 से ये लोग अभी तक खेल रहे लोग और इस लेवल पे खेल रहे तीनों।
ये इसी ऑर्ग में है शुरू से? शुरू से इसी ऑर्ग
में? शुरू से
बाप रे।
माफियोजो में भी बाद में आए और रेवो करिलो दोनों साथ में, तीनों बहुत पुराने प्लेयर हैं।
It's Mafioso just playing on the lip here of the rock face.
क्या बात? इरांगल है भाई, ये मजा आता है रे भाई, इसकी रोटेशन देखने इरांगल में, फाइट देखने मजा। सैनॉक चलो ठीक है, आजकल तो सैनॉक में गाड़ी से रोटेशन कर रहे हैं चैट, पहले तो है ना 2018-19 में गाड़ी को डर के मारे नहीं लेता था कि गाड़ी की आवाज बंदों को चले जाएगी,
हाँ ना,
सब है ना पैदल भागते थे भाई जोन में। आज देखो 4 गाड़ियों में सैनॉक में रोटेशन कर रहे।
सैनॉक में तो कभी नहीं देखते थे स्नैक्स गाड़ी में घूमते हुए,
कभी नहीं। अरे अब पूरी टीम्स पैदल जाती थी। स्काउट करने वाला बंदा भी आईजीएल जो भी स्काउट करता है टीम में, वो खुद पैदल जाके स्काउट करता था ब्रो, वो मैटर था वो टाइम पे।
स्नैक्स तेरे को मैं 2 मिनट नीचे ड्रैग कर रहा हूँ, फिर खींचूंगा वापस, तू बोलता रहियो ठीक है? सिड भाई आया। आई सिड्डी बॉय क्या हाल है? अरे यार तुम कब से इतना सोचने लगे? तुम्हारा ये भाई इतनी स्ट्रेस ना लिया करो, और तुम्हारी जब गलती नहीं है।
अरे भाई कुछ हुआ ही नहीं गोल्डी भाई, मतलब मैं कितना ट्राई कर रहा हूँ यार इम्प्रूव करने को यार।
अरे ठीक मैं
अरे खराब ये लगता है कि जब अपने ही लोगों के साथ लोग लड़वाते हैं कि स्नैक्स की वॉचिंग देख के इसकी गांड जल गई, स्नैक्स का स्ट्रीम देखो। मेरे को आदत है बेंचों बाहर वालों को चोदने की, वो ज्यादा हर्ट करता है यार मेरे को कि अपने ही फैन बेंचों स्नैक्स से जल रही है।
वो तो मेरी चैट में भी आया था, मैंने सीधा मेंबर्स ओनली कर दिया था।
वो मेरे को ज्यादा हर्ट किया यार, मतलब मेरे को आदत है बाहर वाले की गांड मारने की।
अबे भाई अपने सीड करे स्नैक्स करे तो भाई हमारे लिए तो प्राइड की बात है। सीड करे बिंग्स करे, जिसकी भी वॉचिंग आए वो तो कलेक्टिव क्या बोलेंगे हम, हमारा पार्ट तो ऐसे डीएल का ही है ना। बट वही है कि मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ भाई, आप देखो जो चलो मैं जस्टिफाई नहीं कर रहा यहाँ पे, ना डिफेंड कर रहा जो भी मोनाली ने क्या बोला क्या नहीं, मुझे नहीं पता। आई हैव नॉट इवन सीन दैट स्टेटमेंट, बट फॉर द फैक्ट दैट चैट एक सिंपल MSD फॉरएवर भाई, चैट बैन दो। ये सब रॉकेट लगा के आगे नाम के आगे, ये आज मैं बता रहा हूँ इम्पोस्टर बहुत सारे आए हैं। ये लाख आदमी 1.5 लाख आदमी जो अचानक से बीजी ये गेम्स देख रहा है ना, वो समझ जाओ वो अचानक से सारा का सारा एसएडीएल फैन एक्टिव नहीं हुआ गेम्स देखने के लिए, समझ रहे हो ना? ये तो अपने डैडी भी बदल लेते हैं, तो नाम बदलना इनके लिए कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है। अरे सीरियस ये सब वॉच पार्टी में यार इतना, ये तो आज रेस्ट शोर था ना, जिस चीज की वॉच पार्टी है टॉक्सिसिटी आज होनी है।
हाँ मतलब मैं तो एकदम नॉर्मली कर रहा था, वो एकदम ट्विटर खोलता वही गलत है यार।
मत खोला कर भाई, मत खोला कर। मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, ट्विटर पे ऐसी चीजें होती है ना, तुम उस दिन मैंने अर्श को भरा कि भाई ये सोल कम्युनिटी तो मेरे को जितना मुझे पता था ये तो हमारी मॉडरेटेड कम्युनिटी होनी चाहिए थी ना, मतलब जो पहले बात थी कि हम लोग ही उसको बनाएंगे अपनी कम्युनिटी को, या टॉक्सिसिटी ना किसी के अगेंस्ट होगी, और खाली उसमें चल रहा है हु इज बेटर, मॉर्टल, थग और गोल्डी। मैं बोला भाई ये क्या कर रहे हैं लोग, और लोग वोट भी कर रहे हैं और कमेंट भी कर रहे हैं। मैं बोला ये आपस में फाउंडर्स में लड़ाई लगवा रहे हैं, और इसमें ये नहीं है चैट की कोई भी बात को जो बात ओनस लेने वाली है उसमें लिया जाएगा ओनस, बट फिर हर चीज के लिए
नहीं करता हूं। मैंने बहुत आई मेड मिस्टेक्स, मैंने गालियां दी है, मैंने पास्ट कपल ऑफ वीक्स आई बीन ट्राइंग टू बी मच बेटर। मैं गाली देना,
मैं भी वही बात बोला, मैं ये नहीं बोला कि स्ट्रीट हैज बीन ऑलवेज
फनी वॉच पार्टी, मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा मैं दूध का धुला हूं। मैं बहुत ट्राई कर रहा हूं, इंप्रूव कर रहा हूं, वॉच पार्टी ब्लॉग्स बना रहा हूं, कंटेंट निकालने को ट्राई कर रहा हूं। आई हैव बीन ट्राइंग टू बी बेटर, मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि पहले किया है तो मतलब जिंदगी भर मेरे को गाली डालते रहोगे। आई एम ट्राइंग टू बी मच बेटर, और इतना भी हेट मत करो यार, मतलब इतना यार क्या लिख रहे हैं? मेरे को रोना आ गया, थक्का मैसेज देखा तो मेरे को रोना आ गया स्ट्रीम पे। उसके लिए भी पोस्ट सारी की एक्टिंग कर रहे हैं, मतलब इतना हार्टलेस हो गए हो यार तुम लोग, इतना हेट करते हो मेरे से यार।
नहीं वो देखो सिड भाई, देखो आप, मैं आपको एक बात और बताऊं, ऐसे में जो आपको प्यार करने वाले हैं उनकी तरफ देखो, और सबसे बड़ी बात हम लोग जो आपके साथ खड़े हैं उस चीज को देखो। अगर अरे यार आप एक जायज सी बात समझो सिड भाई, अगर हम नहीं तुम्हें जानते होते तो हम ही नहीं तुम्हें बोल देते, या हम ही कुछ ऐसा नहीं एक्शन ले लेते। अगर हमें लग रहा होता कि तुम ही गलत हो, तुम ही इसका शुरुआत हो, या तुम्हारा ही रोज, बट अभी क्या है, सॉफ्ट टारगेट एक सिड मिला हुआ है तो पे लो। पहले मैं साथ में था थोड़ा, तो मैं तो फिर उसके बाद तो जब से एसेट रिलेटेड स्टेटमेंट्स देनी बंद करी है मेरे, तो फिर लेना देना बंद हो गया। वही है सिड भाई, 10 आएंगे, 10 हराम जा जाएंगे, उसके अगेंस्ट 1000 प्यार करने वाले भी हैं। आपकी बाकी वॉच पार्टीज में कोई हरा है क्या? कोई तोड़ रहा है आपके सामने? बस चाहे वो वैलो की वॉच पार्टी के नंबर रहे, चलो बिंग्स और आप दोनों एक्सीलेंट रहे।
अरे तोड़ रहा है तो मैं आई वुड बी मोर देन हैप्पी कि मेरा ही बंदा।
और भाई अगर हमारा, मैं बोल रहा हूँ, अगर स्नैक्स करे, रेगा करे, थक करे, सिड करे, मैं करूँ, भाई सब एक दूसरे को सपोर्ट ही करेंगे ना। स्नैक्स 100 की आ गई ना, वॉचिंग 100 की, मैं तो बोला ही था आज 100 की आनी है स्नैक्स की। सिड मूड मत खराब कर भाई, मैं फिर बोल रहा हूँ, स्पेशली देख वो जो भी है, तुम एक बार अपने मॉड से बस बात कर लेना, मोनाली से भाई, थोड़ा सा केयरफुल रहे आगे से। और बाकी भाई देखो, हर चीज के लिए बैश करना ठीक है, इट्स नॉट राइट। मतलब ये तो, मतलब तुम लोग तो 1 मिनट लगता है बोलने के लिए, मजाक है, जलता है भाई, सामने वाले को क्या फील हो रहा है वो देखते हो क्या? तुम लोग तो नहीं कभी आते थे, तुम लोग तो कभी नहीं, मतलब इस तरीके से बोले कि अप्रिशिएट करने के टाइम पे कि
यार, मतलब स्नैक्स के साथ कंपेयर करके वो विराट कोहली से मिला था, मेरे को उसको देख के मेरे को ज्यादा खुशी हो रही थी। मतलब ये सब मत करो यार, ये चीज का मेरे को ज्यादा बुरा लगा यार। तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता, बाहर वाला कोई बीट कर रहा है मेरे वॉचिंग को तो मैं गान का जोर लगा दूं उसको। अंदर वाले ये क्या है, इट्स नॉट अ कंपटीशन यार, मतलब इस ओके। एनीवे, बुलाओ स्नैक्स को, मैं एंजॉय करता।
और दूसरी चीज चैट, एक और बात बता दूं आपको, जो आप बोल रहे हैं नो हिट टू सिड, बट दैट मॉड इज वो, मैं आज सिड, आज शाम को जैसे ही वॉच पार्टी खत्म होती है, मुझे तुम्हारे वो मॉड्स को ना सबको मेरे डिस्कॉर्ड में बुलाना, मैं सबको पर्सनली सबको समझा दूंगा डूज एंड डोंट्स, उसके बाद रेस्ट एश्योर्ड चीजें नहीं रिपीट, ठीक है? अब मजे करते हैं। सिड भाई प्लीज चेयर अप, आई कैन नॉट सी यू लाइक दिस, मतलब फिर उसके लिए चाहे फिर मेरे मुंह से 2-4 किसी के लिए निकलेगी, मैं पहला जाऊंगा।
नहीं
इससे अच्छा ये है कि आप ही शांत हो जाओ। नेक्स्ट चीचा 100 के ओपी दी चैट बोलते, आजा छाती पे चुम्मी दे,
दादा छाती ले लो, छाती की सेलिब्रेशन करेंगे, पहले मैच इंटरेस्टिंग है अभी,
पहले छाती पे चुम्मी
जोन देखना है बस,
छाती पे चुम्मी दे, मैं तो चल रहा हूं,
पानी में से तैर के जाना पड़ता, ऑप्शन ही नहीं है। या तो डैमेज लेके जा सकता है अभी भी भाई, डैमेज लेके गाइस, जोरोजो का ब्रिज लेके अभी भी ले सकता है जोन।
मर गई ना टीम,
जा सकते नहीं, जिंदा है दादा, फैल्कन को अभी तक पिन करके चारों जिंदा है। अभी एक ही ऑप्शन है, अगर गाड़ी लेके जाना है, ब्रिज क्रॉस करो, डैमेज लेके, या तो फैल्कन को मार के 4 किल लो और पानी से जाओ,
डैमेज लेके अंदर जाओ,
पानी से जाना रिस्क मुश्किल है यार,
डैमेज दो,
पानी
अंदर जाओ,
अंदर आओ, पानी से जाना बहुत मुश्किल है भाई, गाड़ी लेके जा सकते यार, देखते निकला आर्यन, फाइट ले रहे, 4 किल लेने का ट्राई है, 4 किल लेने का ट्राई है, नहीं आर्यन निकला, जा रहा है क्या जोन पर? नहीं यार, बट एक चीज अच्छा किया, वो आगे जाके रुक गया भाई, पिन कर रहा है, डिस्ट्रैक्ट कर रहा है बॉयज, दोनों मार भाई, क्या डिस्ट्रैक्ट किया भाई उसने गाड़ी से, चल 4 किल ले मार, और एक नॉक, चल कोई नहीं, लास्ट बचा, अपने 2 नॉक हो गए,
अपने 3 नॉक हो गए,
अरे फक, अरे
और पूरे वो भी खत्म,
अरे अपना गाड़ी से गिर के नॉक हो गया है,
अरे रे,
अरे यार गाड़ी से गिर के नॉक हो गया यार,
ये थोड़ा नर्व्स है, ये फर्स्ट लाइन का थोड़ा नर्व्स है, ठीक है।
अरे एंटी रे, पहले 2
सिर्फ फर्स्ट लाइन के हिसाब से लौंडे भाई इंटरनेशनल
सॉलिड
खेल रहे हैं, अच्छा डर नहीं रहे,
गांड पड़ गई देख के, सॉलिड खेल रहे हैं।
सॉलिड खेल,
जाऊंगा कल वेन्यू पे देखने जाऊंगा। मजा आएगा.
On towards the center of the circle. As we said before, Weibo have just not been able to move all that
Snacks
much.
तेरे को चाहिए क्या कुछ टेंशन बूथ से?
टेंशन बूथ लगा है?
हाँ.
वो तो बोल रहा था नहीं लगा. HF तो
आज क्या है? कल से लगा. कल से आज से चालू होगा.
अच्छा कल लगा है. थोड़ा बताओ क्या है उधर जाके.
मैं आज गया नहीं हूँ. खुद भी जाऊँ.
जाओ तो बताओ. सिड का मूड चेंज करो. मूड सही हो जाएगा धीरे धीरे.
But you're at a close second, still able to build more as well. We've got 4 players alive. Now, off the back of what was a crazy dive in, Order still from a position to find more impact. Team
और पता है चैट देखो सीड है. मैं हूँ हम लोग जो स्नैक्स के अंदर एज अ प्लेयर उसको नॉलेज उसको एज अ प्लेयर ये रास्ते वो रास्ते यहाँ से जा सकता है. वो अपन कभी नहीं भूल पाएंगे. अपन आते हैं मस्ती करने के लिए, एंटरटेन करने के लिए. ठीक है. वो कंपैरिजन बनता भी नहीं है. This is absolutely bullshit. वो भी आपस में सेटल के बंदे.
इन जनरल में एक लास्ट टाइम बोल देता हूँ. अभी तक जिसको भी हर्ट किया है भाई, जिसको भी मेरे से कोई प्रॉब्लम है, एकदम from the bottom of my heart final time sorry बोल रहा हूँ. मेरे को नहीं झेलना है ये कभी. I've been trying to be much better. From the bottom of my heart जोड़ के आप लोग से माफी मांग रहा हूँ जिसको भी मेरे से तकलीफ है. इसके आगे अगर कुछ करता तो छोड़ देना, बट अभी हो सके तो मेरे को माफ कर देना प्लीज. फाइनल टाइम.
अरे सिड भाई यार आप इतना भी वो मत रहो. ठीक है जितना है आप 10 बार बोल चुके हैं. यू आर ट्राइंग टू ब्रिंग थिंग्स बेटर. एंड मैं चैट आज ऑन रिकॉर्ड बोल रहा हूँ जितना सिड को बिहाइंड द सीन मैं मतलब जब भी मेरे को लगता है इज गोइंग लेफ्ट राइट सेंटर जितना मैं उसको समझा देता हूँ ना. आई डोंट. और कभी सिड ने मुझे पलट के ये नहीं बोला नहीं गोल्डी भाई ये एक्सक्यूज है. वो चीज नहीं रिपीट हुई जो मैंने बोल दी. एंड ठीक है ना उनका नेचर है वो उसका नेचर शुरू से एक्सट्रोवर्ट रहा है. अब नहीं तुम लोग को समझ आ रहा एक्सट्रोवर्ट नेचर. ही ट्राई टू हम्बल डाउन हिमसेल्फ, कूल डाउन करेगा. वो अपना इज ब्रिंगिंग आउट हिज गुड साइड, हिज कॉमेडी साइड. वो तुम लोग को अच्छा लग रहा है बट वहां पे भी फिर सपोर्ट करो. बट फिर हर बात पे पुरानी बात को लाना इट्स नॉट रीजनेबल. बाकी सिड भाई आप भी थोड़ा जो वो है ये ट्विटर से दूर रहो. बहुत ही गंदी जगह है. मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ बहुत ही गंदी जगह है. कहाँ की बात कहाँ ले जाते हैं कुछ आइडिया नहीं है भाई इन लोग का. इनकी गलती भी नहीं थी आज तो. डेफिनेटली कोई गलती नहीं है भाई. डेफिनेटली नो. मैं तो नहीं मानूंगा इस चीज. मेरे को थक ने पूरा मैटर बताया.
That's the last remaining member of E Arena as well, just down towards the coastline there in Joker. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 low here on resources, but can they build back up from forcing out? What are you doing, Korea?
Nai Akalagda by Tumhi A's Deck K. Share up share. Hum sab tumare sauce high hang.
अच्छी बात. रवि भाई गलती तो मान रहे हैं ना अगले. अब तुम पीछे ही पड़े रहोगे. मैं तो मना नहीं कर रहा आप लोग के. आप लोग हो तो जो हम लोग हैं. नहीं बिल्ला भाई मैं चैट डिलीट मत करो. ही इज नॉट गिविंग एनी हेट. वो सिर्फ बोल रहा है कि हम मॉड की सुन के क्यों लेंगे. ठीक है समझा देंगे मॉड को. अपोलोजाइज करा देंगे उनसे है ना. गलती हुई है उनसे गलती हुई है. उनकी गलती को फिक्स करेंगे है ना. मैं समझ रहा हूँ वो चीज सिड नहीं समझ रहा ना. सिड थोड़ा सा आज भाई बंदे भी थोड़े से ज्यादा इधर उधर के आए हैं. थोड़ा वो भी रियलाइज करो.
गोल्डी भाई मतलब वो एक ही पोस्ट 4-5 अलग-अलग अकाउंट से 4-5 कम्युनिटी में शेयर हुआ है. अरे तो कोई बात नहीं छोड़ो. फक इट. विल नॉट टॉक अबाउट इट. मैंने बोल दिया कि एनीबॉडी फेल्ट बट आई एम सॉरी. आगे से
बस करो. अब इतना सॉरी बोलने की भाई बस हो गया. गलती हो गई 2 बार सॉरी बोल दिया.
I think that was a good game from Regnum Carya, all things said. They just got themselves into a position
हो गया. बात खत्म. रात खत्म. वो है कैसे हो दादा. लव यू तुम भाई. लव यू. बढ़िया है. सिड भाई को देख के थोड़ा मन उदास हुआ. ऐसे नहीं होना चाहिए भाई.
definitely should feel a little bit guilty about what he just
गलती
did.
है, मैं बोल ही रहा हूँ गलती हो जाती है, इंस्टा कर लेंगे दिनेश भाई आफ्टर मैच
good nade up towards Regnum Carya earlier.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like you say, if you can at least recover it individually, then it'll be all right. We can
यहाँ पे हम
forget
लोग
about
ने
the bad
इतना
times,
राइट
the
गेम्स वगैरह का
possibility of
मर्च
it
ले लिया गोल्डी भाई
maybe
कि
being
वो
better than
बंदे ने
it
सीधा
should
हम
have
लोग को
been.
बोले स्पेशल गिफ्ट
But we'll
लेके आ
go
रहे हैं हम
from
लोग के
here.
लिए
You forced out the team
हाँ
underneath, so no one blocking your path. It
किसी के
allows
पास
at
भी
least a
नहीं
bit
है
of a
ऐसा कुछ
reset
लेके
from
आया
Hora.
है
A lot invested into
ओहो
that.
इतना
Unfortunately
मर्च
for
खरीद
them,
लिया
I'm
हम
hoping
लोग
it'd be way cleaner, right, on the
देखा
dive
मैंने
in with a
शॉपिंग
third party.
भर भर
You
के
get left with just 2 players.
बट फिर मेरे को
It can slow
टेंशन
you
के
down.
स्टॉल पे बोलना ना
So
क्या
many
है
nades used as
हाँ
well
मतलब
from
थोड़ा
them,
सा
so
कुछ
back
लोग ये बोल रहे हैं कि वो
pockets
सिर्फ एक
relatively
प्रमोशनल
empty,
स्टॉल है फॉर
and there's
सेल
not
कुछ
much
नहीं
to
होगा
pilfer
शायद
from
बट
what was
कुछ लोग
underneath.
बोल
Oh,
रहे
I
हैं
see.
तो वो भी मेरे को
Yeah,
check
this is
करना
such a weird circle as well. You do not see
जब
this kind of
जब से
circle
X पे one could
for
buy
many,
verification,
many
it
months at
became a
time.
complete mess in the fish
It's a
market.
very, very odd one.
सबके
I don't
सब
think I
बढ़ने
see the
लगे
circle
मॉड
end up
गलती
round
की
here
है
for a long,
we'll teach
long
them the right way
time.
way. वो भी इंसान है
Pretty
यार आप
much
बोलो
four
आपने लाइफ
drives,
में
those
गलतियां नहीं
Fireflies
करी
do have a big
अक्षय भाई वही मैं भी बोल रहा हूँ
because they have the ridge line to play around.
Scrutinizing
between
so
one
much
another. It's going to be Hora,
cause
Fear, Alpha 7, Team Secret,
ठीक है
potentially Irinu is going to
उसके
be
लिए फिक्स
himself
करेंगे ना
involved.
बात करेंगे मोनाली से भी
Obviously,
she's not also
the big
not a
difficulty
kid
though for 4 Thrives and Fireflux is that eventually that ridge line is
अच्छा
going to be useless. And they
सिड
have to move
विली
up
आया
towards that
चैट
north
में बोल
side.
रहा है एक्सपीरियंस स्टोर है
अच्छा नहीं है मतलब फॉर सेल
नहीं सेल के लिए नहीं है खाली जाओ पबजी खेलो ऑनर वो ऑनर डिवाइस
expiry
पे
date they've had on this one. No fear, the last to fall as Revo will get revenge for
सब
the
बढ़िया
damage
यार
back over into the previous encounter towards the bridge, and he can save his teammates. You will still have 2.
कोई बताएगा क्या शेखर भाई भूल जाओ जो हुआ बात खत्म रात खत्म स्टेट भाई की स्ट्रीम पे सारे के सारे जाओ यहाँ से और सब लोग फुल प्यार देके आओ और जो लाल टीम को लाल पत्ती देके आ सकते हैं लाल पत्ती दे दो थोड़ा और बहुत खर्चा कर दिया उसने
ये जोन से कुछ याद है गॉब्लिन का ये वो वाला जोन है क्या 12 किल वाला
हाँ वही चला था ना पर ये गिर गया नीचे ये वही किल है ना गॉब्लिन ने जो नेड पहले मारे थे फिर ऊपर छत पे चढ़ के किल्स निकाले थे वही किल है ना दे दादा लाल पत्ती लव यू किरण भाई
Next one's going to start to push them, and to be honest, in that moment, Team Secret likely wanted to start finding a bit of a foothold.
मना कर रहे सिड भाई ये मना कर रहे हैं ये वाला नहीं है
ये वाला नहीं है
ऐसा ही तो था वो भी ऊपर चढ़ के मार रहा था घरों पे
Circle is going to continue to push them further inwards. I like the way 4 Thrives is playing this. They've got that lineup, so even if Fireflies are able to send a nade across, they've got way more space to play in, and they are taking advantage
He
of that
doesn't want
space
S
as
power
well.
in Soul.
These
Why is he
nades are going to
made?
be absolutely
Because
sublime
Soul
for
का
Fireflies.
सिड के पास सारा अथॉरिटी है सारे राइट्स है and 8-bit के नहीं है
Good comms on it, slightly staggered with the nades going over, looking to make sure they can commit onto the knock player just a little bit shallow. It's such a substantial.
तुम लोग आज मौका ढूंढ रहे हो ना सब चीजों का मैं समझ रहा हूँ क्या करना चाह रहे
आई एम सो ग्लैड आपने आंसर दे दिया गोल्डी भाई थैंक यू वेरी मच
This could be good. Perfect timing. Wait, peek up, slap back over the blank. It's not for free. They're actually able to at least get a
ये वो
quick
वाला
trade
जिसमें
onto
अंकित
him.
ने बोला था भारत की सर्वश्रेष्ठ टीम
Bush had a framework made of metal, stopped that buggy in its tracks.
अच्छा वो यासना है के पास वाला था
Ruined by that moment. They really just want to get across and start taking shots from the 2 players remaining from 4 Thrives.
पाकिस्तान PMWC का थंबनेल देखो
As will Scarface, and it's looking pretty grim.
भाई कुछ अड़छड़ ना हो पहले मैं अकेले में देखूंगा
Carrillo as well as Revo. I mean, that is a dynamic duo and a half, and they could make something work out of this game.
Potentially so. There's always a chance. There really is. Fortunately for 4 Thrives, now it's just one that has to thrive. That's all
Solo
that's left
13
for
की
them.
तो वो तो वही
And
गेम
like
था
you
ना
say, a bit of a split there. 2 teams. In terms of the battle of attrition,
Sideline.
3 players alive, but limited
सिड भाई
resources
पाकिस्तान
to
वाले
play
उसमें
with.
चैनल पे डाला है
Really
PMWC
isn't
में
there for most of these squads.
थंबनेल में लिख रहा है जंग का वक्त हो
One
चुका है
another, it's risky. It's all or nothing. You've got to peek in, offer teammates contact, and commit to those elims. You
Sadly, that
can't
community
mess
is more
around on
toxic
this
than
one.
Padosi core model soul fan whenever this toxic
Very
slowly they are turning.
agitated, obviously aware of the Alpha 7.
I don't know Bharat bhai, I don't know मतलब but for the fact यार हम सिड को आज 5 साल से जानते हैं भाई जितना ऐसा he is not the guy to be scrutinized so much man मतलब जहाँ वो उसको पता होता है जहाँ उससे गलती हुई है वहाँ वो रेडी भी रहता है उस चीज का consequences face करने बट इतना स्क्रूटनी तो आई थिंक दिस इज गेटिंग आउट ऑफ हैंड। अब फ्रॉम गॉडलाइक सिड को बोलो, लोग बोलते रहे कि बेस्ट वॉची स्ट्रीमर है वो इंडिया का। नो कैप यार, नो कैप, बेस्ट वॉच पार्टी स्ट्रीमर है। जीजीस A7 won this.
Love you, brother heart.
जर्सी सेक्सी है ना अल्फा 7 की, सिंपल सोबर। बट ये निकल जाते हैं चैट, ये जो ये सिल्वर सिल्वर है ना सब,
हाँ ये निकल जाते हैं, 2 वॉश में निकल जाते हैं, इसके लिए
2 वॉश में बाहर आ जाता है। हाँ। अपन ने एक एसएडीएल की हुडी बनाई थी ऐसी सीट, याद है?
हाँ निकल जाता है, तुरंत निकल जाता है।
उसका एसएडीएल ही
तुम लोग ने एम्ब्रॉयडरी वाली जर्सी देखी है कि नहीं? हम लोग नहीं दिखाई है उधर, नहीं देखी है।
नहीं एम्ब्रॉयडरी वाली देखी है क्या? नहीं दिखाई, वहाँ लगी थी ना डिस्प्ले पे।
हाँ पहन के तो आया, रुक ला रहा हूँ। तेरे को चैट मिलेगी। I don't know if you've seen this. This is our EWC jersey.
Towards that hardwood, towards that tree line, instead of sitting behind that vehicle, you have a much better chance.
ये जो पैच है, it is completely embroidered.
Just that menacing characteristic from Alpha 7 that kept Team Secret.
Also, just saying, जो merch का store है वहाँ पे, full life नाम है उस store का, वो बंदे ने खुला बोल दिया जब हम लोग वॉक इन किए, दिस इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट जर्सीज वी हैव। आई हैव सीन बोला उसने, क्योंकि उसको मालूम नहीं था कि ये होने वाला है, स्टॉक होने वाला है नेक्स्ट सीजन। आपको इधर सेंटिनल्स की जर्सी का क्या सीन है मालूम है कि नहीं गोल्डी भाई?
नहीं।
310 रियाल प्राइस थी सेंटिनल्स की जर्सी की, मतलब अप्रोक्सीमेटली आप पकड़ लो
7000 रुपए।
वो लोग ने 310 की जगह गलती से 130 में प्रिंट कर ये कर दी, सेल पे लगा दी। 2 हफ्ते में आउट ऑफ स्टॉक हो गए जर्सी। तो
स्टोर वालों की गलती थी।
हाँ स्टोर वालों की। 310 की जगह पे 130 में बेच दिए, वो सारे लोग गायब कर दिए सेंटिनल्स की जर्सी।
103 में दिया है दादा, 130 में नहीं, 103 में। मेरी चैट में बता रहा है एक बंदा 103 में दिया है।
अच्छा 103 हम लोग वो डिजिट्स मिसमैच कर दिए वो लोग ने।
इसमें लव फ्रॉम होरा स्पोर्ट्स, थैंक यू काजी गुरु। भगवान से प्रे करता हूँ दादा और आगे बढ़े, थैंक यू यार, शुक्रिया शुक्रिया। थोड़ी एसएटीएल की छोटी मोटी नजरें लगी हुई है, वो बस भगवान से प्रे करो वो नजरों से बस बाहर आए हम लोग और काम पे। और एंड कुछ लोगों के लिए मैं बोलना चाहूंगा जो आजकल बज रहे हैं EWC के बाद क्या, तो तुम लोग को बता दूं असली शिट शो शुरू होगा EWC के बाद, जहां तुम लोग की सोच खत्म होती है ना बहुत सबकी। फिर देखना EWC के बाद अब क्या होने जा रहा है नेक्स्ट।
अपना
दैट इज आल्सो वंस इन इंडिया, फर्स्ट टाइम इन इंडिया।
है
क्या चीज सेठ भाई?
क्या फर्स्ट टाइम?
अरे वो बोल रहा हूँ व्हाट्सएप पे, उसकी तैयारी है ना as soon as EWC gets over.
ओह अच्छा समझा।
We'll keep things rolling the whole year, dude. Nothing can stop us. Nothing. जब तक लोग फॉर्म भर के EWC तक पहुंचेंगे हम तब तक कहीं और ही निकल लेंगे। Danger Bhau is well toss now, name change. Thank you dada. Hi, very nice well toss. This looks better. Franchise BGMI तो सब कर रहे हैं यार, there is nothing different. Franchise BGMI तो सब कर रहे हैं, उसमें क्या डिफरेंट है? वो तो हम भी कर रहे हैं, सब कर रहे हैं। स्नैक्स वॉचिंग देखो 100, मेरी कच्ची गीली हो गई स्नैक्स की वॉचिंग देख के। तुम्हारी हुई कि नहीं हुई? बेचारे सेंटिनल्स भेजे थे लेफ्ट टू राइट में $300 करके, लेकिन एंड हो रहा सऊदी में पड़े राइट। ओ सिड भाई ये हुआ है
क्या
तो कैसा रहता है आपको पता है ना, उर्दू लेफ्ट टू राइट पढ़ी जाती है।
ओ
अक्षय भाई ने ये क्रक्स बताया बात का। 301 उन्होंने नॉर्मल लिख दिया अपनी जर्सी पे उर्दू में।
अच्छा
उन्होंने उर्दू में लिखवाया होगा टू गेन मोर, मतलब वैसा ट्रैक्शन लोकल वाला, वो उन्होंने पढ़ दिया रिवर्स 103, मतलब उन्होंने अपने हिसाब से सही पढ़ के बेच दिया। ओह दैट्स हाउ दिस फक अप हैपेंड। ये फक अप हुआ है दादा। ऐसा नहीं होता, ऐसा नहीं होता, कैसा होता है? उर्दू लेफ्ट टू राइट ही तो पढ़ी जाती है, ऐसी ही तो पढ़ी जाती है। अन्नू जी पता है आपको? पैराबॉय भी वचपटी कर रहा है। हम पैराबॉय से कम है क्या? मेरा स्प्रे देखा है, पैराबॉय का स्प्रे देखा है, मेरा 6x का M4 का। मार सकता है पैराबॉय ऐसा स्प्रे? जिंदगी में नहीं मार पाएगा। हाँ राइट टू लेफ्ट, सॉरी राइट टू लेफ्ट, राइट टू लेफ्ट पढ़ते हैं ना, तो 301103 पढ़ के बेचा गया होगा, व्हाट आई एम अज्यूमिंग। राइट टू लेफ्ट जो भी है, सेंट्रल की गोभी खुद की मोटे पैसों की कुल मिला के। उर्दू नहीं, अरेबिक 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 अरेबिक। थैंक यू फॉर करेक्ट, अरेबिक। ये हुआ है मसला। थक गया है लैंड पे।
आज अपना ये भी है, लीग ऑफ लेजेंड्स के प्लेऑफ्स का फर्स्ट मैच भी है, एलसीपी प्रमोशन का। आज अपने सीओडी का भी मैच था, सीओडीएम का, जो हम लोग जीत गए चैट 2-0 नहीं 3-0 ना शायद। एक और
यार तुम एक ना एक अपने उस पे वो करा करो,
क्या
रोज अपडेट देता रहा करो। वो जो आपने लॉन्डे का वो प्रमोट किया था ना, जैसे जनरल,
हाँ
कि भाई ऐसा चीजें हैं। अब देखो वही बात है ना चैट, वो सब चीजें भी पॉजिटिव पॉइंट नोट किया करो। अब जैसे सीड ने वो लड़के का वो डाला और उसने बोला कि कल को मेरे को दिमाग में कोई रिक्वायरमेंट आई है, मैं तो बोला ना उसने स्टार्ट हसलिंग, तो वो सजेशंस भी तो देता है ना कि भाई जो तुम लोग के काम आ सके। वो सब चीजों का तो तुम लोग कभी आके अप्रिसिएशन कहीं जोर जोर से चिल्ला के बोलते नहीं। Really frustrating to see Soul for performance. Yes, it is frustrating for all of us to see so. But we are doing whatever is there in our capacity. The entire management, including everyone who's involved with Team Soul, is doing their all they could do by at their own roles. Nothing is more that we can do above this. All we can do is, after this major events, if things don't go right, we will take some necessary steps which have to be taken. I know आप लोग बोलेंगे पिछली बार भी बोला था, बट पिछली बार के बाद हमें बहुत कम गैप मिला था और हमें था कि चलो कहीं ना कहीं एक बात यह है कि नई टीम है, बट आई डोंट थिंक वील हैव द सेम से नेक्स्ट टाइम। गॉब्लिन के 12 फिनिश शेल्टर के पास वाली पिंक मैंशन की शॉप पे रेक्टेंगुलर कंपाउंड में हुए थे। पड़ोसियों को और आरजी को नेट से स्वाइप किया था। यस यस यू आर राइट।
Do we have chess today? We don't have chess today. I think our matches are tomorrow now. Nihal played insane yesterday.
कल सीड वॉच पार्टी कर रहा था चेस की, उसको कुछ नहीं समझ में आता। मुझे चेस समझ में आता है। मैं बैठ के सीड की स्ट्रीम देख रहा था, पूरी स्ट्रीम, तो मैं फुल स्क्रीन पे था। इसके बाद मेरे को तो समझ में आ गया था, निहार ने फर्स्ट गेम में चेकमेट कर दिया उसको। तो सीड देख रहा है नेक्स्ट मूव क्या होगा, नेक्स्ट मूव क्या होगा। तो मैंने चैट में आके चेकमेट लिखा, फिर सिड ने पढ़ा चेकमेट, बोलता ओ माय मैन व्हाट अ मूव, चेकमेट डन। उसके बाद पूछ रहे क्या किया सिड को, कुछ नहीं बस सिड। बट अगर चेस तुम जेन्युइनली चेस का वो समझ लोगे ना, ये जो मैकेनिक्स है बेसिकली वॉच पार्टी के मैकेनिक्स, भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ उससे इंटरेस्टिंग कोई चीज ही नहीं है। मेरे को भी नहीं आता था अंटिल 2 years ago।
अच्छा,
फिर मैंने भी थोड़ा ध्यान देना शुरू किया।
बहुत क्रेजी लगा मेरे को निहाल का वो एक मैच जो लास्ट 16-20 सेकंड में उसने मारा। मतलब दिख रहा था कि वो कुछ कर रहा है, बट क्या कर रहा था नहीं समझ रहा था मेरे को।
बेंगलुरु आ रहे हो? नहीं, बेंगलुरु आ रहा है। कौन कौन जा रहा है भाई? आई थिंक अंकी जा रही है, पीपी जा रहा है, कृतिका है, एंड आई डोंट नो द फोर्थ। आई थिंक अमन है। सही है दादा। पैराबॉय का स्प्रे बस एक ही डायरेक्शन में पैरेलल जाता है जिससे एनिमी शॉट होता है, बट आपका से स्प्रे 360 डिग्री जाता है जिससे 360 एनिमी शॉट होने की प्रोबेबिलिटी होती है। जॉर्ड हेलो हेलो हेलो, असली प्यार करने वाला तू है मेरी जान। जोक की तरह बोला, सच में आई डोंट नो व्हाट रियली हैपेंड। अरे चिल है अक्षय भाई, मैं भी मजाक ही, मैं भी, हम लोग भी फनी कर रहे थे। मेरी चैट में इतना ऐसा कुछ हो नहीं यार, हम कोई डिसरिस्पेक्ट थोड़ी कर रहे हैं, किसी मस्ती कर रहे हैं, किसी को ऑफेंसिव बात थोड़ी कोई बोली है
यार। मैं डिस्कॉर्ड पे वेट कर रहा था, आप ऊपर बैठे हो सब लोग यार।
इधर ही है।
तूने डिस्कॉर्ड बुलाया 8 बिट?
हाँ इधर
बराबर।
में
तो हम आए 8 बिट डिस्कॉर्ड सबसे ऊपर वाले चैनल पे। अब तू नीचे जाके किसके साथ क्या कर रहा है हमें क्या पता भाई।
अकेला था यार मैं उधर।
तो अकेला था तो पकड़ के आ जाता लंगोट हमारी।
मैंने देखा ही नहीं है।
अमन
चैट
ब्रो
में बोला
फोन
कि
वॉल
डिस्कॉर्ड
भर
पे
दिया
बैठे
क्या
हैं।
पूरा पब्लिक ने?
हाँ भर दिया फुल।
फोन वॉल?
फोन वॉल
क्या?
जो
फोन
तूने
वॉल?
अपने व्लॉग में बोला है फोन वॉल, ये क्या है?
फैन वॉल। अच्छा हाँ वो भर दिया।
शायद तुमने देखा ही नहीं, देखा वो क्लिप फोन वॉल वाला।
वो थोड़ा सा ज़ुबान फिसल गई थी यार गोल्डी भाई।
जीवन भाई अच्छा खेल रहे भाई। तू कब आ रहा है अमन यहाँ
मेरे
पे?
तो मेरा शायद 29 के आसपास का डेट है।
तो
फाइनल्स
PUBG
उधर
मिस
ही होगा
करेगा ना
मेरा।
तू? या होगा इधर?
होगा ना 29 के आसपास का डेट है आई थिंक। अभी पता नहीं एग्जैक्ट डेट बताया नहीं है।
जाते हैं भाई वेन्यू पे, बहुत सेक्सी वेन्यू है, जाना है देखने।
हाँ भाई यार मेरे को भी जाने का मन है।
पबजी का क्या?
हाँ वेन्यू
हाँ
तो
गोल्डी
बहुत
भाई।
प्यारा है।
मतलब अलग कुछ अरीना है क्या जो अभी तक हो रहे थे उनसे?
सबके अरीना अलग ही है गोल्डी
तो
भाई।
नहीं तो जगह सेम है, बस वो लोग स्टेट्स चेंज करते हैं। अरीनाज आई थिंक 3 है इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, जहाँ पे ये चीजें हो रही है।
Really?
हाँ 36 का फाइनल से बहुत शक्कर करो, ये 400 मेरे लिए। बट भाई ये बताना जरूरी है आपको प्यार करने
रोंगटे खड़े हो गए थे फर्स्ट मैच के बाद तो।
पे ध्यान मत दो यार, ये
रोंगटे?
400 वापस ले लो, मेरे को खराब लगेगा ऐसा।
हाँ वो 4v4
सुपर चैट
फाइट
वगैरह
देखी थी ना
के
स्टार्टिंग में।
अभी
रोंगटे
मैं
क्या
रिमूव
होता है?
करूंगा तो आपको रिफंड भी नहीं जाएगा।
हाथ
कल
के
मेरे को
बाल
मालूम पड़ा, मेरे को
खड़े
नहीं
हो गए
मालूम
थे।
था।
उसको इंग्लिश में क्या बोलते हैं?
अप्रिशिएट मत
वो नहीं
करना
पता।
सुपर चैट, बचाएगा रहोगे पैसे। Therefore
कुछ
you
तो बोलते हैं,
yourself
सोच के देख, चैट मत पढ़ियो।
नहीं यार मेरे को एक्चुअल में
appreciate।
नहीं पता है तो मैं कुछ होगा तो मेरे को कैसे पता होगा।
उसको बोलते हैं बूस बम्स।
गूस बम्स। हाँ
बूस बम्स, बूस।
हाँ गूस बम्स।
याद आ गया?
And they came out on
हाँ,
top.
याद
Let's
आ
get
गया।
into these
यार
hot
देखते
takes,
रहना,
though.
थक
All right,
दिखेगा
and I'm gonna kick things off
सिड भाई
nice and
क्राउड में।
strong.
थक
Maxman is
ये लोग
going
गए हैं
to
वेन्यू
choose
पे?
Team Spirit instead of
थक
Team
गया ना,
Secret
बोल
at
मेरे को
least
मैसेज
10
आया।
times today.
ओह,
Guaranteed
अच्छा।
that TS
बोला
abbreviation.
वेन्यू पे जाता हूँ लॉन्डो को
It is
थोड़ा सा
tricky.
चेयर
That's
करने।
why we're casters. He's not. I do question though.
नहीं,
Why
थक
is
भाई तो कल
Maxman
डिनर पे
getting
लेके
so much?
जाने वाले थे,
He
बट
was
वो लोग
tied
थक गए
up,
थे आर्यन
thrown on
वाले।
the couch before the pre-show, and then now
थक गए थे
you
वो
are
लोग।
also bullying him yourself. What's going on, man?
Hey, look, the man needs to stay humble.
बैंगलोर
I
हो रही है ना यार वॉच
predict
पार्टी
teams more and
मैंटिस
more, and we
अगले
all know that we do not want that to
27th को
27th
पहला आ रहा
Sunday
है।
को।
I think
Yes,
we
मैं आ रहा
all
हूँ।
could use a little bit of humility. Alpha 7 though, I was actually coming out the
कुछ लोगों
gate
को
before that
आदित्य
win,
भाई ये
I
सब
was
बातें
gonna
ना
say
करो
my
यहाँ
hot
पे,
take
जिसको
was they're
मिला
not
किसको
making
नहीं
it,
मिला वी डोंट
or
नो।
they're going to the survival
हमें
stage.
EWC
They're
की
not
तरफ
just
से
going
मिला
all the
है
way
तो
through
हम
to the
कर रहे
finals.
हैं।
I gotta
We are
change
very
that. So now I'm
humbly
going with
accepted
Revo.
their
I think he's gonna get 50 eliminations,
whatever
but
we have
can
got,
he surpass it? We'll
and
find out.
we don't intend here to sit and show disrespect to anybody जिसको नहीं मिला किसको मिला
Hello
है।
guys, we're
Neither
back.
we
You
are
know what my hot
discussing on
take
this,
is
okay?
that we're all really uncreative.
And आप भी
and
बेहतर है
our
कि
reflections. We've got to stop bullying.
एंजॉय करो वॉच पार्टीज जो हुई है, जिनको मिला है, जिनको नहीं मिला उसके लिए जरूरत।
No, that's such a cold take.
I know what you
Everyone
did
knows
there.
you
I
love
was. You are not asking. I know what you did there.
What else am I gonna say?
that. You're freezing right now. You're freezing cold.
Look, I just want Max to know.
You're minus
भाई
5.
अरविंद भाई नहीं खेलेंगे EWC नहीं।
Specifically for you, Max. I'm talking to you right now.
अरविंद भाई नहीं खेलेंगे।
The style, the grace, the way that he
It has been a major blunder. We'll let you know post EWC about everything. बोलो ना EWC के बाद एक IRL स्ट्रीम करेंगे, मैं सिड थक बैठ के, थक और मैं साथ में बैठेंगे, पीछे सब बैठेंगे, सब बताएंगे आपको पीछे से क्या क्या कांड हुए हैं, क्या क्या कहानियां हुई है। राइट फ्रॉम बिगिनिंग किस प्लेयर को तुम लोग चाहते थे, कौन सी लाइनअप में आए, वो साइन हो गया, फिर वो बैक ऑफ कर गया, सब बताएंगे।
Oh, it's fine. We won. We
My
won.
finger was a little bit sweaty. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's
Like,
alright.
yeah. But he did clutch it. Came home big with it. Hit the straight slick 3-pointer. Everyone's living.
ये अच्छी जर्सी है ना सिड भाई, ये देखो
How's it
ये जो
gonna go from here?
कौन सी चाइनीज टीम है PL का वो पहन रखा है।
White blue?
Weibo Gaming.
You reach how
WBG.
things we're seeing, right? Again,
अच्छी
Weibo
जर्सी है
friends
रे।
on this one. Point differential, not that crazy. Mid portion cap
भाई हम
break,
लोग ने
still
वुल्व्स
got a
की
good half
जर्सी
of the
देखी,
lobby
वुल्व्स
that
की
can
जर्सी आप
get a
देखो।
bit of a shift
I don't know
on
इधर
in this
नहीं है ना
matchup.
वुल्व्स में
Power
आपको
gaming though,
नहीं,
बहुत
looking
प्यारी
great.
व्हाइट एंड
I'll be
गोल्डन।
real, that's a shame.
हाँ क्या?
They're unshipped.
हाँ बहुत
Right.
प्यारी।
व्हाइट एंड गोल्डन तो एनीथिंग लुक्स ग्रेट
And
यार।
again, there are some teams here.
व्हाइट एंड गोल्डन तो मेरी भी इच्छा है। अभी नेक्स्ट बारी मैं सोल का तो हम लोग कलर आई डोंट थिंक चेंज कर रहे हैं। मैं 8-bit वाले में मर्सी से बात करके we'll put that white and gold
That's
jersey.
going to be the base of this whole cast. It's going to be really nice to everyone and everyone.
Yeah, it's super friendly.
Yeah,
आपको किसकी
super chill cast. It's nice.
वो जो जर्सी काउंटर था
as we
उसमें
head
आपको
towards
किसकी
our
जर्सी
third
सबसे
match
बेस्ट
of
लगी
the
सिड?
day.
100 thieves की Adidas वाली बहुत सेक्सी थी वो, बहुत सेक्सी।
No matter what, SDL OP love for. Thank you राघव भाई, thank you so much.
उनके 2 जर्सी थे वहाँ पे, एक इतनी खास नहीं थी बट वो Adidas वाली जो थी मतलब बहुत गॉर्जियस डिजाइन। उसके अलावा बहुत बाकी सब ऐसे थोड़ा जर्सी का लुक था बट वो वाली जर्सी ठग ने भी वही ली है, उनके ब्लॉग में ठग भाई ने वही ली।
और सबसे एक्सपेंसिव जर्सी किसकी थी?
सबसे एक्सपेंसिव वैसे फेकर।
कितने
वहाँ पे फेकर की जर्सी बिकॉज ठग ने इतना सारा सामान लिया तो जब ठग ने पूछा कि फेकर की जर्सी है क्या, उसने बोला एक बची है अंदर से निकाल रहा हूँ तुम्हारे लिए, छुपा के रखते बेसिकली स्नीकर जैसा छुपा के रखे हैं यहाँ पे। वो जर्सी थी 500 रियाल।
वो
500 रियाल कितने हो गए? ये 10,000 रुपए हो गए।
12-13 हजार
11,000-12,000 की हो गई। और सबसे सस्ती
किसकी थी मेरे को पता नहीं बट जयेश भाई ने रिसर्च के लिए पूछा था, आई थिंक 140 या 150 की सबसे सस्ती जर्सी,
मतलब लगभग 3,500 की।
हाँ 3,500
मैच चालू हो गया।
Erangel 999 में भी तुम लोग गाफ मारते हो यार हमारी चैट।
मैं वही बात कर रहा था।
For a lot of our teams, they're just going for things at the moment, and there's little to lose here. We've already discussed it in the case.
Quality भी तो maintain।
सेंटिनल की बिकी ना चैट बोल रहे कायदे से सेंटिनल की 103 की।
16 teams will be taking part. The 24 teams will be going through right now.
हिट भाई को स्माइल करने बोला, स्माइल ही तो कर रहे हैं अभी और क्या कर रहे हैं भाई?
क्या हुआ?
ठीक है यार।
क्या हुआ?
चैट कुछ नहीं,
मेरी चैट में भी चल रहा था पूरा।
अरे वो बता
मेरी गांड जल गई थी तेरी वॉचिंग
मेरी वॉचिंग देख।
वो लोग खुद ही हंस रहा है। अमन कैसे हंस रहा है? अमन खुद भी हंस रहा है, बोल रहा है।
और क्या गोली भाई? मेरे से थोड़ी तो चल रही अपना ही है सब।
अमन खुद भी हंस रहा है बैला।
We'll see, mate. We'll see. Heading straight back down towards Milton. But Influence Rage is going a little bit further here, so Power should
Aman Babu.
That feels bad. Yeah, but Influence Rage is not going back
तेरे जैसा भी भाई, तू ही 1 in a million है।
play that you've been sent your way. I am curious if
Just a small suggestion in Nolly and please call Sagar bhai to SDL bootcamp. Ask them. Let's see Harshad bhai. Let's see. Everything is not based on crowd work. There are some things which have to be done under, a lot of paperwork, a lot of restrictions are there.
Although I will say the problem was the minute they were actually thrown a bit of a broader
And ऐसा कुछ नहीं, सागर भाई के हमारे साथ अच्छे रिलेशन है।
हाँ देखा ना भाई, वो 2 सेकंड क्लच देके हिल गया मैं पूरा।
भाई क्रेजी अपैरेंटली
2 सेकंड क्लच,
2 सेकंड का कोई क्लच नहीं हुआ वैसे। कौन सा हुआ 2 सेकंड का क्लच?
निहाल ने किया था ना, 2 सेकंड टाइम बचा था सिर्फ और फट।
वो तो ड्रॉ किया था उसने।
नहीं
वो जीता था
गोल्डी भाई।
वो क्लच वाला वो जीता था।
You take that, even if that means holding over towards one.
देखता रह गया था मैं। ये क्या है भाई, 14 सेकंड बचे थे।
चेस समझता है क्या मन?
We'll see how teams play this now. These are pretty packed maps.
तू पूरा चेस समझता है ना?
समझता हूँ हाँ, मैं वो आता है खेलने लेकिन इतना अच्छा नहीं खेलता हूँ मैं। क्यों क्या नहीं खेला है मैंने बचपन से में खेला था, मतलब उसके बाद एकदम सीरियस वाला वैसा नहीं खेला था।
वर्ल्ड का बेस्ट प्लेयर है ये मोहम्मद तरुण भाई, नो डाउट ऑन दैट।
गोल्डी भाई अपन दोनों खेलते एक बार चेस।
अभी खेलेगा?
अभी ई मैच के बाद खेलते
भाव, मतलब वो करेंगे फिर
क्या,
बैठ करके खेलेंगे कुछ।
ठीक है
ऐसे नहीं ऑब्वियसली
कुछ मेंबरशिप
ठीक है। 500 मेंबरशिप हो गई।
गोल्डी भाई मेरे को देख के बोलो ना।
तो भाई तू कितने जितने कॉन्फिडेंस में बोल रहा है मैं
100 membership
We'll
करते हैं
focus up with what's happening here. You've initially got the POV of Alpha 7.
100 ठीक है ना I
Alpha
think
7 for those you tuning in, of course.
बट अभी स्ट्रीम में नहीं कर सकते वो पता है ना
हाँ करते मजा आएगा
पता लगा तेरे चक्कर
चेस चैंपियनशिप करते
नहीं नहीं वैसे अलग से कल कर ले पक्की बात है
पक्की बात है आता है खेलने मनोज भाई ने बहुत सिखाया भी है
मनोज
मस्त खेलते हैं मनोज भाई
करना क्या चाह रहा है तू मनोज भाई का सीखा हुआ चेस खेलना चाह रहा है क्या करना चाह रहा है
नहीं मेरे को आता है खेलने अपन खेलते हैं ऐसा
diligent PUBG Mobile shown from in the previous outing. How's the rest of the day going to go though? Will Neptura's hot take become a reality?
इंस्टेंटली ड्रॉप चेंज हो गया 2 गेम के बाद
would instantly be the
Power का हुआ था
maybe it is going to happen again. Like that's the sort of hype you want on a day one.
I think for Alpha 7 in particular, they're a team that really, when that momentum starts getting rolling, it's hard to stop them. They're very much like
जी भाई तुम्हारे मैं फ्रस्ट्रेटेड हूँ मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा
it's hard to deal with that. And
अब ऑप्शन नहीं है प्लेयर्स को चेंज कैसे करें
covered and buried underneath the
बट भाई आप हो कौन मेरे
Alpha 7
दोस्त
is going to be bringing down upon you.
ऐसे कैसे
So I
पहचानूंगा
think
मैं
that for Alpha 7 getting
और
that win
फ्रेंचाइज
there,
लीग के लिए तो अब आई डोंट थिंक आपके
especially
पास टाइम भी
for
बचा है
that
टीम चेंज
relationship
करने
between
का
Clio and a Rebel very
जो है
much
उसमें
so
खुशी
where
रही है
कोई टाइम नहीं बचा है मैं ये भी
कोई
मैंने
टाइम नहीं
समझाया
बचा
मैंने
ब्रो
कल के स्ट्रीम पे कोई टाइम नहीं बचा
नहीं बचा भाई नहीं बचा
what would have been a little bit of an annoyance, right?
It is not possible, bro.
Bit more of that brotherly bond.
It is impossible.
बट हाँ मतलब इतना आई गेस
cool to see, and I think
ये
that
गोल्डी
would
भाई
help
भी
them.
एग्री
I
करेंगे
don't
कि अगला
think
मेजर
that
इवेंट
there is
अगर
far
हक
off
दिया और
the
उसके
mark.
बाद
I
जब
do
रोस्टर
think
फिर
for
से
Alpha 7,
खुलेगा
this game
और वो
could
भी अगर
easily
हक
be
दिया
difficult.
मतलब तो आई एम प्रीटी श्योर देयर विल बी चेंजेस
Of course, man, of
Really
course.
rang true and could certainly
Of
have
course,
a lot of credence.
100%.
And you're right, bro. You know, not cutting the cheese with the chalk. I think absolutely it's one of those where you would have been fuming with each
मिलिट्री का जोन बना टीम्स अर्ली रोटेट कर रही है
Two key players as well.
Right? Instead, you want it, and like you say, you probably love everyone's having a good time. The boys are back in town.
भाई ये बंदा हर बार ऐसे ही मर रहा है स्टार्टिंग में लास्ट गेम भी सेम हुआ था
Second there, but one of them has instantly been shut down. You've got the drive in from
कौन है वो
Falcons,
अमन?
spotted a weakened target.
DRX का प्लेयर हो गया
सर बैंगलोर वॉच पार्टी में कौन कौन से क्रिएटर आ रहे हैं अमन
Yeah, unfortunately, DRX went to town.
अमन आ रहा है
Boys night out. You're going to lose one of
पीपी आ रहा है
Where's he gone?
एंड
You find him at home later. So I actually
एक
never
सेकंड
came
मैं देख
out. I
लेता
was
हूँ
at home the whole time. Sorry guys, stayed in the plane.
The DRX down to just 3 players there. They had a good start to the day, but if you look at that, 19 points, that's all the
अमन
points they
पीपी
earned.
कृतिका
That
और
was
अंकिता
They earned
नहीं 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 नहीं
on that last game, and I think
Rebel,
for Erangel, it's a very important map to be able to perform
पीपी
on,
में
so I'm
और
very
हम
happy
3 हैं
to see them go to
रेबल कहाँ से आ गया
रेबल आ रहा है 27 को
The Falcons, though, we were talking about earlier. You were talking about feeding the hot hand. I like what the Falcons are doing. I do worry a lot of times about the Falcons in terms of their more passive gameplay. I think that there are definitely moments where I think Redox and Narvalo certainly need to take a leaf out of Koa's book and just be a bit more aggressive. And it's funny that one of those passive players on this team, historically at least, Ralph is one of the players who I think has been the most influenced by Koa's gameplay. So yeah, I think that that's what I'd like to see from that team, especially here where they have the ability to experiment a lot. But it's nice to see them having just continued success.
Yeah, it's hard as well because it's a double-edged sword when you have
PP
such
on
a
India tour,
really
हाँ,
infused
PP
fan
घूम रहा है।
base like Falcons do.
उसका मजा भी आ रहा है पता है
Riyadh, we're in Saudi Arabia, and you
उसका
can
नाम
see the
सबसे पहले
excitement
वही
that's going
बोलते हैं
on.
कि इधर को
Everyone's
आने करके
cheering after they get an elim, after they make a play.
बट वो
Yeah, it goes
फिर भाई
both
उसका
ways.
एक
If
चीज
suddenly
नोटिस
everyone
किया
goes
आउट ऑफ
quiet,
द बॉक्स
you notice it, and you know it's for
ये
you.
पीपी वही बंदा है सिड भाई जो ड्रीम हैक में
Even
दूसरे दिन गाली खा के अपना कैमरा निकाला था ठीक है
When they were playing there,
और अभी जो ये क्राउड को कंट्रोल कर रहा है मतलब क्राउड पे जो ऑडियंस के साथ जो ये वो कर रहा है एक्सेप्शनली गुड
There is a lot riding on here. I think personally, if they can at least get to the top 8 after this group stage,
आर्यन का बंदा क्लोज है ये के साथ बहुत फाइट हो रही है भाई
I'm not having to deal with it.
ये अरीना के
That
साथ
would be the ideal scenario.
I mean, even if you think about just the fact we were saying like, oh, everyone is literally forced to stare at Alpha 7 on a pedestal, on a plinth, literally in the arena. They were called out by name. They were there. everyone else sees Falcons as well, separated from the rest of the squad.
Falcons में कौन सा टीम होता है ये?
We should take them down.
कोई बड़ा टीम है, बड़ा प्लेयर
यूरोप का टीम है, यूरोप का टीम है।
कौन थे?
यूरोप
NGX
यूरो चैंपियंस जो थे लास्ट टाइम।
बहुत खतरनाक टीम है ये भी। ये इनका फर्स्ट गेम में चिकन था, ये लोग थ्रो कर दिए, किल फिट पड़ी नहीं इन्होंने। DRX के 3 बंदे नॉक थे और ये सब जिंदा थे वहाँ पे, थर्ड पार्टी कर सकते थे इंस्टेंट।
Weibo, I think it's been, I'd say, nice at least in terms of the way they have been playing to their strengths. They've had some really crazy
Weibo को क्या हो गया ये समझ नहीं आ रहा, ये
yeah,
चैंपियन
but
टीम
they've
है यार
made
ये।
it work, so I can't fault it too much. It's obviously just not been the best in terms of converting it into actual placements or eliminations.
ये तो कुदरत का निजाम है।
That just will make those kind of plays, and it's something that I always massively adore about that region, especially that play from Sook as well. He's just running up the stairs. A lot of teams just won't take the opportunity. They won't make that play. But Weibo and that region.
क्या ये गैराज में मैप है, मैं आज देख रहा हूँ।
Where it's case of
क्या?
अमन माँ कसम ये चीज मेरे को भी मालूम था।
क्या चीज? नहीं पता था ये। अरे वो एक गैराज होता है गोल्ड में, उसके अंदर मैप था सेंटर में, मैं आज पहली बार देख रहा हूँ।
मैं समझा ही नहीं किस गैराज की बात।
थोड़ा सा पीछे करो ना, वो जगह पे मैप है सेंटर में।
मैप है सेंटर में, मैंने नहीं देखा।
ये तो मुझे भी पता है, सबको पता है।
मेरे को भी नहीं पता था ये।
वेयर हाउस में ना, हाँ। कितनी बार जाते हैं, देखते नहीं।
शॉप होता है वहाँ पे जाते ही।
It's a bit more flat around this area. There is fielded area too. You don't really want to hitting down towards very pier because you're cutting yourself off the sight lines. There's a fair amount of water in this one. We were worried that it was going to go down to Sosnovka. It didn't do that, so a lot of teams can now consider coming back up. Power, I think it's reasonable to head towards Sosnovka. It was one of the few plays they had in the back pocket on the happenstance we did go down towards that part of the map. They would have had a fantastic position. Now they've got to figure out how to get across.
Yeah, something to potentially keep your right eye on, whilst your left eye's on this side. We can touch on Hora a little bit as well. I think, again, it's one of those where they had some unfortunate encounters, like no fear in terms of the timing and the setup he had. It was really good cooking with an ace. You could see, like, he had his understanding down to a T. Mechanics were nice. He was just hit from the side, where it was a really sick off angle for DRX back in game 1. Again, I think that's a team that potentially, if they're not sort of showing up too much, maybe you start to underestimate.
ये defending champion है Alpha 7.
To start to climb, because there's a ton of talent there. They do just need the opportunity to display it. We've seen a few bits from Squash, but it's interesting. Obviously, we've not really.
Tower पे चढ़ रहा है।
शौर्य भाई, thank you so much.
I'm curious to see how.
भाई क्या क्या सिखा देते हैं, अब फिर अपने लौंडे आके लगने शुरू हो जाएंगे।
चढ़ेगा पूरा एकदम भाई, एंटीना तक जा सकते हैं।
शिट भाई,
all the pressure on as you've got the trophy, your team won it. You've got to live.
क्या सिखा रहे हैं भाई?
Showing us the moves at the minute.
और जो एंगल मिलता है ना, पूरे एरिया का सब दिखता है और कोई नहीं देख सकता इसको, ऐसा है। चारों तरफ पेड़ होते हैं।
Isolated, you find the scout, take him down. That's E-Arena that grabbed that. With Joker showing up consistently. He's been the big dog, I'd say, so far for E-Arena.
Yeah, it looks like he's enjoying himself as well. I think for Vision, there's been a lot of times where, if I'm quite honest with you, the awareness hasn't been great.
That's right.
In terms of where they're playing. I mean, we even
बट ये तो यार अमन बग नहीं हो गया, एक तरीके का बग को अब्यूज करने वाला बात हो गया
ना गोल्डी भाई। वो बहुत पुराना ही एक फीचर है टावर पे चढ़ने का। वो
नहीं, मैं गेम को अगर टेक्निकली देना होता, गेम अंदर से सीढ़ी बना देता।
हाँ, वो पूरा लेज ग्रैब टाइप है ना गोल्डी भाई, जैसे अपन लेज ग्रैब करते हैं वो भी एक तरह से फिर वही हो जाएगा।
भाई हमारे जैसे तो 20 बार पहले नीचे गिरेगा, फिर एक 2 स्टेप तक जा पाएगा।
PUBG Mobile World Cup.
किधर जाएगा
This
जोन
is
में पता?
not an easy stage. It is not an easy stage.
I think ब्रिज के साइड जाएगा, नीचे की तरफ आएगा।
I think
साउथ वेस्ट।
मैं गटका साइड भेज रहा था।
आ गया, नीचे ही आ गया।
दौड़ा आ गया नीचे। नीचे कैसे आ गया? फेरी पे बीच में गया है। हाँ, कुछ भी है, कुछ भी।
थोड़ा नीचे तो आया है, देखो आप अगर एक्चुअल में देखोगे तो सेंटर तो नहीं है।
सेंटर में गया, डेड सेंटर में। बोलता आ गया, नीचे आ गया।
इस बार WBG पे आएगा, देखना मेरे को फील आ रहा है। नीचे की तरफ वापस आएगा।
They were making that move out down towards the south side, and I think he just gets caught on the back of that rotate. They'll still have 3 players to work with there.
पहला बोलता देखो आ गया नीचे.
She's not terrible. It's not always the best position in the world, but this is one of those.
यार ये बहुत गंदी जगह होती है अमन. नहीं यहाँ तो पिन हो गए तो निकलने का मतलब ही नहीं है.
हाँ बट अब इनके पास पोजीशन ही नहीं मिला तो कैसे ना कैसे जोन में जाना ही पड़ेगा, तो इसलिए ये लोग शैक ना ले लेते. फिर
देख पड़ना शुरू हो गया.
WBG के पास बहुत बढ़िया पोजीशन है इस बार.
He needs to get back across. I think he's worried about the sight line. Yeah, very, very worried about it. But there is.
WBG बाप का मैप समझ. अरे वो भाई चैंपियन टीम है यार. वो नहीं ऐसे.
Is that an arrow been sent his way?
वो अंदर बो मार रहा है. अगर एक बो आए ना दोनों नॉक हो जाएंगे.
Just locking him on the door.
वो की इतनी रेंज होती है क्या?
वो 1v3 क्लच किया था ना जो उसने.
This is kind of naughty.
वो सही तुम्हारा.
Got them pinned.
अरे तो वो इधर अपने गेम में नहीं है.
Smoke wall up.
है अपने गेम में ही
है ना
निकाला है.
ये सिड भाई इंटरनेशनल स्क्रिम्स में कॉम्पी में बहुत ज्यादा खेल यूज कर रहे हैं वो.
Attention is somewhat.
Like I will send you एक लिंक भेजता हूँ, वो मैच के बाद वो सिर्फ देखना स्ट्रीम पे दिखाना.
वो देखो कहाँ बैठा है.
There's been a lot of
हाँ वो यहीं
talk
पे
about
बैठे.
him actually carry.
दो तरफ से कवर और दो तरफ से एंगल.
What's the team name? Our team name is Team X. मतलब Team RN X TMG.
But they can play that spot. They can certainly play that position.
जो आपको दिख रही है 8 नंबर पे.
In the future,
AX बोल के.
That investment was worth their time. Bravo 7 though probably wouldn't be getting away from this position on that southwest side. AX are in front of them. They'll have to bash through there. Currently power is
A7 की synergy बहुत अच्छी है. अरे यार 2018 से 3 प्लेयर बता रहा है सेम है टीम में अभी तक.
On this girder, on top
वो
of the
फलक
bridge.
का ऊपर चढ़ा है.
वो देख कहाँ चढ़ गया.
अभी नहीं मारेगा, वो आगे आएंगे फिर ही मारेगा. ये भी हरामी.
Close to impossible.
वो देख लिया.
To keep the help from the back line takes a bit of time before he gets the first shot back over, but the first knock is the most important.
क्या स्मूथ पिक दे रहा है यार. वो दोनों कर दिया. नॉक होएगा, रिवाइव देना पड़ेगा. आ
into a knock on the bridge.
क्या नॉक दिए वे.
क्या नॉक दिए.
ठीक है आईजीएल भाई, आई नो सब है, मैग्नस है, फेबियानो है, बट अभी रिसेंटली मैग्नस भाई को हराया था हमारे ग्याल भाई ने, तो चिल करें. एनीथिंग कैन हैपन. वी आर हियर टू कॉम्पीट. Impossible is nothing, just to let you know.
So tough. Yeah, they get
Kenel Patel, thank you.
There, but slowly but surely they are going down.
And ये आप
could have played in from
trying emoji मत बनाओ.
Where the circle was, where
आप वैसे भी नहीं चाहते कि हम जीते.
You know there's going to be teams playing over towards Primrose. There's there's going to be teams heading over towards Yellows.
100 रुपए अपना refund लो.
There's going to be many teams looking to
पैटी खा लेना
lock
रात
you
को.
out over towards Lighthouse coming across that bridge. It's just an unreasonable decision in my opinion, where they could have played it slow on the eastern side.
Zone है.
The only other thing I can think of, I mentioned it earlier, is just that they were hoping, gambling for Sosnovka finish. They would
Chinese lobby बहुत अमन ऐसा तोड़म ताड़ होता है कि ये
स्पोर्ट्स और स्पोर्ट्स में स्पोर्ट्स
इम्पॉसिबल नई चीजें देखने को मिलेगी, जैसे वो अल्फा 7 का बंदा कर रहा है, वो चला रहा है, वो सब ज्यादा मिलेगा.
अरे मानने को ऑल द बेस्ट लिख दो कल के लिए.
लगा आपको डिफरेंट देखने को मिलेगा
हम लोग कुछ. हर दिन मैच में हर दिन लिखते.
अभी जैसे इससे पहले वाले एरांगल मैच में देखा था, उनका स्प्लिट देखा था. एक मिलिट्री आइलैंड और 3 इधर. कुछ भी चलता है.
Being the additional squad that will take him down from the back. So again, Power Gaming, I think that's free on first squad's fall.
अरे फालतू हल्ला मचा रहे.
To be a big change towards the end of the day. Looking at Fourth Thrives though, they're doing really well. Second place at the moment.
Team Hora के भी बहुत सारे fans
recently who my top 3 players were, and in that top 3 I mentioned Valak because he is one of the more exciting off-angle specialists, and you saw him there even on the bridge. That's another thing I love about the player, is that when he's in that solo position where he's playing off the back of his teammates, trying to set up situations, he's so safe, so cautious with it. He was never going for the full-on spray. He was happy to let his teammates find those knocks, find those eliminations, and he just had to be the enabler, essentially. So he's a very, very cerebral player.
Allegria, मतलब Allegria मतलब Allegria तो दवाई होती है भाई.
This entire
वो मार रहा है.
एक नॉक किया.
really handy with the steam
Fight
carry
दिखा रहे
in those fights. This is good vision, trying to get a bit more aggro as
है ना?
well with the dive over
चलती गाड़ी से
towards
knock
the
कर
outside,
दिया।
isolate one player there as they get the info
Bape
onto
were
it.
8th. We were at
Good
5th.
pickup on the
We
crate as
just
well. Grab
went
what he's
8th
got,
last
wanted
match.
to restock
वो भी ब्लंडर हो गया
themselves.
लास्ट मैच में छोटा सा एक
Lost
वरना वो भी
inside
क्लीन
that
फाइट
shaft.
निकाल
He
ली थी
had no business being in there, and the arena was just getting evicted. Yangdong.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting secreted on right now. There's the dive over the back. Secret again, it feels like they do better when fights are on their terms. When it's suddenly thrown towards them, that's when a bit of a panic kicks in. It was a little bit awkward. They are being at least able to find some recovery from it. The zone's awful for them though, right?
खबर ही नहीं आया
Thrusted further forward. They have to just sprint through this, try and take it
मैंने
headstrong.
EWC लॉबी देखने का मन है एक बार डोमेस्टिक लॉबी में तो दिख जाए
गई
सोललेस भी बहुत पुराना प्लेयर है सिर भाई
नाम एकदम सुना हुआ
बहुत पहले का प्लेयर है ये सोललेस किसमें होता था अमन
नहीं ये टीम का नाम मेरे को नहीं पता है लेकिन हाँ पुराना प्लेयर है इतना पता है
They were playing that over towards that western side. Suddenly they managed to get themselves all the way over to here. Just wrapped around and Fireflux do find them. I think they were looking for a holdout as well over towards Fireflux, but losing Suk is not ideal. Matt Cap's been an awesome addition over towards Fireflux as well. Been finding a lot of success for the team. Where Ketch is no longer as potent as maybe was in the past.
Footballist
Matt Cap has been pretty phenomenal, basically bringing him back up to level. Like both of them combined make a pretty fearsome duo.
There's been some fierce picks as well that we're seeing from the sideline there from Hora, still being able to keep themselves in a good spot in terms of the eliminations they're finding, where it's not an overcommit. So nice shots, again delivering. Fireflux, it's interesting how much we've actually seen them really being in focal points of fights that have a lot of reverberations for the outcome of the game, but it never feels like it really gives them the oomph they need. They're always on the, the wrong side of the coin.
दोनों मर गए अब FF पुश डालेगी ऑर्डर पे
That wasn't a coin, that was a grenade.
Yeah, it was. That was dirty. Heading through M79 trying to lay down some smoke in the meantime. It's not going to be. Solus does hit the deck though. So does Scarface, and this is looking more and more rough. So very good shots coming through from Regnum Carya, by the way, from that position they were talking about before. They're currently holding over towards that north side.
Shame for Secret as well. If Team Secret were looking to build and compound off the points they were able to accumulate into game 2, it's not really going to work out as well from them here. You go down relatively early, third squad to exit stage left. It's been a massive cool-off as well over on the side of Yangon Galacticus, considering how impactful they were with that opening game. But let's dial in here with Alpha 7. Clean connection over the top side. AX giving as good as they get. And fair play to them. It's actually been impressive how good they've looked in terms of the amount of pressure that must be on this squad. You've got to deliver. Full commit on this. Push up with the DBS. Oh, it's clean for the first, but the fight back with
पीछे से
the
थर्ड पार्टी आ गई सिट भाई थर्ड पार्टी आ गई A7 को मारने A7 मरेगी ये रिवाइव कर लेगा तो अभी चांस है वो देखो A7 को मारने के लिए थर्ड पार्टी आ गई
लास्ट बचा है A7 का लास्ट बचा है
hard to deal with him when he's
वो आ गए ना 4QT हो गया खत्म अब बस ये इन पे ना पुश कर रहे हैं
ये पुश करेंगे इनको पता है नॉक है उधर पे गाड़ी लेके जाएंगे रहना वो करेंगे
प्रॉपर गोली लग रहे हो थैंक यू सो मच
और इन पे जोन है ये नहीं करेंगे वापस फॉल बैक
थैंक यू कैनल पटेल
भाई बचा लिया यार 14 ने बचा लिया
भाई सब कुछ एक साथ लाइक बटन दबा दीजिए
now taking away first place spot. Nepturo unfortunately mistaken on that call, but this is a big push coming through from Hora. And where is Silas?
Where is he indeed? Hora as well, just getting away with absolute liberties at the minute. They're going for some big commits. They're actually completely flipping it on its head of saying, oh, you're kind of playing this passive game where then you suddenly throw the heat up. The tempo control's really good for them. They're keeping the other squads guessing. It's been great fights. They're starting to find themselves opportunities for eliminations. And again, like you were saying, as much as this is great for you've already been able to build up some points. Rest of the squads that in the overall
अभी जाके शैक लेना चाहिए क्योंकि 40 भी आएगी नहीं तो
anyone else that actually accumulated a nice amount have already been taken out. You can see it's the bottom end that is still alive with the overall points here. this could really have some chance to leapfrog you up. So this is a big game for a lot of the squads down towards the bottom side right now.
Absolutely, for AX particularly, they want to jump further up the rankings here. Hora as well want to show a lot of these teams what they've got to offer, but 4 Thrives could bump themselves massively up in this game, getting a lead of something like 20 points on the 3rd match of the day with Alpha 7 and Yangon Galacticos being down early and Vision's only just breaking into the 20 points now.
Nepal.
Hora's still going.
Oh wow,
Nepal की टीम है.
Being
इनसे भी
completely
कुछ याद आया.
blinded by the power of Hora Esports again here. No fear living up to his name as the rest of the squad's playing with that. Sleepy and Sky back to back. 8 eliminations combined between the two of them. Some impressive maneuvers. And we've been obviously sort of touting, 4 Thrives, they're in a good spot. If AX were able to find an opportunity to get the drop on them here, sort of pick them to pieces from the sidelines with the scout setup they've got, it could be a bit of a change of pace. They've not looked too bad over the course of the day so far, but taking down a team like that would be huge for them. There's been a nice reset for 4 Thrives to get back up to all 4 players. That's unfortunate. You're trapped on the edge, nothing you can do. That's the last man going down, so we do wave goodbye to Fire Flux.
They've been stuck out on that eastern side for such a ridiculous amount of time. It was not easy for them, but Weibo, despite showing off some pretty cool moves around the map and having some decent rotates into position, they've just not had the staying power in these matches at all. Not been able to dig those boots in to the ground.
फिर से आ गए top 5 में.
To be honest with you, the speed
लेकिन
went
यहाँ
down, that was an
पोजीशन का थोड़ा सीन है यार अपना. यहाँ से कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे अपन.
Crisp today, dude. Like some of the shots he's being able to find are really impressive, but it's the setup from them as well. The way they're actually sort of jiggling and playing off each other's contact.
थोड़ा सा लक चाहिए यहाँ पे. कोई 2-3 बंदे किसी टीम के नॉक होए तो कुछ कहीं से एंट्री निकाल सकते हैं.
Massive amount of pressure on him, and we had a nice interview at the start of the day where he was saying that I don't really see it as pressure. I just see that fans being just loving us as a team, and I'm going to try and do them as proud as I can. For Sky, he's always been a phenomenal member of multiple different teams. Now, I think he's found a very nice spot here on Hora. Yeah, he is the star figure on that team, but by no means is he not backed up by some of the other players on that squad. I mean, No Fear's been around for a huge amount of time, and Sleepy and Jiggle here really feel like they have melded into the team very, very well. Yeah, Hora's definitely a team to keep your eyes on.
I think maybe that's working for him as well, where it's not, the whole squad
बढ़िया पोजीशन पॉइंट आ जाए ये गेम तो बहुत मजा आ
जाएगा. Being a team, being set up where there is sort of, no need for the ego. Everyone's happy to just set each other up, and it's working well, dude. Like, they're passing that baton brilliantly.
It's funny as well because Sky is played on like quite a lot of highbrow squads, let's say, where he has not always been the player that everyone looks towards and is like, that's the top player on that squad.
अपने पास chances है 40 NS पे push बना देगी तो हो सकता है.
He is that star player, but he's still quite a humble dude. So, getting set up, and he's always there looking to capitalize, help his team find that success, and this is an unbelievable position. I talked about earlier where Regnum Carya tried to pick it up early into the game, and it would have had a massive success for them should they've been able to hold it versus Hora, but they just came in very, very fast over towards that position. It was super difficult. They're on the outside of the circle now.
Nepal के? Yes, sir.
Red Force.
Nepal.
I think that's Binny and Tizzy currently playing in a shack of their own. Likely Hora's going to struggle unless they can start finding picks on the outside of the circle over towards AX or Influence Rage.
Yeah, it's been good shots, but it's the fact that they're not really being fully able to convert off the back of it, with the cycling of those knocks being really just stalemated. Henry here, you get the POV from the man spamming over towards the side. Good split as well for the backside. Sleepy still gets the tag back in. That's an instantaneous shot onto Henry. And they really do just take him out instantly. Good read of the lay of the land as well. So Arian's trapped behind the vehicle. Bullets coming in from the side. 4 Thrives still trying to keep themselves involved in these encounters and snatch points where they can.
Zarek tried to edge his way down towards 4 Thrives, but was immediately shut down there. Henry, I think, was on 12 bullets left in the next magazine, so wasn't a lot at all.
Aryan third लेके आ सकता है.
That's 3 loot crates, by the way, that I can see on the map there. And those could comfortably create some cover, but the speed at which Hora's going to have to set up this flying V is going to have to be very, very quick. Hora sends out, though, and no one's currently taking shots. Binny and Tizzy are currently in captain.
Oh, nice. यार, अरे पलक ने मार दिया यार उधर से.
Next, and Hora efficiently gets themselves over them. But can they get
क्या मार रहे
back up again?
4-5s have been doing what they've been doing
Next level
so
player.
long here as well. The minute there's an opportunity set up by someone else, that's when they capitalize from it. So AX open up the fight. You see the weakness there on Hora. They come in for the sideline sweep, get some damage in. Non-Shin Regforce as well, finding an opportunity to get one shot in from the back, and that's all they really needed. It's fragmented the squad. They go down from having 4 members looking really clean to just 2 isolated split on them.
I think it's good though. Honestly, if I'm fully analysing this, Hora makes a sacrifice and it pays off for them. Yes, they lose 2 players, but given that moment, it gave time for both No Fear and Sky to get further into the circle. Such an important moment for them where it actually could have gone really, really wrong. And that's what you want from teammates. Teammates who are ready to make the ultimate sacrifice for you in game to allow you to get a little bit further, a little bit more points on board. Beautiful stuff.
That's what I mean, the lack of ego. You see it there. Everyone's playing for the big picture. They're not worried about the stats. They're worried about the placements. They're worried about how it results overall for their tournament run. That's a brilliant way to think about it. You've got the late backstab potentially from Influence Rage. I mean, that's Law, the solo member with Red Force trapped, living on borrowed time inside the hut. Near miss from the nades as well, dashing them towards them. 4-5s have been able to play on the back foot for quite some time, wait for everyone else to come towards them. They have to advance somewhat. Of course, with those 2 players, like we said, still could have influence. The quick trades are made. One shot back over 4-5s taking issues. Down. Falak with the quick shot back over.
ये भी ओपन में अब ये तो भाई लक हो गया थोड़ा.
Law still just belly crawling further forward. I mean, look at the split here. A chance for at least a sneak into that second place.
Whoa! He had the 1 nade and the 1 Molotov, so could have actually efficiently cleared out 4 thrives, but 12 eliminations, now looking for the 10-point. Bobs up just as he gets res there, and that could have been absolutely treacherous for them.
Again,
now nade's getting sent over the top.
W.
Unbelievably placed. Coming through with 4 thrives, taking them to a 24-point
5 पॉइंट निकले कोई बात नहीं जो भी है कर लेंगे guys.
Brilliant teamwork, never over-egging it as well. So comfortable playing their own game and always following up. If someone else went in for a fight, they were ready to clean up, ready to engage. Good rotates on it, and they're going to be happy with that one, but that is a massive gainer.
It's huge. You were talking about it as well, where you were saying that a lot of our top teams were just out early, and it was really only 4 thrives still going there. I think off the back of that game, they're up to 43 points, if I'm not mistaken, which is a really big result. And again, a lot of the top teams went out fairly early. I think they're right now looking at around about a 20-point lead at least over a fair few of our squads there. But Hora was another story during that match, looking really, really good. Egoless him. And again, it was not only that, but just really good reads as well. You saw Binny and Tizzy, they both smoked out their compound to stop players from peeking or sending shots in. In that moment, the boys from Hora, they send across because they sense that opportunity. We're going to take this opportunity for a quick break. We'll be back real soon.
खत्म आज के मैचेस
6 मैचेस है ना
6 मैचेस गोल्डी भाई 3 हो रहे अभी और सारे ए और बी ग्रुप के ही होने वाले हैं
अपना तो आज का हो गया भाइयों आप लोग ज्वाइन कर सकते हो सिड भाई को चिल्ली जिल्ली देख के और अमन को ठीक है मैं इनके साथ अभी डिस्कॉर्ड पे थोड़ी देर बैठता हूँ मोबाइल से आके बकचोदी करेंगे
बाय बाय
बैठूंगा मैं कैसे बोल रहा है कुत्ते की नींद Max watching OP with Lisa. क्या बात चलो गाइस मिलते हैं थोड़ी देर में नंबर ओनली पे कुछ करेंगे ठीक है क्या करेंगे वो नहीं पता क्या पता यही कर लें चलो Sid भाई cheered up. All good.
Yes, all good. खाना ढूंढ रहा हूँ.
अमन भाड़ू.
All good.
चलो ठीक है. मैं आता हूँ थोड़ी देर में.
Okay.
कल मिलते हैं फिर से वापस से. Bye. Love you. Take care.
Bye. Love you too. Goldie, bye. Thank you so much. और झिड़ भाई मजा आ रहा नहीं आ रहा रियाज में आपको?
मजा आ रहा है भाई. अच्छा है मतलब मेरे को लगा था कि मतलब थोड़ा ऐसा लगेगा कि कुछ भी नहीं है करने को ऐसा मेरे को लग रहा था. बट नहीं है ऐसा. नहीं है. तू तेरे को तू समझेगा इधर आने. मतलब ब्रो नॉट इवन किडिंग. मैं अभी 3 या 4 आई थिंक 4 या 5 बार मैं बुलेवार्ड जा चुका हूँ. रोज कुछ नया चीज है उधर करने के लिए. रोज
क्या है वो जगह है क्या कुछ?
वो जिधर हो रहा है ये सब.
अच्छा इवेंट हो रहा है.
तो रोज उधर कुछ ना कुछ करने के लिए ब्रो. रोज एवरी सिंगल डे तेरे को जब भी जाना है तो जा. चैट में थोड़ा बाहर बाजू में बैठ के खाना ऑर्डर कर रहा हूँ. 2 मिनट दे दो मेरे को. बहुत क्रेजी जगह है मतलब. मेरे को भी लगा था बोर हो जाऊंगा बट नहीं हो रहा बोर. रुक भी रहा हूँ ना मैं एक्स्ट्रा.
अच्छा आप रुक रहे हो आप एक्स्ट्रा?
रुक रहा हूँ.
कितना टाइम रुक रहे हो आप?
आई थिंक 11 तारीख तक.
अच्छा
We start off our day in the Kadia Players Lounge where they come for rest, relaxation and refueling. And we have this gorgeous Kadia photo booth of which we have a replica of none other than the key itself. I'm going to take this one with me. Across from us we have a Reaction Royale where players can test out all of their fantastic reaction speeds. Doc C, by the way, for Nongqing Red Force is only at 15th place. I don't know about you, but I think he could do a little bit better than that. We also have a lovely viewing station for all of our esports players to enjoy and bask in some lovely PUBG Mobile. But what would a player's lounge be without a refueling station filled with caffeine, juices?
Yes, please. One for me.
Maybe some of the
Yeah, one for me, please. Also,
Speaking of which, I kind of want a snack of my own. Sorry guys, squeezing through. Thank you very much. Iced coffee, my favorite. We then head on over into none other than the Heroes Club where we end our tour. The Heroes Club is exclusively reserved for EWC.
Can I have one more, please?
Last year, but also the ones still to come. Only time will tell which one of our PUBG Mobile teams will have the glorious pleasure of joining us in there.
क्या बोल रहा था अमन?
Max.
Hi.
Thank you.
Hello.
Albug क्या चीज है?
क्या?
But you know what? We're gonna talk about that last match.
Albug कुछ खाने का चीज है क्या?
फास्ट फूड है बट तेरे काम का नहीं है. उधर चिकन मिलता है पूरा.
अच्छा मोहम्मद भाई बोल रहे वो ट्राई करना है.
क्या खाएगा उधर? केचप खाएगा, फ्रेंच फ्राइज खाएगा उधर से. और
नहीं आपको ट्राई करने बोल रहे.
मैं तो किया हूँ ट्रायल बैक. तो मैं तो मस्कत में भी रहा हूँ ना. ये सब चीजें मैंने ट्राई की.
अच्छा आप तो इतना टाइम बाहर रहे हो आपको पता है.
Military based and not going to be
क्या है
contesting the
उन्होंने
western side. So 4th Thrives this game was pretty much from the start put in easy mode. Even though it was not quite that easy a game, I just like that fight in particular was normally making it a bit hard for them back in CSA. But the control they had with Falcon on the
next match का timing क्या? I think it's gonna be after some time.
Maybe I was scared them going into global after CSA. How are they going to perform? All of my doubts have been already cleared that they know what they're doing. They have a game plan here coming into PMWC.
21,000 likes. Oh yes, nice.
Their player is
nice.
confidence.
Thank you very much.
We're not really feeling any type of
5 पॉइंट फिर भी निकले भाई. मतलब ठीक है.
And that is showcased here in that last
बड़े
match.
खेल रहे. 19 पॉइंट हो गए अभी.
14 eliminations, being able to back it up there with the win. On top of that,
एक गेम अच्छा चाहिए लेकिन अपने को लाइक
एक गेम अच्छा चाहिए. मतलब ठीक है सारे गेम्स ऐसे नहीं चाहिए. बट जो अच्छे नहीं जा रहे वो ऐसे जा रहे वो फिर भी ठीक है. बट एक गेम अच्छा चाहिए.
इधर जोन अपने पे आता तो अपना ही गेम था. वो जोन पूरा ओपन में चला गया तो क्या ही करेंगे.
Yeah, Influence Rage kind of the silent partners there, even though they got the double elims. We didn't see too much of them. But yeah, 4th Thrives and Hora coming in clutch there. Some really strong performances. Hey, I thought Hora were going to win the whole thing. I really did. But we can get onto that later.
No. Let's get into it now.
Get into it now? Okay. Hora overextended. if they had pushed over onto that player of AXTMG as they should have, then yeah, I think that would have been really, really good for them. They drive to the player, take out that player, take that player's position, and then they have full control of that northern side. They should have won the game there.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it them overextended. I think they just mispicked the right location to go for that overextension. If you go for the play of AXTMG, as you mentioned, they have already a car. They can crash it into the car of that one play of AXTMG. You have a little bit of a mini fort, and then there's no way Falcon is going to be able to just shut you down in the process. So it was a good idea, but I think there was a slight mispick as what position you want to go for, because if they do secure that, you have a solid 2-2 split. You're fully controlling all of the fields. Fourth Rise can't really encroach on your terrain anymore. I think it would have been a Nepali win. I know CR7 during the watch party would have loved to get that win here for his team, but maybe later. Okay, it'll happen.
He's gonna be happy. You know what? Match ranking, they were second, being able to clutch up a lot of points too. That's what you want to be able to do for some of these teams, because remember, there's gonna be one group at the end of day 3 for group stages that's not gonna be playing. So you might
एक चीज देख रहे हो सिर्फ भाई, like ना सारी teams एक गेम अच्छा खेल रही है, 3 गेम आगे दूसरी टीम अभी से 40 के लिए भाग रही, तो वो बेसिकली सबके पॉइंट्स आसपास ही आ रहे हैं, तो कट ऑफ भी कम होगा और अपने 5-5 6-6 पॉइंट करके भी ठीक ही भाई पोजीशन बना देंगे ये लोग। अगर ऐसे भी खेल लिए ना तो टॉप 8 तो मेंटेन कर लेंगे आज के दिन ही, मतलब कल के दिन ही क्वालीफाई हो जाए तो बढ़िया रहेगा। 2 दिन में क्वालीफाई हो जाएंगे।
Hold on to Lighthouse, hold on to the gas station, hold on to the warehouse. They always had too big a split, but because they're so experienced around this kind of terrain, they're just like, we know what we're doing.
I mean, 9 times out of 10 in CSA, what we saw from them was them holding that exact position. So they absolutely know what they're doing when it comes to that. But I actually really liked the split. I can see what you're saying. It was like almost too much, but I think the control they had, the control that they garnered from actually doing that, made sure that they had so much info, they knew exactly how to play the next few phases.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the next plays they did after, I think you want to talk about their third party on Alpha 7 at XTMG, because that was a beautiful play from Fourth Rise.
Yeah, it was. I thought it was playing to their strengths. If you're a team, as a team, you want to play to your strengths. Not every team knows how to do that. So for me to see that, to see them go, oh, A7, AXTMG, they're popping off. They're going at each other really heavily. We need to third party that, use that our strength, and then to not overdo it and not go over to AXTMG. Just take A7 and go, okay, we're done, we're going to go back. Really, really well thought out from them.
I mean, one player that absolutely popped off for Fourth Thrives, and I mentioned it, I'm glad I mentioned it right before. I was like, the best player of Pakistan ever, Falak, popping off with 7 eliminations, 1,000 damage.
Falak! Falak बोला है, Falak.
More than that.
Oh, league का भी match चालू हो गया.
We'll have to learn how to say in Pakistani. We might need to need it for Falak in particular. In the chat, tell us, we'll need a little bit of help, guys. But 7 eliminations, playing early on as the gatekeeper of the bridge, on the beams, trying to eliminate all of power. Luckily enough, he did get rezzed by one of his teammates.
League का playoffs का match है आज chat.
He was not giving up any angles. If he saw you, chances are you're living for 5 seconds maximum. Falak is being ruthless here in PMWC, and we're just 3 games in. He's off.
Why car skins not visible? क्योंकि apparently car skins download नहीं करते ना, ऐसा कुछ रहता ना अमन. Pro players.
ताकि lag ना हो इसलिए.
Lag ना हो शायद.
Spectated वाले download नहीं करते.
I think it was a really, really good thing coming in from him.
Spectated POV में download नहीं करते ताकि spectated POV lag ना हो.
As you said, that confidence is starting to show. It's not being the overconfident. It's just really confident, and his team is backing him up like a champ. I mean, they have got that synergy down, so it's really, really exciting to see them coming out of here.
Yeah, and you say they're confident, but they're also very respectful of this lobby. You talked about the third party with Alpha 7 and XTMG. They take Alpha 7, eliminate them. XTMG, that's maybe a bit too much. You know what? We're just going to take it back. And a lot of teams might have just fully committed and pushed in like, oh yeah, we're just feeling pretty good after eliminating Alpha 7. No, they go back. We have a strong position. We're going to play it safe. I like when a team can be both respectful and aggressive. That is the true mark of a champion in my eyes.
One team that I do got to give a shout out to that you just mentioned was AXTMG. This team is not shying away from fighting top dogs. That was the big question mark. Is AXTMG, with the lack of global experience that they have, are they going to be crumbling? Is everybody just going to be stepping over them? That's not the case so far. No. They're willing to take those fights, and they're willing to take them quick too. And one thing that we saw is whenever they go into close range, it can actually go their way too.
It can absolutely go their way. My big concern with them was their speed. I thought that they are actually a very slow team compared to the rest of the lobby, and that actually they've stepped up massively. They've seen that, oh, this is where our weak point is. This is where we could fall down and get overrun. They have stepped up massively in that regard. So really, really nice show.
मेरे कपड़े आ गए मैं फटाक से नीचे गया आ गए मेरे कपड़े आ गए लॉन्ड्री
The region hasn't played globally for a long time. He has the special invite team. I was like, is your DBS and S12K game on point? And I was talking to Ocean Sharma. He said it's good, but I was like, is it good enough? Well,
Hora का कैसा लगा भाई? Unexpected performance, next level खेली है Hora.
So that's a doubt that's kind of gone away for XTMG.
पलक भी बहुत बढ़िया खेला.
They can back it up, and I do also.
And Team Aryan भी बहुत बढ़िया खेली है भाई.
They knew they were going to win this match.
थोड़ा सा उसका stuck हो रहा था वो देखना पड़ेगा.
We're not going to win this. We're going to play it passive.
Aryan का ही stuck हो रहा था.
Three with a few eliminations. That is really nice to see when a team.
वो two finger है शायद इसलिए.
Not taking this. Let's just gather as many
तभी वो पीछे नहीं आ पाया.
possible.
And that's the player, right? Just gather as many
I feel like two finger player के लिए जब अगर वो पीछे नहीं आ सकते ना ऐसे क्राउच अप वाली फाइट में तो उनको प्रोन दबा देना चाहिए फिर आराम से क्राउच करके एंड देन पीछे आओ
25 drives chill.
देखो सिर्फ एक गेम की बारी है गाइस एक गेम में सीधा सेकंड आ जाएंगे अपन भाई मां
It's what you want to see in the group stage, right? When you know you have a day off at some point over the next 2 days, right? It's either tomorrow or the last day. You want to get as many points as possible today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at DRX in particular. If we're going to go on a negative quickly on the first game. They got 10 placement points. They have 1 chicken dinner. Quick math, that means 0 points back to back on Erangel. This is the map you have the most every day, DRX, okay? You are the Korean team, the Korean champions here, normally of D plus Kia. You're replacing them at PMWC, kinda. We need to see more, and unfortunately, outside of Sanok, nothing's been happening as you go to the second page here. Quite a few SEA teams in E Arena in particular.
When we're talking about teams that we need to see more out of, one that just pops into my head right away is Weibo Gaming. The hype that this team had, I was on that hype train too. Right now, they're just not being able to put up any points in Terra.
I think it's just kind of odd, but I do wonder if maybe, I mean, day number 1 is all about kind of adapting, so maybe we're going to see some better rotations, but also they've just not really been in play at all.
Sook didn't find a bow yet. That's right.
Oh, that's right.
You'll
that's
find
true.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, you know what? I can't wait. Let's send that over to Barton because I want to see what's going to be happening here in Erangel in the next match.
Welcome back to the Qiddiya Arena, where we are halfway through our first day of the group stage. But don't worry if you're only just joining us, because I'm here to break down everything if you might have missed it. Game 1, we had Sandhawk, and we opened up with a bang because AXTMG hot dropped right next to Nongshim Red Force. AXTMG came out on top in that fight, but ultimately at the end of the map, it was indeed DRX that went up against Team Falcons in a 4v3. DRX came out on top in that fight and managed to secure the first chicken dinner of the competition and 19
बहुत
points.
next level करती है Weibo पे like मैं बता रहा हूँ तुम बोल रहा हो अगर उनका कमबैक एक बार चालू हुआ ना रुकने वाला नहीं है डर के फिर भी रहना चाहिए Weibo से.
It was Alpha 7 who had one thing on their mind, and that was survival, with the duo of Carillo and Revo reviving each other constantly throughout that entire map, and ultimately defeating Team Secret in the final fight and securing 20 points for them. Map number 3 started off a bit slower, a bit cleaner, because it was indeed a lot of people switching up their drops as I am lowered down in the stage. And Dice have to have an honorable mention for having such an impressive day, taking out Alpha 7 as well, and managing to secure their first chicken dinner with 14 eliminations. What a first day we are through so far, but we're only halfway, 3 more maps to go. So let's hear some energy in the arena, because we're going to go into our next map very soon.
There it is. We are halfway through. That's the important talking points. Halfway through today's maps, number 4 of 6. We hop back into Erangel, as Neptura said at the beginning of the show. That should be the bread and butter for multiple teams. However, it hasn't been. But we do have some top dogs at the top, Alpha 7 being one of them, looking to make it straight into the finals. 4 Thrives, though. John going all the way, it seems.
एक सैनोक 3 Erangel 1 Miramar होगा फिर 2 Miramar होंगे पता नहीं समझ नहीं आ रहा मेटा क्या इन्होंने मैप सिस्टम में 4th मैच भी Erangel 3 मैच बैक टू बैक Erangel हो गए.
If you're looking at previous tournaments that have been played with a 12 map set, it is around the 80-point mark that you will see
2 Miramar है. ओके तो ये लास्ट Erangel है, उसके बाद दोनों बैक टू बैक Miramar है.
Over these next few matches,
and
over the next 9 matches, they're looking over the next 9 matches, they are going to need to look to put 40 more points on to feel nice and safe.
that is a pretty low average.
I would say so. You know, we see some big games, but we were talking about it. Consistency
शर्म आई है मुझे
is
नीचे
key, not
बेंचो
only here,
सब
but
लोग
also in life. Let me not get
पता
too
नहीं को तो
deep
VIP
already.
आया
It's my
चैट
first global event here, but I will say
और अपने रोल्स रॉयस फैंटम में से भी उतर रहे पूरा कॉन्वॉय था नीचे और मैं अपने हाफ चड्डी और बाथरूम स्लीपर में अपने धोए हुए कपड़े लेके अंदर आ रहा था अबे शी बे ऐसा आया हुआ है देख ये लेके चैट एक साइड पे कोई फैंटम एक साइड पे कोई और गाड़ी एसयूवी बड़ी सी शी बे
very close. We've got to keep our eye on from Team Secret and above, and of course the whole Team Falcons in ninth looking to make their way up.
Yeah, absolutely. It is still very much all to play for at this stage.
भाई लास्ट वाले एरेंगल जब ये फ्लाइट पाथ था तब मिलिट्री कोई नहीं गया था, सिर्फ सूख गया था और इस बार 3 टीमें गई है, 2 टीमें गई है।
They're going to be closer to one another. It means that position jumps are going to be easier.
जोन ब्रिज का बना वापस, सेम टाइप का जोन बना वापस।
And it's going to be really exciting to see how that unfolds. I think that the most interesting team I saw on that table there towards the bottom was Regnum Carya. This is disappointing for the reigning PMGO champs coming into this one. They need to step up. They need to step up fairly quickly. I have no doubt in my mind that they can do it. The question is, will they bring it to bear today?
That's the question. We got a nice zone. Liking it, potentially setting up for a bridge zone. I love bridge zones. More importantly, I love military, but most likely going over to mainland. But I do want to focus in as we've got 2 teams maybe about to skirmish out over on military, of course. Talk about Fireflux, and you got Team Secrets. Most likely going to be running into each other. They could have a truce. Maybe they say, hey, you go over to the right side bridge, we'll take over to left, and we'll just go our own way. But if I'm Team Secret, I've been on fire today. I'm not going to be intimidated by anybody. I'm on fire. Fireflux is quite literally there in the top 3 running. So I'm looking at them to potentially be one of the front runners in the engagement. Who knows? We'll see how it ends up unfolding. What else do we see?
आज अपना लीग का भी प्लेऑफ के मैचेस चल रहे हैं चैट।
Might just be heading out to the east, disengage. West and east bridges both available still. At the moment, it doesn't seem like too much more is unfolding. I feel like George Pole is potentially a little bit of a hotspot for contest on this northwest side. 2 teams in South George, Alpha 7 up in North George. That crossing down south, that because of this first circle, is going to happen for Alpha 7, could be under duress, could be a little bit of conflict in their future.
Yeah, but you got to think about who they're going against, right? It's E-Arena, who, well, let's face it, they've been struggling, only sitting at 8 points, currently in 13th place. Now,
परेशान वगैरह कर दिया FF के प्लेयर को तो सीधा पेड़ वेलना दे बाउंसर जैसे
पूरे. Players was phenomenal. I could not believe my eyes. You actually called it early. I wasn't a believer until the very ends, but able to get what 4 to 5 revives overall. It was Revo and Korea who was able to get that win. So if I'm E-Arena and of course having to rotate down, I've got to go against Galacticos. That's not going to be an easy fight for either of those rosters. So for Alpha 7, I'm still favoring them, but you're right. I think we will have a skirmish soon.
They could always break out further to the east, right? There is always that option to go for a wide swing, but depending on the pace that they can move, the pace that they can get out of North George, they may be able to avoid that altogether. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. Team Secret, they did move all the way over to Novo. This is on the military island right now.
Sorry, माफ कर देना है चैट, थोड़ा आज के स्ट्रीम पे थोड़ा मेरा बस एनर्जी लेके आते वापस, मैक्सिव एनर्जी लेके आते वापस, थोड़ा डाउन हो गया यार, बस और कुछ नहीं, डाउन हो गया, माफ कर देना, we'll bring our energy back. It's all good. It's all good. Let's not talk about bullshit again. Let's keep our energy high.
Obviously, the top dogs for a reason.
Thank you very much for tuning in.
Right now, they are undisputably the best.
Let's fucking go.
Double the points, even over second, which is Hora. But I would think so, though. You know, for Fireflux, I would go to the right side bridge alongside that at Team Secret. But then you have Power over there too. And Power, I don't know. There's no reason for them to go too deep into the zone as of yet.
Out of reach हो जाएगा पूरा.
You think?
It could be. I mean, it does potentially waste a little bit of time. It looks like Fourth Rides are going to disengage from that bridge position over towards a more central location.
आपका घर है, घर कम, ये सर्विस अपार्टमेंट्स है. This is not like a hotel. This is like a service apartment. तो ये काफी sexy property है.
Okay, so that opens the door for Alpha 7, which was potential for them to find that.
By 40,
getting very central. Nice and quick.
40 के बारे में थोड़ी सी बात
करते हैं. Finding a central spot.
40 के बारे में
taking a little bit of damage, but they're going to be just fine for the time being. This is a team that was much hyped up coming into PMWC, a team that needs to start gathering points. As we said, we're on our halfway point. Only 9 more games.
वो मेन बंदे का नाम क्या है? फलक
group stage, but the teams only played 2 of those days, a total of 12 games. 3 are already gone. With
work
the one
done,
race
chat.
being as
Let's
close
go.
as it currently is,
Work
I
done.
know they're in 12th place, I should say.
Work done.
But they can easily jump right up with how close it is all
क्या
the
हो
way
गया?
up
क्यों
to
डाउन नहीं
top
होने हो?
8.
डाउन नहीं हूँ अभी.
Well,
डाउन
DRX
था
on
अभी
your
नहीं.
screen, a team that ended up starting off the day hot with the winner chicken dinner. They're currently
अभी
in
नहीं,
6th
अभी नहीं. All
place.
good.
It's going to be
All
nice and
Gucci.
quiet for the time being.
Yeah, just bunkering down
They
right
like
now.
Gucci.
Early circles, keeping it chill, keeping the nerves in check. Something that I would love to see is like heart rate monitors coming.
Yes, we need
that. That would be really sick. Although to be fair, 64 heart rate monitors.
थोड़ा सा मूड ऑफ हो गया यार,
to
मतलब.
be honest. But either way,
अरे मतलब
it would be so interesting to see
मेरे को
how
ज़्यादा
these
मैं
players are
वापस देखो.
affected by obviously
मैं बोल
early
रहा हूँ
game.
कि
You're
मेरे को
expecting
ज़्यादा हर्ट
some
इस
low
चीज़ का हुआ
tempos,
कि
but you can imagine it goes through the
अपने
roof
फैन
in those
गाली
final
देते हैं वो
moments.
होता था ये वो.
Unless you know you're
वो
Revo
टाइम लग गई
and
कि
Rio final moments. Just super
नेक्स्ट
chilling.
वॉचिंग से
You know,
जल रहा
Alpha
हूँ,
7 is
नाटक
one of
कर
those
रहा है ये
teams
वो.
that are just always
यार वो
so
वैसा
relaxed,
एक्सपेक्ट नहीं
it
किया था.
seems.
जान दे
And,
दूँ दिन
you
के
gotta
स्नैक्स के लिए
appreciate that. I
मालूम.
think that owes to their success. Falcons getting
वो
active,
मेरे को
which
बहुत
good
हर्ट
on
किया.
them. The home
मतलब
team. I know the crowd's
इतना
been
मेरे को
going
चूतिया समझने लग
crazy
गए लोग
for
कि
Team
अभी ये
Falcons, as you
लेवल
would
का बात कर
expect.
रहे हैं.
A lot of the crowd set up actually
तो
right
वो मेरे
behind
को
the
बहुत
Falcons
हर्ट किया.
roster, so they're hearing the loud roars
वो
every
देख के
single
मेरा
time
एकदम मूड
they
खराब हुआ.
pop off. For Team
Watching
Falcons, they were
bitching तो
center
ठीक है
zone.
यार.
Of course, they've got a lot of
कोई
teams
इतना
around
टेंशन
them,
नहीं
but I
है.
do believe where they're currently at is,
Obviously उसका बड़ा
again,
चैनल
they're
है,
going to
इसे
be
मत
chilling.
बिगर
Not a lot of
क्रिएटर
teams want to fight at the
देना.
moment. They'll
Watching का
do it if they
टेंशन नहीं है
have
bro.
to, but for now, it's all about positioning
वो
into
थोड़ा
stage
मेरे
2.
को हर्ट कर गया.
Absolutely. For the
वो अच्छा
Falcons,
नहीं लगा मेरे को.
they came into this tournament obviously as the winner of their
अपने
region.
लोग मेरे को
coming
हिट दे रहे
in
उस
from
चीज की तो
Europe,
थोड़ी बहुत आदत हो गई थी,
and
बट
qualifying through there. They won via
स्नैक्स
a
से जल
smash
रहा है.
ruling.
स्नैक्स
So
की
if you
वॉचिंग
want to
देखो
take a
ये
look at
वो.
that, make sure you go and check
मतलब
it out.
मेरे
But not
को
yet, 'cause
अंदर
we've still
ही
got
अगर
more
हम
game
लोग
to play.
कंपेयर करेंगे यार अपने ही लोगों के
Unfortunately,
बीच में
it
तो
felt like some of the time, especially
समझ
during
रहे
the
हो. मतलब
earlier
वैलो
stages
में
of
कैसा
that
बिंग्स का
tournament,
अंडरस्टैंड नहीं
they
है. ये
weren't
बिंग्स ही
quite
करता
as
है. मैं नहीं हाथ
cohesive as
लगाता
they
वाले
need
की
to
वर्क
be
पार्टी
to
को.
take on the
बिंग्स
global
को मैं
levels.
बोल दूं
They
मेरे को
moved
एक
into
वर्क
the
पार्टी
finals,
मेरे
and
को
it
करने दे
felt
देगा.
like
वो
they
अच्छा
had
अंडरस्टैंडिंग यार
pieced
वाला
it
फैमिली
together,
मतलब
right?
फैमिली
At
मेंबर्स के
the
बीच में
moment,
अगर ऐसा
they've
बातें
got
करोगे
Redox,
तो
Cohen, Arvalo,
फिर
Ralph
अच्छा नहीं
playing
लगता.
on the
समझ रहे हो.
roster. It
वो
felt
मेरे को
like
बहुत हर्ट किया. नथिंग
sometimes there
एल्स.
was a little bit of disarray
चलो
in
एक
amongst the
नॉक
roster, but
एक
right
बच गया ना.
towards the
दो
end,
नॉक हुए
they
थे ना
did
शायद.
show up. I was worried coming into this tournament that those early stages would come back and that performance would recur. For now, it seems like they're holding their nerve. There have been 1 or 2 missteps today in some pretty crucial moments, but I think for now, I'm pretty happy with where they're sat. Up in 9th place, 18 points. They've got this first point on board as well.
Yeah, it's day 1.
सर्विस अपार्टमेंट मतलब इट्स लाइक अ होटल बट उसमें हॉल किचन सब कुछ होता है. तो इट इज फॉर पीपल जिनको लंबा रहना होता है ना, तो वो लोग सर्विस अपार्टमेंट जिसको खुद की कुकिंग करनी है. इधर मतलब है रेस्टोरेंट वगैरह सब कुछ है, बट इधर किचन है, फ्रिज है. इट्स लाइक अ फ्लैट बेसिकली ऑन शॉर्ट अमाउंट ऑफ रेंट. मतलब 10 दिन का रेंट, 11 दिन का, वैसा बुकिंग. समझे?
We need to see progression from so many different rosters. And honestly, for me, Alpha 7, I wasn't happy with their America's performance. I really wasn't, but I think that narrative went up feeling good. We shift
kind
now
of like
to
an Airbnb,
mainland, and
but
now
ये
we get to
पूरा
see four
building
drivers
ही
coming
service
in.
apartments है.
Of course, one of the rosters going across.
So all the flats in this building are service apartments. Airbnb कैसा एक flat होता है inside a building. So it's like Airbnb, kind of like an Airbnb, but this entire thing is this the service apartment. पूरा होटल ही है. मतलब इनका देखो रिसेप्शन है, इनका रेस्टोरेंट है, और ऑब्वियसली लॉन्ड्री सर्विस है यहाँ पे. सब कुछ है, होटल जैसा ही है. बस इंस्टेड ऑफ अ रूम इट इज अ फ्लैट. एक लॉस हो गया, बट ठीक है, सेंटर में है फिलहाल तो. Who's coaching team are? I'm not sure. Whoever it is, they're doing well. They're clearly doing well. Honestly, बताओ तो they're doing well. They're doing super well.
During the PMSL Americas season. Well done for them. They've not done too bad. I know they're in 10th place, but again, that point gap, that point spread is just so incredibly close. But we're talking 4 points from going from 10th up to top 5, right? So for Influence Rage Happy, they're going to be on the dead side of the zone in the north. I'm very curious how that's going to end up paying off for them. I want to see them make a deep run. I feel like Influence Rage is a roster.
फलक का नाम लिख दिया मैंने अपने बुक में. पूरा सपोर्ट है फलक भाई को.
This is the year I think they're truly going to show.
पूरा सपोर्ट है भाई फलक भाई को.
I would hope so, but it seems like they have always been the little little brother of the region, right? They are there, they're powerful in their own right, but they just haven't been able to take that next step. Maybe they'll find that development here, but I feel like with Big Brother's Alpha 7 in the lobby, it's going to be hard to try and take that fight.
Yeah. Well, and that's a great point, right? When it comes to Americas, it was a region that we paid attention to mainly for Brazil, North America. I know we've got our struggles. We're going to try and make it back up eventually. We're getting better, I promise you. But when you talk about the big brother of Alpha 7, I saw a massive improvement across the board from all the rosters because they know they've got Alpha 7 to battle against. Trust me, they wanted to win PMSL
likes se zyada subscribe karo bhai.
2025, and unfortunately, of course, some of them didn't, but for others, they did dethrone Alpha 7. Alpha 7 barely made it to this stage. Let's put that into perspective. They're doing great now, but I really do think Alpha 7's performance, them winning last year at EWC, truly made the other rosters say, I've got
क्या बात है almost 584 के हो गए what the fuck that's nuts that's nuts quality की बात है
Regnal combat going on through take that
480p
away
यार LAN केबल लानी चाहिए मैंने fuck
from Alpha 7
LAN केबल लेके आता हूँ
sure to keep up to date
सबके पास स्किन क्यों नहीं है वो लोग स्पेक्टेट में स्किन्स नहीं लगाते शायद
top spot but is it even going to matter
ब्रॉडकास्ट में वो लोग नहीं करते स्किन्स नहीं लगाते
that global interaction sure you can increase the quality of those lobbies but then how does that playstyle move into the current stage
why commentators are not talking about Team Aryan first time represent कर रहे हैं region को after long time करेंगे they're not ignoring us यार this is a competitive event bro यहाँ पे क्यों बात करेंगे Team Aryan के बारे में let them take a chicken dinner फिर बात करेंगे वो लोग Team Aryan के बारे में ऐसे वर्क नहीं करता ब्रो चीजें फ्री में नहीं मिलती दुनिया में क्या हो गया बहुत टाइम के बाद रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे तो ऐसा थोड़ी कर रहे हैं वो लोग वर्ल्ड कप ऐसा नहीं होता दुनिया ऐसे काम नहीं करती जब टू अर्न इट हम लोग खुश है उनके लिए हम उनको रिप्रेजेंट मतलब हम उनको प्यार दे रहे हम लोग उनके लिए सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं हम उनके लिए शेयर कर रहे हैं राइट कास्टर्स वो लोग एक कंपेटिटिव इवेंट के कास्टर्स है वो लोग किसी के भी बारे में बात करेंगे जो अच्छा खेलेगा उसके बारे में बात करेंगे और बाय द वे दे वर द फर्स्ट टीम टू वॉक आउट एग्जैक्टली एक बंदे ने अभी जो सौरभ जो बोल रहे दे वर द फर्स्ट टीम टू वॉक आउट और क्यों मिलेगा जिस क्वालीफाई होने रिजल्ट इज नॉट क्वालीफाई होना अपने लिए सेलिब्रेशन है इनके लिए इट मेक्स नो डिफरेंस यू नो इट मेक्स नो डिफरेंस टू दिस पीपल इनके लिए दे आर जस्ट अनदर टीम they have to earn that respect hopefully which I hope they do and they are doing right now but अभी जैसे फर्स्ट सैनत में जब वो लोग ने वाइप किया अच्छा बोला वो लोग उनको फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा बहुत साल के बाद आई है कहाँ से आई है उनके लिए जस्ट अनदर टीम अच्छा खेलेंगे फिर देखते हो कौन बात नहीं करता 100% बात करेंगे इनह्यूमन लोग हैं सच्ची बता रहा हूँ थोड़ा बात मत करो
he would be the only one leaving this engagement. Rage, mind you, they might come in for the third party. This fight needs to be finished up. But Carrillo goes a long top, and it's going to at least drop one from the arena. And Carrillo going for it off angle, taking damage. He has no choice but to push forward, and he's making the most of it. Alpha 7 refusing to lose.
Not yet. They will not go quietly. And Influence Rage on the south side looking to guard this one out. Carrillo, though, could slip through the cracks as a solo. It's a lot easier to go unnoticed, but unfortunately, the firefight around him has drawn the attention of their regional teammates, and they will have to move through it. Carrillo, I don't expect them to be getting too much further, but he could leave north side, try and get in amongst it.
Well, they did it as a duo. Can Carrillo do it as a solo? That would be even crazier. Don't count him out, but I agree with you. Now you're going for placement points. You're in survival mode, and luckily for Carrillo, Influence Rage has backed away. It doesn't look like they're going to crash in on him, so should be just fine. And while he'll be a solo, wreaking havoc on the remaining rosters. Falcons moving in as Course Vision now wants to take on the Falcons. Let's see how it unfolds.
A double roll-up again as teams start to move. This is what hard shifts bring. Action left and right. Redox on the inside goes down first. The pump action from Never Alone and the flush as well. So Falcons fighting with three. Navallo wins the trade. The pump action winning the day and a second as well. Koa's there for the backup. There's a nade. It doesn't sit. And Navallo can now look for this healing on the northeast side. Order are nearby and it looks like they're going to roll in for the fight.
There it goes. Hey, Order wants this. They need it. Points so valuable to catch up. They're already in top three, but they want a little bit more. Vision taking damage on the stairway, but don't worry because you got Narvalo from the Falcons who's been holding it down, and you mentioned Hora. Well, here they are. Sleepy, no fear, starting to take the house opposite of Team Falcons. We've now lost a roster, and all attention on Falcons versus Hora now.
Massive pickup on the back line of Hora as well, meaning they're two players on the inside. Losing that off angle is huge. It draws the attention out that way, and a knock on the forefront as well. Falcons are splitting the difference here on the fight beautifully as they will look for more.
Narvalo, I mean, he has just been doing quite literally everything. All eyes on him, the tip of the spear for this roster to take down Sleepy and No Fear. Ralph also moving in as well. You gotta think they've got a power position. That stairway is always hard to push up, though. It's going to be a choke point, and you know dang well Hora's
आवाज
going
कम
to
कर
be
देता
able to
हूँ भाई Falcons तो इस साल क्लब चैंपियनशिप नहीं जीत रहे हैं
turning tail and running the story for Hora now in the rest of this match. 2 players alive.
मेरे को तो
Sleepy's
नहीं
not
लग रहा
locked for
जीत
this
रहे
one.
भाई
The point gets stolen though, and it goes over to Power.
So now, Jiggle Sky, they're going to go in and dip. They're going to get within zone. They're going to play the survival game like Alpha 7's Carrillo, but I'd rather have 2 than 1. Either way, that's how it ended up unfolding. Power Esports, who's
I don't think they're winning this time.
Not one of the first teams out, mind you, so maybe good news for them. We talk about at the halfway point, 9 more games remaining. I'm hoping Power is able to turn things around in this Erangel.
We didn't really talk about it too much with all the fighting going on, but the circle shift was another hard southwest side shift, which means that Falcons had to move fast and early. Unfortunately, they weren't in the best of shapes to do it, as Hora do finally bite the dust. It means that Falcons are going to have to crash in a suboptimal situation to the north side. Same story going to be true for Power, as they have now wasted a little bit of time, I think it's safe to say, on this northeast side.
So Falak, he's going to be the scout, kind of breaking away from fourth.
I don't think BMPS was more aggressive. For BMPS भी अगर ये
where
slow है तो I
yeah,
believe
so maybe calling out
BMPS
solo
भी
to
slow ही था.
is down, if I'm not mistaken. We do have a bit of a crash though. Falcons
But in
continually
general,
to
भाई मैं
get
सच्ची
into engagements,
अरे
and this
ये
time it doesn't work out.
किसने मारा ये
Carya, the
इसको?
ones to receive that in the ditch, in the divot. It's going to go down for the
Kung mara?
Falcons, and I don't think that their lone player is going to get to. Hang on a
The
minute,
fuck?
take it back, Koa, with a drive-by onto
दिखा ही
Romeo.
नहीं, कौन मारा?
Hits him with a run around, and we'll be able to
दिखा ही
survive a
नहीं.
moment or 2 longer. But really, no safe ground in this central area. These hillsides are littered with
देखो
Caltrops.
यही प्रॉब्लम है यही 3 अच्छे गेम मतलब 3 एवरेज गेम फिर एक 0 पॉइंट नहीं चाहिए 3 एवरेज गेम के पास ना एक अच्छा गेम चाहिए यही प्रॉब्लम है अब वो लोग का भोसड़ा ना हो क्योंकि अब गैप बहुत बढ़ेगा आई होप अभी भी वो लोग थोड़ा सा शांत होकर खेले अभी कर सकते हैं एक अच्छा गेम चाहिए बस अब इंपॉर्टेंट है नेक्स्ट गेम इनका भोसड़ा ना हो बस एसएडएल का अपर ब्रैकेट सेमी चल रहा लीग ऑफ लेजेंड्स कोई क्यों नहीं बता मेरे को नहीं मालूम
rolling on out. Regnum Carya not going to let easy go down, and the 2-2 roll around will be good for it. However, there is a sideline that they need to be worried about. Get the cover in. Wild low as well. The vehicle's going up in smoke, and Loxy's down all of a sudden.
Yeah, he's down, and I believe that was a third party from DRX way off in the distance, getting some shots out. And well, we got Team Secret also trying to survive. I mean, you got so many teams in shambles, and when you got to go to the shacks and call it the Death Shack, you're in a lot of trouble. The teams are spread out quite a bit. I'm actually surprised we've lost
3-4 गेम एवरेज जाते फिर एक 0 पॉइंटर नहीं आना चाहिए इसमें भी या तो बेयर मिनिमम एवरेज निकल जाता है तो अच्छा गेम रहता है वो अच्छा है 0 पॉइंटर नहीं निकलना चाहिए बट ठीक है
southwest shifts followed by a northeast
40
shift
तो थोड़ा अलग ही
maybe
लेवल का
giving a
निकल
little
रहा
bit of pause for a breather but still those
फलक भाई का
2
नाम तो
hard
लिखा
shifts
है
that we
मैंने
saw in a row have really changed the tune here in the lobby. It's forced teams to take fights where they wouldn't have wanted to otherwise, and now at 18 and a half minutes in, we're down to 10 teams, and a lot of those teams not looking healthy.
Take a peek at Fireflux racing against Papa Blue. Influence Rage just above them. Talk about Fireflux landing over on Military. Would they have a bit of a skirmish from 4 Thrives on the Western Bridge? That doesn't end up happening, so they're still alive. Now down to, of course, just a handful of teams. Circle closing in. Another shift about to begin. Excuse me, as Fireflux starts to get active a little bit. Luckily, they got on the vehicles. The question is, can Influence Range, do they get aggressive? Obviously, they have to move. Do they set position up to the right-hand side to cut off Fireflux's rotation?
Yeah.
It's going to be tricky here for both of these teams on the southwest side, and Fireflux are first to move. For the moment, Influence Rage still holding in their compound near Quarry. And they're going to have to try and go in a little bit later. So, Fireflux, where are they going to opt to crash in? They've already sent 2 players towards this Regnum Carya stronghold. I don't know how that's going to go for them. We know that there's third-party angles on there. They're already getting lit up. Scarface with a slow roll around the side, but the vehicle takes him down. It's Regnum Carya and Nongshim Red Force on the crossfire. Now the 2 remaining players of Fireflux going to try and send Long over to the north side. A straight cut through the circle on the western flank. And in the meantime, in the wake of that rotation, Influence Rage push in from the west.
Yeah, they're coming in, and they're going to be coming in hard. It's going to be a big push for them. Regnum Carya needs to watch out, of course, as Influence Rage is dominant team. Fireflux, I cannot believe that they're still alive in this moment. It's so unfortunate they lost 2 of their players, so now they've got to go at it. And well, Influence Rage actually looked to be crashing in on Carrillo, who's been a solo for the longest time.
has been alive, and he's going to keep trying as 4 Thrives go down as well. In the meantime, Carya with his full send, straight towards Fireflux, 2 players alive, but he goes too slow, no hop out to be seen, and Catch finds a duck sitting in his sightlines.
That's it, and Fireflux, luckily for them, they will be dead center of the current zone. That's great, but also could potentially make you a target. You've got Galacticus, who's going to be just onto your left, got DRX as well. Influence Rage, of course, are going to be moving in. We'll be keeping an eye out for Fireflux, and of course, at the moment. And also Team Power, man, I gotta say, for Team Power's perspective, just still struggling. I thought for a good moment they were going to have a great game based on the positioning on the north, but just got too rough for them.
They weren't quite able to convert here. Fireflux do finally go down. The last 2 of Regnum Carya sidle on in, but Silas needs a little hand here from Wild, as they only have 2 players to go. Yangon Galacticos on the northwest edge also put pressure onto this location, but they're being a little bit slow with it. They're more concerned about Influence Rage on the west side, who have been, again, very slow, very tepid in their rotational pace here on the west edge.
We lost in league.
As things start to slow down just a little bit, shots are ringing out, but nobody really at risk of going down except for Lil Boy. I'd say Galacticos trying to take him down. They will do so. The rest of the Influence Rage roster, I guess, a little bit separated. Lil Boy maybe being a scout, can't get away. And that's so unfortunate because they had such a strong position on this side of the map, and now they've got to recover and make a decision. Do we go for revenge, or do we just continue to play the dead zone, get in there, and maybe watch our backs? Because, of course, you know, Red Force, they're going to be moving in just behind them potentially, but I think that's an oversight, leaving Lil Boy out by his own. But they're going in, they're crashing.
They may have expected Yangon Galacticos to go further forwards, in which case the Lil Boy would have been in prime location to take those backstab shots when Influence Rage needs to move up north. They overinvest potentially on that angle, and Yangon Galacticos have excellent wherewithal to be able to read that and take down that player at the back. Very, very cautious, but it works out well for them. And now they can be the ones to put the pressure on Influence Rage as they take a fight on 2 fronts. You can see on the minimap this vice grip that now sits around this Influence Rage position.
So they got to make a decision. Push forward, push back. Staying where you're currently at could be a death trap. And they look like they were going to push in onto Nogsham Red Force, but they don't make the full commitments. And in the meantime, yeah, you see them still taking their time. The more time you take, the more of an opportunity for a third party. The nade, luckily, just a bit short. Law's going to be okay. And with them hopping in cars, are they disengaging?
सारी top team हाँ
well,
थोड़ा इधर निकाल सकते
rolling up, and I was watching Silas just there.
First loss after the
joint
soul.
Yeah. He did get a lot of info on their location, but he took a lot of damage in the process. He's slow rolling behind the vehicle, looking for a time to pop that first aid, but he didn't put the handbrake on here, and it's just going to keep rolling away from him.
Oh, the nade. So close, Silas. Down, unfortunately. Tough break for him. We focus now on DRX. Just up ahead. DRX has had such a great day. This fight should be no different, you would have to assume anyways. For Regnum Carya, they gotta obviously make a bit of an impact here. For Influence Rage, by the way,
वैसे भी मैच नहीं आ रहे, एक मैप आ रहे हैं बस ठीक है.
Team opposite of them, of course,
और उनके matches
Red Force. That's going to be a great opportunity now to gain a couple more points, move up. Granted, only 2 players. But still, with that gap being the top 8, so close to them already breaking into top 8, I think this game could be very valuable.
Absolutely, they do have 2 players alive, losing Diego in that fight. They will be playing on from that southwest side. Yangon Galacticos disengaged because of this crazy play from Silas, so a little bit of a breath of life potentially into this Influence Rage position. Oh, Weibo though, find the pick off onto Lorazin, and on the back lines, that's going to leave Influence Rage on just 1 player remaining now, and that is going to make things real tough for them. DRX, again, been fairly quiet throughout this. They're up to 3 elims, but they have all 4 players alive. They're playing on this long side of the hill. They're going to start to be able to move up. It's Yangon Galacticos, DRX, these 2 opposing positions, and Weibo on the southeast side as well. Already on 6 elims, by the way. Having a brilliant game so far, who have a more central position here. The rest is dribs and drabs, ragtag bunch of solos.
Solos galore. That was from the early violence that we witnessed pretty early. I think, what, stage 1, stage 2, quite honestly. Law, though, very interested in what he's going to be able to do, only because as a solo, he can truly devastate positioning of not only the last player from Team Secret, but also Weibo, depending if he's able to penetrate that off angle. So he could be a thorn in their side, depending, but of course, All eyes on DRX and Weibo. And Weibo needs a good game here. This would be tremendous for him. They've been towards the bottom. They're much hyped up. In fact, I believe even in the power rankings, Weibo breaking into the top 3 for our analysts. So for them, this game could be exactly what the doctor ordered in order to rise up the ranks.
Oh, bhai, ye kya hai?
Would hope so.
Salsa.
For a while now, the teams from the PL have been a little bit out of the spotlight, looking for a little bit of a resurgence here. We've got Thundertalk to look forward to, but for now, it is just Weibo flying that PL flag. Yango Galacticos now moving on in towards Wild, but he spots him and immediately step up, spray down. He can't give him that broadside. Romeo feels the brunt of it. Wild looks for another as well. Two players rolling up. The spray down potential, but Wild will fall, and that will be Regnum Carya out.
It's unfortunate. Fight was setting up for quite some time for on Galacticos. Good on them. They stay up. They stay alive. Still 3 strong, mind you. So a chance to take this game is in. But now DRX also getting active. Weibo onto Yangon Galacticos up ahead. If I'm DRX, I'm now crashing in onto Galacticos, taking them down, because really once they do that, they control the entirety of the northern portion of the next stage.
The difficulty is what sort of angles do you expose to the south side here. There's this big saddle that Yangon Galacticos sit in. You can see DRX a little bit hesitant to go for the full send here. They're moving out to the west side as DRX do manage to keep that fight penned on in. Yangon Galacticos fall. They don't need to full flush. They have control
Chinese
of the
lobby बहुत hard होती है क्योंकि ये lobby देख के मेरे को इतनी भी ऐसे overpowered नहीं लग रही है lobby.
Start to put pressure down south.
All right, so Team Secret, one alive. Meanwhile, you got a good old-fashioned 4v4. Weibo versus DRX. The overhead view showing you what's at stake. You got a little bit of elevation. DRX is going to be on the high ground. Meanwhile, the snakes in the grass of Weibo slowly inching their way up. The question is, once they apex that hill, is Weibo going to mow them down?
Scan it.
Here in these final moments as
you can scan it and play fantasy.
Sorry, hang on a minute. Oh no, a little bit of miscomms on the spray down. Finally, orders there. The suit can't quite connect. But
yeah,
now
I think
it is a full 4 versus 4. DRX, who have moved back out to this north side, have it fully under control. There's still an off angle played for her on that southeast side. You can see that movement now coming up the hill towards that shack. And DRX looking to extend their influence here for South Korea.
Order.
Mostly सब
I was going to say if you get an off angle extend to the left, but it's a bit too tricky. A lot of utility was used from DRX a little bit earlier to take down Galacticos. I'm sure that they at least saved a little bit of
Chinese
it so they can have this utility
sexy music
to apex that hill But at least the good news from DRX at the moment, nobody from Weibo really has like a tremendous off angle. Maybe suck over onto the left-hand side, but aside from that, like DRX with their wolfpack, it's going to be tough because Weibo's going to get up, they're going to shoot one, DRX is going to be able to focus fire everything onto 33Z, Order, or Zuck just onto the left-hand side. So honestly, in this position, I think I have to favor DRX.
It's all going to be up to the smoke play, right? You can really change the tide of a fight like this, especially on such a weirdly rolling terrain position. If you can create a smoke separation, you have a huge advantage, and you're talking about these off angles. Those can be assuaged with good smoke play, right? So it depends how you're able to target it. It also depends how much utility you've got left in these final moments. You can see that for Weibo Gaming, they've been through the ringer. They've got 9 elims already, but certainly on 33Z, there's no smokes, only 1 nade here.
He's the tip of the spear too. With his forward position,
he's
most likely going to be the one to attack first. And you need the rest of the rosters out there to help him out from Weibo. Order's going to throw out a smoke. We're now repositioning. He's going to take the lower end for 33Z's. Got a little nade going past him, but he's going to be just fine. Weibo now also in a buggy. They're getting active. I don't know. DRC better be ready for it. Excuse me, DRX. Better be ready for this engagement. Weibo, they're starting to get sneaky.
Playing on in the smoke, he drops that, sits in the backseat of the buggy, can get that little higher ground angle to look for the peaks, but DRX should know this is what's happening. And immediately these nades respond! DRX read it beautifully. They're like, what's that smoke doing there? What's that buggy doing there? Well, I think we know what we got to do. 3 pins pulled and 1 player falls. 33Z now looking to try and get an answer here. This res is going to be so difficult, Reflections.
I don't think they're going to get it. There's no way. Do you fully commit for that? Because you have to assume DRX is going to capitalize off of it. They're taking it slow, but once those smoke dissipate, they're going to get active, and DRX takes down yet another one. Another one will fall, and this should be the ending that DRX is looking for.
This is beautifully played by DRX, immediately capitalizing on that knock into the smoke. These smokes bloom on the top of the hill. They create sightline channels that they can play through. There's the res coming through for Weibo, and they do manage to get 3 players back up in action. But Scissors forward now. Is there an answer? Order looks for it. They do find the challenge that they were looking for. Is there as well. Look for that backup in a 3 versus 2 though. DRX still have the numbers.
DRX has the numbers, but do they have the wherewithal to figure out where Weibo is going to be up to? It seems like the forces are falling, and I think this is finally going to be the end, albeit a miracle play. DRX closing the vice grip, pushing forward. Weibo falls, and it will in fact be DRX taking game number 4 on Erangel.
Lying in wait through the hills, a coordinated approach, a brilliant read onto Order's buggy rotation, looking for vision, and they will be able to find that knot, open up the bidding on that final engagement. Not enough utility from Weibo to be able to survive that final fight. They've got plenty of points though on the match, and they will be nearly level with DRX to find that one. 16 points for Weibo, DRX up on 18, so a fairly minimal Elin chicken dinner.
Hey, whether it's minimal or not, that's 2 winner-winner chicken dinners of the 4 that we've seen today, which shows DRX has the proven ability to take games when it matters most and win, which is going to be so critical during the finals. DRX, all eyes on them today, and while they look to catch up to the likes of 4 Thrives, Alpha 7, in fact, they could have very well taken 2nd place after this game alone. Weibo are no slouches to take that 1v1 and win it. DRX on top.
Absolutely, a little bit of revitalization coming through for Weibo from the bottom of the tables, able to put a big dent in the necessary gameplay.
अगर ये लोग भूख खा रहे हैं,
well, let's take a breather after
तो
that.
इनको जो हरा नहीं पाए वो लोग तो इधर और भूख खाते, ठीक है?
4th chicken dinner of the day.
तो स्लॉट वेस्ट वगैरह करना मत बिल्कुल भी चैट में। एक्चुअली मैं सॉरी, आपको जो करना है करो मेरे चैट। मैं क्यों किसी की साइड लूँ भाई, पागल हो क्या? हार्ड वर्किंग तो है बंदा, खाना भी बहुत पट्टी करते हुए। थैंक्स मैन, भूख लगी थी बहुत भूख लगी। DRX की जर्सी कितनी अच्छी है, हाउ डेयर यू, हाउ डेयर यू किसी और टीम की जर्सी को तुम अच्छा बोल रहे हो, हाउ डेयर यू,
reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion,
हाउ डेयर यू। क्या कैसे खा रहा हूँ अभी भाई, बहुत ज्यादा है सामान। चेस के नेक्स्ट मैचेस कब है? आज आई थिंक कल है नेक्स्ट मैचेस, अब कल है, कल। दो और मैचेस। लीग के मैचेस कहाँ देखो? फ्रैगनेशन नाम का एक चैनल है, फ्रैगनेशन, उधर जाके आप लीग के मैचेस देख सकते हो। फिर भाई तुम सपोर्ट करने नहीं गई वेन्यू पे? नहीं, मैं पैसे कमाने घर पे बैठा। चेस मैचेस टुमारो।
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy Series outfits is here.
Paired with the new Ice Tomb glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Evaset's new upgradable Chain Inferno
भाई
Uzi.
सोल का कब है
All
पबजी
the
सोल
mummy
का
outfits are
पबजी
back. Get them all.
नहीं है
Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period July 10th, 2025 through
यार का
September
सबसे बेस्ट
2nd,
क्या है
2025.
क्या है आपके लिए यार ऑब्वियसली इधर का ई स्पोर्ट्स का जो सीन है वो बहुत क्रेजी है यार बहुत क्रेजी है प्राइस को कितना है EWC का आई थिंक फर्स्ट में से 14 जब 40% ऑफ $10 से कूपन दिखा है सेकंड का मैंने पूछा नहीं जो हम लोग फर्स्ट चैनल है ना हाँ सब नितिन भाई बेकार चैट जल्दी पढ़ लेते हो तुम तो भाई तो हाइड में जाती है तुम्हारी चैट ना तो वो दिख जाती है पता से कोई टेंशन नहीं है तुमको जो बोलने का है बोलो भाई मैं कुछ रिएक्ट नहीं करूँगा मोटे गंडवे बोला तुमने कोई बात नहीं तूने मेरे को मोटे गंडवे बोला मेरा अटेंशन पाने के लिए अब तू बेकार चैट पढ़ लेते हो बोल रहे कोई टेंशन नहीं है बोल ले तेरे को जो बोलने का है बोल भाई नहीं रिएक्ट करूँगा भाई जो बोलना है बोल लो भाई फैन हो ना आप फैन हो आप जिसने मेरे को चैट में भी लिखा है मोटे गंडवे कोई बात नहीं प्यार से ही रिएक्ट करूँगा ठीक है क्योंकि आपको कुछ बोल दिया तो फिर तो बोल नहीं सकता मैं कुछ बोलो मोटे गंडवे बोल रहे हो बोलो कोई बात नहीं भाई लड़की को मैंने किया तो देखा है यार
I think we can do better. Yeah, we can do better.
Well, you're currently sat in the area of the crowd
कोई
where
तो
all
और
the
गेम
Team
में
Falcons
देखा है
fans
मैंने
are. Is it a
इसको
little bit scary for you?
Yes, I am.
Well, is there anything you want to say to the Influence Rage team right now? They need your support.
Let's go, Inf. I believe it.
इतना
I
विक्टिम
believe,
कार्ड
let's
क्यों
go.
खेल रहे हो आज
You believe in
भाई
Influence
माफ
Rage?
कर दो
Yeah, they
इसमें
can
भी
do
मेरे
it.
को
Let's
माफ
find out whether or not they can.
विक्टिम कार्ड खेल रहे हो माफ
Well, it wasn't Influence Rage that got the win, but it was DRX being able to get the... It wasn't the back-to-back. It was the two-time winners of day one of PMWC at EWC 25. A big surprise, honestly. I was not expecting any teams to be able to get 2 chicken dinners in the first day. They were able to do it, Max.
Yeah, it was a break to back. It just took a little break in the middle of that one. But a really good execution from them, playing it relatively safe on their side. Same for WBG. There was a lot of circle luck involved, I would have to say. A lot of teams that really didn't have to fight too hard for it compared to like an Influence Rage. They were just like, we're just going to try and do something. Same for Yangon Galacticos. So you had 2 options. Teams just like fighting to just survive, and teams just like, we're big chilling today. And they were.
Well, we've been wanting to talk about DRX, another team that we've been wanting to talk about.
He is fantastic.
None other than Weibo. So let's go to the SMB head-to-head DRX versus Weibo Gaming, and I mean, look at the damage that these 2 teams were able to put up, Natura.
Wow, that is actually a lot of damage considering we didn't see anything.
समझा गए अपने लोग को सॉरी बोल रहा हूँ तुम उधर से आके मेरे को कुछ बोलना बैठ हम लोग के लोगों ट्वीट फैंटास्टिक वगैरह लौड़ू मैं वो 2 लड़के सोल की जर्सी फैस रही तो क्या करूँ फिर मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ अभी तक गरम क्यों है ये प्लेट यार
That wide rotate south or east to try and backstab you as possible. So very defensive play here, and because of that, they would get a second place with 16 points on the board. So very happy to see China here getting a big game.
And I'm pretty sure V2K is still going to be telling his team, we need to do better. Even though they ended up in 4th place there with those 9 points, one team that did end up doing better, that I'm happy to see here in the first page, Max, is Regnum Carya Esports with 8 points, 6 of them coming from eliminations.
Yeah, actually very big fight in the center versus, I think it was Fireflux. It's like, we're both from Turkey, guys. Let's be homies. Like, no, there's no peace between us right now. We have to fight for this position. A very good send onto Fireflux because you might say, well, the high ground position is just flat. Actually, you do have a slight dip and you just need to make sure you clear that area first, and then you just zone teams away, which they were trying to do. It wasn't a game-winning position. It was a position where you could get a ticket to a good top 5 position, which I think they understood that. We're not going to win this match. Let's just try and get as fast as we can and get some good eliminations, especially.
Yeah, I will say, though, as well, is that Regnum Carya in that 5th place, but the top 4 teams were all edge teams. That was something that I noticed in this game in particular. Everybody kind of just crashed to the center, except a few teams, and it was those teams that ended up getting that top 4 spot, at least in points-wise, at least in that match ranking, right? So this game was very heavily sided onto those teams that actually held off from that original fight and just kept it to the edge, kept that quiet space until the end game.
I mean, there was one team that you wanted to point out, too, in regards to Team Secret. They had a 1-2 split for the longest time.
Yeah, they did. They really, I'm surprised they survived as long as they did, because, like, you had a one player off into the hills right in the middle of where all that action was happening, and then you had the 2 off into the field just like hanging off,
but yeah, bro,
out, making sure they got that placement. I'm surprised that worked as long as they did.
Can I just say something? Why are we saying T1 team failed? Yeah,
the game
why
plan
can't it be that these teams
similar to what happened for
Aryan
Carya? We
just
know
played
we're not winning
better.
this game.
Nonex just
Just
played
playing
fucking
very
better.
split. Whoever survived,
Nonex was better than every team that played that. Aryan was better.
In the battle royale,
हम लोग इनसे क्यों
and they had
इनका
at least 2 players survive until the
win
very end,
छीन
and
रहे by
they said like
saying
maybe a
T1
top 6
team
position,
failed.
get a few points here and there.
Yeah.
So
These
they knew
teams
this game was
played
kind
very
of a
well.
write-off.
जो हरा
They
के
were able
गांड
to claim
तोड़
at
के
least
आए
a few
उनको
points. So it's not a non-game for them to at least get
Deserve
some value out of it. We
करते
can even
यहाँ
see
पे
at the
आना
replays here. DRX, remember they start getting eliminations
कोई
on
फ्लूक
WBG. They
फ्लूक नहीं
just
बोलता भाई,
claim
नहीं बोलना
so
चाहिए.
much control that WBG
क्या है
just
यहाँ
fell
पे
like a
लोग?
house of cards
सबको
instantly.
चोट
Yeah,
क्या
I
है
like
लैंड
that
पे लोग
quickness,
यहाँ
right?
पे?
We always talk
ठीक है?
about these teams being able to
So
react.
only team that
Boy, did
deserves
they end
to
up
be here
reacting
is
quick.
Team
And
Aryan.
if we rewind
There's
it a
no
little
other
bit
team.
more towards the beginning of the match, a big surprise that we saw was
और
Alpha
सोल
7
तो नहीं
fully
खेली, चलो लैंड
send it
सोल
to
खेलती तो नहीं, यही चीज बोल रहा हूँ.
E-Arena,
कोई
though.
deserve नहीं
They were
करता.
able to
वही
defend it
team
pretty
deserve
good.
करती, खत्म.
And Alpha 7, ultimately, Carya just coming out on top.
Carya is like, that smoke means nothing. I can see right through it. Like, he had laser eyes. I don't know what happened to
That was
Carya. He got
wild.
like LASIK surgery or something because
Yeah.
he's got 10 out of 10 vision on both eyes.
Yeah.
He
Nonex
was
भाई
able to then
तुम
survive
नहीं
that one a
decide
little
कर
bit. He
सकते.
sent
ये
it to the
सब
center. That was quite unfortunate that he did get
ifs
picked
and
off.
buts
But
है bro. ये चली जाती
hey,
तो
the
ऐसा
thing
करती,
is,
ये
even
चली
the
जाती, ऐसा
IGL,
करती.
right? A lot of people, the IGL
India के
sometimes is the
strongest
weakest
roster
fragger.
पे
No,
बाहर
like
लेके
Carya
घूम
can
आया
bring the heat. He
Oh,
can
yeah.
clutch
समझ
up
रहे हो?
against
तो
the arena. So Alpha 7,
किसी का
if
कुछ
it's a full
certainty
squad
नहीं है bro.
or
जो
duo on
जिस
that
दिन
Erangel
जैसे खेले
early
या
or
वही होगा.
solo,
तुम
they're
खेल नहीं कर
always a threat in this lobby.
I mean, you got to
और ये
remember,
लोग ने
Carya
slot
did
कमा के
start
इधर
off
आए.
as a
किसी का
fragger. That's what he was
weak का
known
slot
for.
नहीं है, किसी का
And now
passport
he
का
has
slot
become the
नहीं है.
IGL
कमा के
for one
इधर
of the
आए.
best teams in the world.
100%
And talking
deserve
about the
करते हैं
best
यहाँ
teams
पे
in the world, currently 4 Thrives, wanting to become that as they're still sitting at the top there with 44 points, Neptura.
I'm just looking, and actually they are on top. You are exactly right. I can confirm. But what I'm looking at is actually DRX moving in. We had a big gap before this game, and DRX have managed to just smash right through that, double their placement points with that extra win. And now they are kind of threatening 4 Thrives' position at this point in time. I will say though, just over halfway point max, none of our power rankings are looking particularly accurate at this point.
Yeah, as of right now, our prediction game is very off, which I would say is on brand.
Pretty bad.
So, you know,
Yeah.
I wouldn't talk about it too much, but Yangon Galacticos, I was not really expecting much, but they are such an aggressive, oppressive team going into this. They're not scared of going for fights, which I like to see, because a lot of times you see underdogs just getting a little bit too scared in lobbies like this. Like, we don't want to fight, we purely want to get placement points. No, Yangon Galacticos, if they see a team that have a very clear weakness, they will not be scared to go for that engagement on that position. So Yangon Galacticos, seeing them be this confident early on is a very good setup for what's coming next.
I mean, and they showed it right away. They showed it from the start.
Yeah.
One thing though, for everybody currently watching at home, from July 25th
उसमें
to
complications
27th
है
and
काफी, but
August
I
1st
don't
to
know,
the 3rd,
मतलब पूछना
log
पड़ेगा,
into
थक भाई को
summon
पूछना पड़ेगा.
airdrops and collect 2025
मुझे vlogs,
airdrop
आज तो
vouchers
मैं
to
room पे
enter
बैठ के
prize
rest करूंगा
draws
यार,
for
मेरे को बाहर जाने
official
का मन नहीं है.
merchandise,
room पे बैठ के chill
smartphones,
करूंगा.
BD
ये एक
partner
watch party
rewards,
है.
permanent
इसके बाद कुछ
in-game
है क्या?
items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win. Additionally, from July 25th to the 31st, vote for your favorite airdrop partner for a chance to
मैं
receive
दिमाग
a
में
special
content
gift
piece
from
का
them.
वो shoot
I'm going to be
करने को
doing
try
it. Max is
करूंगा
going to be
मैं
doing it.
यहाँ पे.
Neptura's going to be doing it. Don't miss this year's airdrop carnival and unbox your surprise, because we're all going to be doing it, and I can't wait to see what surprises we're going to be unboxing, especially when we go to Miramar. And I kind of want you to go with the Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib hot take. Are we going to be getting any hot drops, Max?
Well, there's actually a lot of teams dropping in El Pozo, so I would say yes. El Pozo or hot drop specifically is going to be happening.
El Pozo. Okay. All right. Neptura.
Yes. To answer your question,
Okay, right
Yes.
on. Yes.
What a hot take. Wow.
Yes. My other hot take was that Miramar is hot, spicy. It's gonna be spicy.
Should we just ban her from the
I
hot
think
take
we should just.
segment? I
I'm
feel
gonna
like we
ban myself
should.
at this
Yeah,
point.
just
Yeah, they're not good.
No.
Now, at one point, going back to that last match, though, I think you mentioned something in regards to Fourth Thrive, Sneptura. Is there anything you wanted to mention about them? Because it was a lackluster match considering that big gap that they had.
I think they were just too hesitant in that last game. They didn't know where to go. Honestly, they didn't have many options left to them. Maybe with Miramar being a bigger space, they'll be able to actually have those more options in a tricky zone. But we need to see a little bit more sort of proactiveness from them.
They did have a surprise though, Max. Fireflux came in from military base, and I think that they were not expecting that.
Actually, they didn't even really encounter each other, but they know this typically the pressure might rotate. There's going to be Fireflux. There was power earlier, so they're not being also completely careless because Alpha Gaming's not here. They're like, they might be a team, let's be a little bit respectful, but Alpha Gaming's going to be the real competition when they do encounter Group Green eventually later on down the line. But they were very cautious, but I do have to fully echo what you were saying here, Neptura, on this game. Very hesitant. I don't care if you go for a good or bad play decision. Commit to it as a full team. Your odds of being successful are way higher if you just send it on a big play. And you know what? Your sheer fragging power that we know Fourth Thrives have might be enough to just tear down any team they go up against.
Well, I think, and the team that we were all looking for them to actually go after was going to be Weibo. And if that would have happened, if they would have came out on top of that fight, guess what? It would have been a top 2 guaranteed. But you know what? I'm excited to see what's going to be happening here in Miramar. Let's send it over to Reflections and John Allen.
The tables keep on turning, and we will not stop. We're 1 and 2 more revolutions going around Miramar for 2 times 2 laps of the desert to see us out of the first day of games here with our first 2 groups on play. We've seen some miraculous turnarounds from these matches. DRX holding it over the northeast side. We've seen Alpha 7 holding the riverbanks right now, but what will the desert have in store for us?
That's the question, and it's going to be a really good time as DRX take over second place after a tremendous win. They've won 2 out of the 4 games today. Question is, what can they do for the first time on Miramar? A map where teams start to wake up, more specifically from the Americas region. Influence Rage do very, very well on Miramar. Alpha 7 as well. I've seen them drop 20 plus elimination games on Miramar. That would be insanity if they do it here. But top 8 is what they're shooting for currently. Top 6 still very healthy, but you want to finish off day strong. You want to finish off in top 8. Doing so will then set you up very nicely going into your next group stage matches. We've got a pretty standard plane path, which means we shouldn't see too many crazy drops.
Yeah, we are going to be fairly fair on the start of this Miramar here. In terms of achieving that top 8 towards the end of this tournament, right? Well, the first league stage, rather, of this tournament. You're going to be looking, as we said, during that last match, probably around the 80-point margin, which sits you at 6 2/3 point average if you're doing specific exact math.
Sure.
So if you're looking to get above that, you want to be putting up 7-8 points average, right? To feel a little bit more comfortable when it comes towards those later games, if you're able to keep that up. So over these first 4 matches, you're going to be really up towards the mid-30s right now to be.
I don't think so. I haven't seen the difference in gameplay so far.
Would be really nice, but not too many teams have been able
so
to
far
break that 30-point barrier just yet. However, it is always more dramatic, the curve of the point scoring going over this one.
अभी तक तो मेरे को नहीं लगता
TMV all the way down to the south side here.
I said standard, it's not going to be. We go all the way down low to the south, which for all those rosters who are still up in the air, right, going to their original POI, their landing POI, south, which you know there's going to be a lot of competition going your way,
तो अभी तक तो कोई भी ऐसा गेम में नहीं लगा कि ये लोग आउटप्ले हुए
going to run into a bit of a scuffle for Team Vision. They've got the longest travel all the way up towards the top side, but that's just the way it goes. It's going to be relatively slow until the very end. But for DRX, another great position inside stage number 1, which could put them in an amazing spot to potentially win 3 out of the 5 games today.
That would be pretty incredible. And the fact that there's 2 chicken dinners and they're not in first place is kind of miraculous. But, you know, that's just how Fourth Thrives like to play it. and Fourth Thrives didn't have a great game last time around. So DRX certainly have stiff competition, letting themselves down on those non-winning games, right? And when we talk about averages, you really have to look at these lower performing games. And for DRX, that is what is currently dragging them down. They would be miles ahead of the field. Sure. Doing miles for your benefit, of course. You know,
I appreciate your freedom units, baby.
Absolutely. But they would be absolutely streets ahead of everybody else in this lobby if they could bring up those averages. I always give this comparison, right? You can look to earn 12 more points in one match, or you could look to earn 1 more point in 12 matches. It is if you could do that every single time consistently, that will build up to the same result. Sure, you can look for those 18 elim chicken dinners, or you can look to put 2 more points on average every single game. And those are the small differences that really start to bring up these averages that can really power you through these tournament stages.
It goes back to that consistency conversation, right? You can have a great flash in the pan game, but if you only have 1 out of the 12 games you're playing in group stage, that's incredible. Yeah, you'll be up 40+ points, and well, then it starts to dwindle away, and by the time you reach the final game of your group play, now you're in trouble. You've got to go for another Hail Mary attempt, and well, it might not work out, and typically it doesn't, so you'd rather average a better position than, of course, have just a good flash in the pan play. By the way, thank you once again for doing the miles. We were talking kilometers the other day, and I'm trying to think to myself, what's the conversion rate from kilometers to miles to teaspoons? I couldn't tell you because I don't even know the difference between a rock and a flank.
मेरे चैट में क्यों हो रहा है ये 3 लोग दिख रहे हैं मेरे को
somewhere around there. DRX though, they might have had a central position, but Yangon Galacticos getting aggressive, like Max was saying on the desk, trying to take that from them, and immediately taking down one of the South Korean players there, losing and going down to 3. Smiles on the chase as well. He wants more.
He wants more, and he might get it. Shots potentially connecting a bit shaky. It's far out there. I don't blame him, but he at least says, hey, I'm still here. You cannot take any respite. You cannot rest. Keep on going and get out of our location. The question is, who else is going to be around him? Because this is a pretty tightly contested area. You got YG, you got Regnum. You also have, of course, Weibo, who's going to be just up ahead. Now they're honestly going straight into Falcons, who are going to be just below them, who might be rolling up into them.
Could potentially be, but we'll have to wait and see. There's still a couple hundred meters out. That backstop for DRX is looking to be maybe contested, you're right, but it seems like they've fallen short. Up in towards Chumacero, which is where Weibo and Regnum Carya currently sit, they are less likely to be pushing further south, right? They're less likely to be moving up into these hills right now. It's a difficult ascent when you know there's teams already in there. It will be difficult if it goes further south, but I imagine they're going to look potentially to split around the sides. Currently just looking to hold a little bit more pressure there. They'll have the high ground in Chumacero, hopefully, under control, fingers crossed. But for now, they're just trying to keep the teams moving in from that north side out and force them into these coastal rotations.
Falcons in a great spot. Looking pretty good. They need a decent game. Feel like they've kind of fallen a little bit behind, but still relatively healthy within the top 9. As we look at their position, the question was, would they be able to see DRX? And they can, way off in the distance, but for the meantime, there's no reason to get antsy. For the teams who are down here towards the island, like, they're chilling. There's no reason for them to engage. There's no reason for them to get too crazy unless you're trying to, of course, overtake one of the hillsides. For DRX even, despite an early loss, losing a teammate, I would still say they're relatively healthy, right? They've got 3 members up. They're still relatively center zone. For them, no reason to get too crazy. Fourth Thrives, though, maybe getting into an engagement with Weibo up top. You got IQ, who's already down and out. The question is, Fourth Thrives, do they challenge once again for the hilltop? No, they do not. They are dipping out.
Alpha 7 are behind this as well, about a kilometer out of this, so could potentially run into this fight if it carries on, but Fourth Thrives, you're right, disengage. They don't want this fight. This is a really good opening for Weibo to maybe look to transition to the hills on the south side. It's difficult when you don't know the timing of the teams approaching you to try and establish.
With
Fourth Thrives backing up, they're going to shunt straight on into Yangon Galacticos, who remember crashed into the ERX earlier on, but they find out just what is waiting for them. They figure it out immediately. They're straight back down the hill.
Straight back down. They see it, they dip away, they're gone. Couple of warning shots. Hey, don't come back around our area. We're controlling this hilltop, and Weibo in a power spot for sure, without question. Still very tightly contested. Alpha 7 now starting to get a little bit active coming into our Weibo's.
सुनो बर्फ का फिर भी ठीक है.
Still separating them 100 meters, as I just learned from you just a couple seconds ago. But yeah, for the rest of the rosters moving in, you know, it's still going to get even tightly contested up in the northern side, especially if we have a shift up there. Things get wild for all the southern teams.
EFC का time है.
It is going to be the South Chumacera Hills, still the focal point. I'm waiting for this second circle to pop before we go a little bit crazy here, because we do have that potential Partona finish. That Minas del Sur area could potentially be on the cards. It's a little bit unlikely. In fact, I would say bordering on impossible, but it could be the case, right? The second circle shift can be pretty titchy when it comes to the cutout on the area. So we'll see where we end up. We still got about 20 seconds or so before that one comes on through. And we'll have to see where that drops. Could go over to Los Leones as well, or center up on Chumacera to the north.
Find out very shortly. Arena set up nicely inside of a compound themselves. Team that desperately needs to finish these two Miramars strong. Take a peek at the map as it will be transitioning very shortly. Towards the south, which is going to be great for DRX. Honestly, even better for Alpha 7 as far as I'm concerned. They've got Hora moving in, but for Alpha 7, DRX, some heavy hitters still looking strong in this next stage.
I was interested to see if anyone is going to go down to this south island and try and head on through. It looks like they might be taking that option, or they could. I think they're just wrapping around the coast for now, but potentially could branch out.
Alpha 7 down into Carrillo as well.
Carrillo, I mean, they're moving. Yeah, they're moving. They're still just on this coastline, but it could be a crash between the Falcons and Alpha 7 on this coastline. Influence Rage trying to send straight on past. Weibo allow them through here and trying to get more central towards Yangon Galacticos. It looks like Regnum Carya have a similar idea. Teams are moving fast.
Fast indeed. Question is, when do they run into each other? Eventually, they're going to have to. Influence Rage still has a lot of distance between them and other rosters. It looks like Carrillo has backed away, by the way. I got a little bit worried because if you go back to the last Erangel we casted, Carrillo was isolated by himself from his teammates, and that was really unfortunate. You don't want to see too many teams splitting up as much as they do, and Alpha 7 does have a tendency to do that. Granted, typically they hold their ground, but running into a full-fledged unit of Falcons would have been scary for Carrillo, but they get back together. Here it is, Influence Rage. Regnum Carya also going to be very, very close to each other, but for the meantime, it looks like everybody is settling down.
Loxy defending this new roll-up position for Regnum Carya, all four of them in the same spot. They're going to look to start to extend their influence over the compound, establish some sight lines. Silas now repositioning on the vehicle, and it looks like they just want to get on the inside of this warehouse. Holding out these sightlines is going to be good news, but actually breaking out back, that's interesting. They're going to try and put pressure to the teams moving in behind them as everybody's still on this mad dash. Falcons, Alpha 7, still safe from one another for the time being, right next door to each other on the tables as well. We'll see if they can conclude it. AXTMG moving in from the east side slow with Team Secret on their south edge.
Yeah, Team Secret's right next to them. I'm sure this fight is eventually going to conclude as soon as they get closer and closer into the next stage, which therefore opens up a potential for a third party. Team Secret to stay as close to the edge as they possibly can to avoid any potential shots from AXTMG,
ओपिनियन ऑन टीम आर ओवरऑल परफॉर्मेंस ब्रो ओनली 4 ही गेम हुआ अभी तक, 5वां गेम चालू है क्या ओपिनियन जो अच्छा ही खेल रहे हो कुछ खराब अभी तक तो कुछ खराब नहीं खेले वो लोग डिसेंट खेल रहे यार ठीक है एवरेज गेम निकले एक 0 पॉइंट निकला एक अच्छा गेम चाहिए बस अभी एक अच्छा गेम चाहिए ब्रो
There's also the option of holding
अभी तक तो आउटप्ले नहीं हुआ है मेरे हिसाब से अभी तक तो आउटप्ले नहीं हुआ है मेरे हिसाब से
around that a little bit. It does force you into isolation. Team Secret, look at what Team Secret are doing right now on our mini-map. We're looking at Team Secret right now because they've just broken down south side to Partona. You can see that rotation led by Zerus on that south edge. They're looking to try and ruin the day for Falcons potentially here. You do have that bridge approach that you could take further into the circle. It pushes further away and keeps that Via de Mar bridge in the circle as well. Alpha 7 wants more in the center, but this is getting messy now.
Very messy indeed. Team Secret, all eyes on them because this is such a unique play, something I personally wasn't expecting. They do have a bit of a piece of the next zone if they do go up towards that left side bridge, as you mentioned, and could be the bridge trolls themselves. We focus in on Influence Rage, who is opposite of E-Arena, and also Falcons, who's been standing up against DRX. DRX taking a couple of shots, but they're going to be just fine, you would have to assume anyways. I say that, get out of the car, and unfortunately Sykes is going to drop down, and another one taking too much damage. Now the question is, does anyone take advantage? Well, Alpha 7's a little bit too far away, so they should be able to recover, but my goodness, could it be slower?
Falcons gonna try and take some advantage here. Somewhere from the windowsill. Alpha 7
गिराते
are
ही है
still
most
taking
of the
shots
time.
to the
What's
roll,
up,
but
Signal
Navallo makes the
LCT?
cross.
What's
Coming
up?
up so lucky. Navallo goes down as well, and maybe with the hold, the assist coming through from Alpha 7, the Brazilians playing spoiler to the Falcons approach here. They try and fly on in, but instead they have to divert, head out to the west, but Alpha 7 aren't done. Another volley of fire, and they aren't going to quite connect on this one, but the damage is done.
Oh my goodness, oh, and actually still taking damage from a distance, and they're going straight into Hora, as Hora is going to be gunning down Falcons. This is surely the end. Only one more player remains, and Falcons, unfortunately, unfurling right before our eyes, the first team to be eliminated. And you know what's kind of spooky about that? That could have very well been Team Secret 2 if they would have stayed right next to Falcons, because they were at one point and going in the same exact direction, the same path, before Team Secret decided to drop south.
Well, let's see if AXTMG can change the tune, because they're doing exactly that. You could see they are now positioned where the Falcons were. They're looking to push maybe towards DRX, depending, or they could just hold in this longhouse, hold in this compound on the edge of the circle, wait for E-Arena to try and make some moves, or Alpha 7, very unlikely that they move out from their spot right now with how central they are. It is only, of course, stage 3, so they are going to be looking to try and hold things down. AXTMG, I think, had the right idea. I don't think Falcons had to move here. I think it was a little bit of a misplay. They felt like they wanted to be more central, and they paid the price for that.
Teams can crash in, they can go center. We've seen it earlier, right, with Influence Rage. You just went straight on past multiple rosters, but sometimes it doesn't work out, and that's the risk you take when you play against Blue Zone. It will tank damage away. Obviously, at this point in the stage, it's not too bad, but I think Falcons can really feel the pressure. Once they started taking damage, that first initial fight just didn't work out for them. They just
Team Secret Hora A7 मेरे को लगता है 4 5 6 पे जो तीन टीम बैठे मेरे को लगता है टॉप 3
Hora takes them out.
4
really
5 6
unfortunate, because Falcons have played so well today. Still in a great spot, though. Don't get me wrong, top 9.
4 5
They're going to have to finish strong in the final game. I believe in them.
Power now with 3 players forward, 1 on the backstop, looking to push past Fireflux on the another shift out west, means that they will have to get a shift on after this circle. But they have to conclude first. Power could potentially divert, but they've got influence.
Sid bhai, just take 20 pointer match. 20 pointer तो चाहिए ideally.
Edge positions, try and get out of the way, but Power
20 pointer
they take a shot. Again, it's not looking good. Easy falls once more.
Just feel like Power is a team that sits too
कर तो
long,
सकता है, ऐसा नहीं
too
कर सकते
indecisive.
अभी
That's
तक
what's
तो
doing
मतलब
them,
मार तो
and
अच्छा रहे,
that's
decent
why
मार रहे.
they're currently and dead
निकाल तो
last in
सकते हैं,
60
ऐसा नहीं
place. Even
नहीं
in this
निकाल
moment,
सकते.
what do you do? I understand it's a tough spot. Influence Rage on one end, on the other, of course, you've got Fireflux who's going to be gunning you down. But Power didn't have to be here. They could have made a
दो
move.
मैच
As
10
we
पॉइंटर
do
भी
have the
चलेगा.
zone
नहीं
shift,
नहीं
we still have Team Secret who could take that left hand
दो
bridge,
मैच में
but
10 पॉइंट तो
again,
नहीं
all eyes
चलेंगे
on
ब्रो.
Influence
मतलब
Rage,
10 बोल रहे हो,
Fireflux,
20
as well as
पॉइंट बोल रहे
Power.
हो.
I can't believe they're actually sending in.
नहीं
They got
bro,
a knock, and they said, well, it's time to go in
39
and
मेरे
go
को लगता है
for
ज़्यादा
it. Take
चाहिए.
down Influence Rage, and well, shots are connecting, and Influence Rage will fall. That's 2 down.
Ragnar,
मेरे
now
को लगता है
how
ज़्यादा
do you
चाहिए
roll on
bro.
in?
मतलब
A rampage as easy
नहीं तो कल
is
बहुत
the
प्रेशर
only
आएगा भाई.
casualty. Esports E-Arena are moving in from the southwest
Don't be
side as
silent,
well.
be in
They
your
want
aura.
to
That's
take a
what we
piece of
all.
this
I
pie,
get
but it's
it,
just a little
but
more
today is
remaining. The
just
Falcons
a
would
heavy
love.
day for
They
me
have a
bro.
chance against this
So
fight.
today I'm
E-Arena
थोड़ा सा शांत
moving in,
रहूँगा मैं. कल से
trying
I'll
to
be back
take
in
this
my
third
element.
party, but
अब
instead
मैंने
they
start
just
stream वैसा ही किया था. I
they
was
get a little
very
bit more
in
west,
my
and they're
element.
trying to play
फिर वो
choke
मिड
on
में
this
मैं
fight
थोड़ा
now.
मेरा
They're
फोकस
trying to
छूट
slow
जाता है
them
ना, तो मेरे
down,
को मुश्किल होता है
box
वापस
them down towards
उसमें
the
आने
blue
के लिए.
zone and
I
take
just
these
need a
points.
reset,
Power,
nothing
they can
else.
go north, though. They
I
can
just
avoid
need a
this
reset.
entire
I'll get
fight
that
if they
reset
choose
tomorrow.
to do so.
And tomorrow we'll do a
though,
crazy
they
watch party,
most
don't
likely
worry.
want to take this, or they could disengage themselves. It's a question of what they want, but for Power to push it on Influence Rage in the fashion they did, good on them. I was talking about their indecisiveness. They finally got active, and it paid off. And look at them. They're still alive. They're repairing, and they're moving up. This is what we need for Power to turn the tides around.
They are still only on 3 points on the match,
I don't
though.
care.
The placement's up right there. Carrillo with the roll-up. They've been tracking this fight on the mini-map this whole time. AXTMG had tried to do the same thing, right? DRX moved out, who, by the way, are still surviving as a duo. And AXTMG moved in. Alpha 7, same spray down they made onto Falcons. Spray down again. They pick up those points. They pick up those
अरे
elims,
किधर
and
मर
now
भी
they're
गए
trying to
तीन
take
लोग.
down the stragglers.
Weibo on vision.
कब मरे मैं 1 सेकंड लिए पिंकी को रिप्लाई कर रहा था बस
taking it anyways. Order moving through the smoke like a zombie in the
कमेंट्री के
night.
वालों
Get
की
the
ना लो और
off angle.
कितनी
He's
लो
going to
करूं
be deadly without question.
मैं रिप्लाई कर रहा था पिंकी को 1 सेकंड के लिए
Team Vision are about to be put into the absolute
बे यार
blender, but not capitalizing on these downs. Go for it, boys. Take them out. Get the finishes. You got a Team Vision member off to the edge. 33
ये मत करो
CCs.
बे
Volt, but can't get the shots needed. Volt lives for a little bit longer, but you got to think Weibo in this spot. Too powerful.
2 players now remaining for Vision in the way.
1 near and 2 knock.
Should be easy for Weibo. They should be able to find these fights, just get these trades. You can't really afford to give too much though. You're gonna have to think about rotating in for the next one. Playing so far to the edge, you need all the mobility you can get. Volt hits the deck, and her can't quite connect the spray down. Has to divert as well. Somehow never alone, and Volt are surviving.
कौन सी
This
टीम
is
में
a
पैरो का
lot
एडमिन
more than I
नहीं
expected from them.
खेल नहीं रहा
Finally he found.
इसके बाद लास्ट मैच इरेंगल है हाँ
Fortunately alone. All up to his own devices, up at a distance. Forced to just stay where he's currently at. Volt finally drops. Vision will finally go down.
बहुत
Weibo
मतलब स्मूथ
wins a
लगता है ना ये
critical
गेम
fight
ऐसे लगता है
because
कि
now
गेम
they have the
600
dead in
FPS
the
पे चल
zone
रहा है
and they are all by themselves. Weibo now one of the favorites in my
मीरा मारे
mind
वापस
to potentially take this game. Granted, you got a
I
lot
mean
of
देखो
great teams
50-50
still
ऑप्शन
remaining,
था
but
मेरे को
Weibo
राइट
have
होने
been
का
improving each and every
तो
game.
उसने
They've
जब
been moving
पूछा
up the
इरेंगल है
leaderboard,
कि तो मैंने
and
हाँ
I'm
बोल दिया
thinking
50-50%
they're gonna have a
चांस
solid
था मेरे
finish.
को
Now for 4 Thrives, Alpha 7 maybe cooking up.
समझ रहे हो वैसा
Could potentially be a chance for them to move on in.
Oh, the arena too.
The arena from the south side. It is a shift up towards the north edge. Team Secret, by the way, still going. They rotate out to that south side. Has managed to play well. They have
मोनाली
multiple
जी ने
players.
दिख रही
They
स्क्रीन
had a
पर
player as a backstop, but they can
उनको भी
rotate.
बुरा लगा यार उनको भी बुरा
Alpha
लगा
7
तो
now
वो अभी
in for a scrap. South side will need to leave this position, but they need to fight this out first. Mafioso on
रिएक्शन
the top
मिलता
floor
है
has the backup.
उनको भी
4
खराब
players
लगा
downstairs, and Tiny K can't quite get any retribution here. Now just 2 players alive for the arena. They're not going to take this fight. They know they don't have the time.
They just deliver 2 eliminations to Alpha 7 and say, okay, that's good enough. We're going to go ahead and dip out for Alpha 7. They'll take that all day, every day. And for E Arena, well, they're still running into some struggles as, fortunately, Terry is going to fall. 4 Thrives to take them. Now, the question is, for 4 Thrives, do they have the wherewithal to potentially cut off Alpha 7's rotation? That is a possibility.
It is definitely a chance here, but they do need to, again, hold their backstop. I think that they're going to be a little bit more chill with it. Alpha 7 looking to try and push through. They may be trying to backfill and sweep out to the east side. It's a pretty difficult progress no matter where you go, but for Carrillo,
last 2 games average point चाहिए last 2 games average ये point ये match में तो average नहीं निकलेगा
The circle isn't going to be on them for another couple of seconds, so they've got a little bit of time to play with. You can see they're moving up towards that road side. They've already cleared out all the teams who try to backfill on that western edge with AX, TMG, with Falcons all trying to make that rotate. They know there's going to be a little bit of a vacuum there, so they know they can be a little bit more maybe risky with that position, with that angle.
We set up the storyline very early in the day for Team Secret. Going south, a good rotation we saw could have happened if they chose to stay neck and neck with Team Falcons. They would have been eliminated. They are still alive and actually thriving as far as I'm concerned. They've had a wonderful day. We'll see if it can continue to get even better. They are tied currently with Galactico in 3rd place, and they've got all the compounds they need in their current location. Now, Joker, he's been a solo for a long time. Korea's had on his line of sights, and you can tell Alpha 7 gets a little bit spooked because they were trying to push up onto the compound of 4 Thrives. Great, that was a risky push, but
क्या नाम है
was
सीड भाई कल काला चश्मा लगा के अच्छा सैवेज सीड ये तुम्हारे चैनल का नाम है सीड भाई कल काला चश्मा लगा के ठीक है डन ठीक है समझ गया ठीक है ओके sorted समझा
nasty to have found those elims earlier on the replay. Alpha 7 doing a lot of work to find the punishment over towards the west side, rotate up along that coastal road. Falak with the down shots over towards Mafioso. Can't quite connect, only sees the buggy. Needs to be worried about the further tiered up high ground though. He will retreat. Nice and sensible there from Falak.
Yeah, without a doubt, Falak. It's easy, right, at times to get tunnel vision and just continue to fire down and lose your line of sight. Keep your head on a swivel, though. He absolutely does that. For DRX, don't know how this fight even ended up unfolding. It's kind of awkward at the moment, but I tell you what, for the solo of AXTMG, he's giving it to the duo of DRX just up ahead. And well, at this point, right, if you're a solo, you're going for survivability, you're going for any points you can. Basoa says enough is enough. I want to get the finish, but I'm not able to get it actually. Devotee gets to clean up and somehow, some way, still swimming, still staying alive, and takes down DRX by himself.
He will have the assist of Team Secret. Off on the way there were those off-angle shots coming on through. A huge amount of suppression being delivered over that way. Really does help him out. But finally DRX full, so second place out.
ये से इनका चिकन लग रहा है.
He's got the nade, got the cook. Oh! Too long on the cook there, and now the nade position's given away. He doesn't have another one. He's got a Molotov, but we'll need the spray down. As Team Secret finally start to eat lead.
They don't look at him. Joker could take down the entirety of the Alpha 7 roster. It would be so hard to do. But if Joker gets active, if he can push up Revo down, Joker, like I said, the thorn in the side of Alpha 7. मतलब कभी-कभी
ये थोड़ी बात होती है. जो कर रहे हैं उनको ये करो यार. ऐसा नहीं होता. S4 8-bit में होता तो 8-bit यहाँ होती. S4 को wheel होता तो S4 गाड़ी होता है. ये क्या बात होगी? ऐसी नहीं होती ना बात. ऐसा नहीं होता. आ गए लोग अभी. बोल नहीं सकते अभी. ऐसा किसी को ये मत करो.
The UMP keeps them safe. The breakout wide, 4-4 thrives, wants to keep them going, but two players now knocked, and they just can't hurdle the distance here with just Noki left remaining. He's tumbling down the cliffside as Alpha 7 get back to their feet. They lost Revo to that off-angle spray down, and that is a big blow to be dealt, but they
मारो भाई, kill चुराओ भाई.
Four thrives, can they stay alive? That's the question. They're already in shambles. Carrillo onto Power, and Power's now out. Alpha 7 is this team that miraculously finds ways to get back into the fight with infinite res, it seems.
का event लग रहा है
मेरे
को.
How to keep together. They are sticking to it, sticking to their guns, and with 8 elims on this game,
A7 का event लग रहा है.
Nongshim Red Force, the 4-player teams in this one, it feels like they've got a good chance. They are sticking to this edge style play. I know Seven was talking a lot about how he's expecting them to try and stick to that over the course of this tournament. It looks like it's working out for them here on Miramar.
All right, so Alpha 7 have effectively won the hilltop. Yes, I can't believe you still got them one solo from AXTMG in the water. I don't know how much of an impact he's going to have, but at least against DRX, he was the Grim Reaper and took them down. 4 thrives, currently in first place, but with only a solo remaining, he's most likely not going to be able to do much.
इसका finals तो मैं बैठ के देखूंगा भाई अरीना में. No chance मैं इधर बैठूंगा.
No chance. And potentially break into top 8. What they'll be looking for here. On the north side, I'm looking at Weibo trying to get again another consistent game, get those points.
एक last game at least बड़ा हो जाए hopefully.
Obviously starting the day a little bit weak, but that second place
बड़ा game चाहिए भाई, एक बड़ा game चाहिए.
Convert into a first place here. On that northern side, they are fairly alone, fairly isolated as the final player from AXTMG gets spotted, and Mafioso won't let that one go.
Rest in peace, man. He lived a long time, did his absolute best. It was fun watching him do his best. Michael Phelps out there, but tell you what, for DRX again, taking him out.
एक अच्छा गेम बहुत important है यार. मतलब momentum, mentality, mindset बहुत matter करता है. ये जब तक अरे बहुत मतलब समझ रहे हो चैट बहुत छोटी-छोटी चीजें हैं. जब तुम्हारा brain भी तुम उसको बोलोगे कि जब तक average गेम जा रहे हैं ना तुम्हारे brain को लगता है कि तुम average टीम हो यार. तुम कितना भी बोलते हो नहीं करेंगे थोड़ा सा वो back of the mind रहता है. एक अच्छा गेम जाना चाहिए. एक दो टीम को ये लोग ने वाइप करना चाहिए. 10-12 पॉइंट आए तो इनको भी थोड़ा सा अंदर से लगे कि नहीं हाँ बे हम लोग भी है कुछ. वो जरूरी है. वो अभी तक हुआ नहीं है. वो एक गेम वैसा चाहिए थोड़ा.
And Alpha 7 are a lot closer to it, so a really big pickup here. The Mini 14 for Mafioso is doing bits.
So you got levels to this, right? You got Team Secret who's being gatekept by Hora. You got that Hora who has really Alpha 7 has infinite line of sights and is also looking down.
One game will not just give points table में हमारा confidence is needed. Right now they might overthink a lot of their decisions because obviously थोड़ा बैक ऑफ द माइंड में रहता है ना कि इतनी बड़ी लॉबी में खेल रहे हैं, ये गलत हुआ तो वो गलत हुआ. तो एक गेम इनका थोड़ा नियर परफेक्ट गया ना तो वो थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस आएगा कि बेंचर मेरे डिसीजंस तो बराबर है, कर सकते हैं अपन ये चीजें. वो कॉन्फिडेंस मिलना थोड़ा जरूरी है. फिर भाई परसों 5 मैच आप नहीं आओगे वॉच पार्टी करने. कौन सा परसों किसका 5 मैच? इसके PUBG के
but they've got a fight in their own town to deal with. No fear, still just going for it with the shotgun, despite being on fire. Will not quite connect on it, and will get flushed away. Honor getting picked apart in the meantime, but Frankie goes down, leaving one player for Team Secret. Regnum Carya and Nongshin Red Bulls in the meantime on the east side.
They're also in a fight, and utilities starting to come down from, I believe, somebody
वो
else
वाला
off in
momentum
the
नहीं आ रहा ना
distance.
अभी 30
Silence
बम्बर
with
घुस
so
भाई
much
30
to
बम्बर
gain
वगैरह
and
ये लॉबी
earn
में इतना
from PMWC
बोल मतलब
right before
आई
your
होप वो
eyes,
लोग करे
taking on
बट
the
इतना
entirety
इजी
of
नहीं
the
है
world up ahead, but the shots aren't hitting.
30 बम्बर वगैरह
He's
ये
fully
लॉबीज में
exposed,
मारना
and all it takes for Benny
10
to
पॉइंटर
just
सिस्टम
sweep to the
में
right hand side to
देखो जरा
take him
गेम प्ले
down.
देखो
A nade potentially that opened up the door to take down
जरा एक बार
Silas.
देखो
It's
गेम प्ले देखो
thrown.
तुम
Swing left, my boy. Take him down. Fully commit to it. Don't let him get the reses. But Alpha 7 up top are going to take everybody out anyways.
He has to stick to this monster truck right now. It's a slow-moving castle for him, right? As it stands, it just keeps rolling. It keeps him safe as Regnum Carya fall before him.
क्या है ये
Can just chill behind this
वो
one.
कैसे ही जा रहे थे उसके साथ
Expect there to still be a player behind this monster truck. We'll have to wait and see if they've got that scouting info. But now we're down to 4 teams alive. Benny's still going, and he's going towards the circle.
He actually is. This is incredible. He's happy with this. Continues to squat down. Look, hey, you see it on PMWC, and we've seen already quite a bit climbing towers using your portable castle, as you called it, right? Going forward into zone. But for Alpha 7, you know,
उसको लेके ऑलमोस्ट जोन तक चला गया वो
they are looking to punish Benny.
He hopped in, he tapped the brake there into the monster truck, so he's stopped
कि
dead.
माँ का कुछ ना कुछ नहीं करते रहते
That's a
भाई
pretty
लोग
big pickup for Alpha 7 because they're gonna need to descend soon. And Weibo had that ridge line. It would have been broadside if they went for a flat rotate, but they found that opener. The res needs to come through fast for Weibo.
Alpha 7, Weibo, this is it. These are the two teams to win it as far as I'm concerned. Whoever wins this engagement are taking it. Benny might have an impact, but we don't know.
परसों 5 मैच है BGMI
refusing to go out.
कौन
Even
सा
though he's a
BGMI में कौन से
solo,
5
he
मैच
is mighty. 4 Thrives fighting
उसके
till the
आइको की
very
नहीं कर रहा
end.
है
Well,
बस
with that elimination also gives away his position, but he's fine. I mean, he's alive. Why did Weibo not capitalize?
I mean, they were all going down, right? They tried to cross the road. It felt messy from Weibo. That is unfortunate. Not what we wanted from them. Up the top now, Alpha 7 have 2 solos to deal with. The circle will close dead center on this one. We're into stage 9.
लीग का क्या चल रहा है भाई सेकंड मैच का
now, but Benny, I just wonder if he's safe from Alpha 7. Not because of his position, but because of the knowledge that they have or don't have.
It's weird for him, right? Because you got 2 solos and well, now we're traveling. Look at it, Naki's out. 4 Thrives. He says, man, I got to dip a little bit. But there is still a world Alpha 7 doesn't win this. If things get weird. And Benny is holding on tight to what he's got. And does Alpha 7 know Benny has left this monster truck?
This is the thing.
14 top 3
I don't think they do. The 2-player crash that they just did felt like they were rolling onto a solo. They'll know it's 2 solos alive. They'll know where Noki is from the gunfight. It felt like Carrillo and Squash thought that he was in that ditch amongst those vehicles. He was not, and now they're confused.
They are, because they're fully focused on 4 Thrives Naki. Benny, they have no idea Benny's here.
Mafioso.
Oh, Carrillo as well looks to be cooking a nade, going straight. No, he throws it over there, but direct Squash. Squash ends up throwing a nade over here. The shot's going to ring out. And Benny's going to be exposed. He's going to get taken down. Mafioso finally hits the shots. And now it comes down to a 3v1.
Noki with a chance here for 4 Thrives, but it is a slim one as Alpha 7 look to try and maintain their title towards the top spot.
टाइटल लेके जाने लगता है इनको अल्फा 7 को
He's got the flash. Carrillo as well. Noki, no. How can you do it to him? They want that first place. Well, you're going to have to prize it from his cold, dead hands. Squash with a chance now, and he's able to close it down.
भाई 40 क्या खेल रहा है बे?
My God, what a run they gave him.
Oh my
gosh.
And you can see
a chance now. And maintain their title, but it is a slim one as Alpha 7
इसने almost निकाल दिया भाई.
their title towards the top spot. It's a battle for first place, but he's found Mafioso. He's got the flush. Carrillo as well. Noki, no. Top spot. It's a battle for first place. Try and maintain their title towards the top spot. It's a battle for first place, but he's found Mafioso. He's got the flush. Carrillo as well. Noki, no. How can you do it to him?
गोली खत्म हुआ ना इसका शायद?
Well, you're gonna have to prize it from his cold, dead hands.
Reload पे था. Fuck बे.
A brilliant result for Alpha 7 there. They played edge beautifully from the south side. They controlled the rotations of teams like DRX, who are going to be their chicken dinner tied up places. Kissing that
अभी तो
logo as
बस
well.
लीग स्टेज है,
Champs, beautiful stuff.
नहीं कर
They controlled
सकते।
Falcons in that game. They controlled AXTFG.
बराबर है। चैट चलो, मेरे को ना नींद आ रही है बहुत ज़्यादा। मेरे को मतलब ऐसा वॉच पार्टी में मरा हुआ बेंच और चुपके जैसा मूड में मरा हुआ बैठ के करने का मन नहीं कर रहा। मेरे को थोड़ा रिफ्रेश होने का टाइम चाहिए, ठीक है? मेरे को थोड़ा रीसेट होने का टाइम चाहिए। मैं भी जाके रेस्ट करता हूँ। मेरे को एक कंटेंट शूट करना है, वो मैं शूट करूँगा रूम पे बैठ के। और मैं रीसेट करके आता हूँ कल एकदम सेक्सी अच्छे मूड में, सेक्सी मूड में। फ्यूल अप करना ज़रूरी है। करे आर्यन भाई, अभी मेरे को मतलब ऐसा लग रहा है ज़बरदस्ती बस करने के लिए कर रहा हूँ, बिल्कुल मन नहीं कर रहा अभी करने का। कल आता हूँ, अच्छे से वॉच पार्टी करेंगे। बाकी यार जो भी है, एनीवे सॉरी भाई, मतलब इतना किसी को मेरे वजह से बहुत ज़्यादा बुरा लगा या कुछ एकदम ही हर्ट हो गया कोई तो। I'll try to be better. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow, chat. Good